we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novels Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Synthesis Wizard. Part 1. Chapter 1, The Synthetic Cube. Starlight Calendar 1248, Autumn Moon, October. Blackstone City, on the border of the Starlit Duchy. The weather was gradually becoming cooler, with occasional yellow leaves swirling in the wind, a reminder that the hot summer was coming to an end. Walking along the cobblestone path in the courtyard, the old butler, Gale, tightened his collar to keep the cold wind out, while his other hand held a wooden box steady. He passed through the courtyard and arrived at a secluded part of the garden. Looking at the deserted courtyard, he couldn't help but frown. He couldn't understand why Master Sunan wanted to move here and asked the servants not to disturb him. He said he liked quiet, but it was too deserted for him. Since the Baron Honest, their father, had died in battle, the two young masters had been indirectly exiled to Blackstone City. Sunan, who had always been introverted, had become even more silent and reserved. He either hid in his room reading or tinkering with strange things. He even asked Master Kei to help him collect various herbs and small animals. His actions were baffling. Thankfully, Master Kei was still there. Unlike Sunan, Kei had been diligently cultivating himself since arriving in Blackstone City. At only 19 years old, he was already a high-rank knight, loved by his subordinates. Having such a ruler in place was undoubtedly a good thing for Blackstone City, which had been plagued by the black-scale lizard folk for years. As he pondered, Gale reached the door of the innermost room and gently knocked. "Master Sunan, I've brought you the silver moon flowers. Just leave it at the door." A weak voice came from inside. "Yes, Master Sunan." Gale expertly placed the wooden box on the right side of the door, bowed, and turned to leave the courtyard. A moment later, the door creaked open, and a young man of 16 or 17, somewhat thin and pale, came out. He bent down and picked up the wooden box, turned around, and walked back into the room, closing the door behind him. The room was sparsely furnished, with long tables lining all four walls. On the tables, glass bottles and jars were neatly arranged, each containing various strange ingredients. In the center of the room was a large experimental table, almost taking up half the space. It was covered with glass bottles, tubes, beakers, and other tools of various sizes. Because the windows and doors were closed and there was no ventilation, the air was filled with a pungent, sweet smell, mixed with a disinfectant-like aroma. Sunan casually placed the wooden box on the table, then picked up a book he hadn't finished reading and continued to focus on it. After about half an hour, he finally finished the last page and slammed the book shut. At the same time, a line of text appeared in the void in front of him. Reading Fundamentals of Potionology, Potion Crafting Learning Progress must 0.5%, Potion Crafting Learning Progress has reached 100%, Acquired Potion Crafting Level 1. Sunan let out a long sigh. A hint of joy appeared on his pale face. After more than 2 months of reading related books, combined with numerous practical sessions of drug extraction and purification, he had finally filled the learning progress bar for potion crafting. He put down Fundamentals of Potionology and looked at the box in the corner of the room. It contained more than 20 books. All of them were wizard tomes collected by his previous self. The top book was covered in a cold, hard black cover. On the front was a string of cryptic characters, seemingly nonsensical scribbles. But Sunan could recognize the meaning of the string of characters: enlightenment. This was an introductory book for a wizard apprentice. Those with wizard potential could activate their spiritual power after reading it, becoming a level 1 wizard apprentice, the lowest level, and embark on the path of seeking truth and power as a wizard. Those without wizard potential would suffer serious consequences if they forced themselves to read it, ranging from fainting to death. His predecessor had rashly read this enlightenment book and died as a result, creating the opportunity for him to take over. What surprised Sunan was that the world he had transmigrated to was the same virtual reality game he had just begun to explore in his previous life. The game's setting was a vast continent of swords and magic. Swords referred to knights. magic referred to wizards. Of course, at this point in time, it was just the beginning of the 1.0 version of Knight's War. Wizards had abandoned the elementally impoverished continent thousands of years ago, heading to the multiverse to find more suitable living planes. It wasn't until 1,000 years later, when the continental elements revived, that the wizards returned. For now, it was the knights who were the dominant class in this era. It's a pity that when I entered the game, it was already the 2.0 version of Wizards Return, and I didn't know much about the 1.0 version. Otherwise, with this information in hand, I could have lived better in this world. Sunan sighed. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he wasn't without his advantages. With a thought, a semi-transparent screen slowly appeared before him. Sunan, honest, human male, 16 years old, spirit 1, 5/Constitution 0, 7 skills starring meditation method level 1, 103 DE 1000, potion crafting level 1, 0 DE 1000, player panel. This was one of the perks of his transmigration. Through the panel, he could clearly understand his strength. All skill learning was digitized, and he could see progress bars. As long as he studied, he would gain proficiency. As long as I grind, I can steadily improve my strength. That's the advantage of being a player. Sunan thought, and the screen flickered instantly, transforming into a grid of countless squares, 10 rows and 100 columns. Synthetic cube. This was his other cheat. Simply put, the synthetic cube could combine multiple items of the same type, further improving their quality, effects, or power. Sunan opened the wooden box Gale had brought. It was lined with red velvet, and 10 delicate silver flowers lay quietly on top. Silver moonflowers. A plant with a stimulating effect. Many nobles were accustomed to making floral tea from silver moonflowers. A cup in the morning could dispel sleepiness and boost spirits. This was actually because silver moonflowers contained an ingredient that stimulated the spirit. After extracting and refining this ingredient, its stimulating effect could be further enhanced. Sunan took the wooden box to the experimental table in the center of the room, took out the silver moonflowers, and placed them in a beaker, then lit the alcohol lamp for heating. It's a pity I couldn't find a magic stone. Otherwise, I could make a magic stone lamp and use it to make potions, which would be even more effective. The Starlight continent in the 1.0 version of the game was still an elemental desert, with a pitifully low concentration of energy particles in the air. As a result, all kinds of resources had decreased significantly compared to before, including magic stones. At this point in time, the Starlight continent didn't have enough resources to cultivate a formal wizard. Fortunately, Sunan had a synthetic cube. Even without sufficient resources, he could find a way to synthesize them himself. He added some water to the beaker and covered it with a glass lid. Under the burning flame, the liquid in the beaker quickly boiled, releasing a large number of bubbles. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the water inside turned completely into a beautiful silver blue, and a lot of water vapor spewed out from the edge of the lid, filling the room with a refreshing aroma. Sunan took a gentle whiff and felt his spirits instantly soar. After about 10 minutes, the gurgling boil subsided, and the liquid in the beaker had evaporated by more than half. Sunan picked up the beaker and took a look, nodding in satisfaction. About 100 milliliters of silver moonflower extract. Successfully completed 1 drug purification and refinement, potion crafting proficiency +1. Sunan divided the extract into 10 equal portions, 10 milliliters each, then opened the synthetic cube and placed 1 portion of the extract in the grid. The information above the grid quickly appeared. Silver moonflower extract, purity 37,12%, increases spirit activity by 21,47% after consumption, duration 10 hours 35 minutes. Sunan placed the remaining 9 portions of the extract in the grid. The interface instantly changed, and a huge grid appeared on the right, containing a more vibrant and illusory silver-blue liquid. Silver moonflower essence, purity 76,44%, increases spirit activity by 160,24% after consumption, duration 10 days 14 hours 22 minutes. It was obvious that this was the finished product after synthesis. If it was just ordinary silver moonflower extract, the effects would not be cumulative. 10 portions of extract combined could only maintain the spirit-enhancing effect for less than 5 days, and the increase was only 21,47%. But after being synthesized by the cube, both the effect and duration were greatly enhanced. This was the power of the synthetic cube. Sunan took a gulp of the silver moonflower essence. As the medicinal effect spread, his entire being instantly became clear. Without wasting time, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began to meditate. New book, please collect and vote. Thank you, bigwigs. Chapter 2, Vegan Ethereal Legend. Every introductory text is essentially a meditation method. The starring meditation method is the meditation method that comes with the introductory text that activated Sunan's spiritual power. The core is to construct a starring in one's mind. Each starring constructed will greatly increase spiritual power. According to the introductory text, once 3 starrings are successfully constructed and spiritual power reaches 12 points, one can be promoted to a second-rank sorcerer apprentice. As Sunan closed his eyes, his vision instantly fell into darkness, and his consciousness, like a stone falling into a lake, gradually sank to the silent bottom. A dazzling starlight slowly emerged from the darkness, gradually growing into a ring. However, most of the ring was illusory, with only about 1/10 of it being solid. During the meditation, light spots kept flashing around Sunan, merging into his body and constantly filling the illusory part of the star ring. After an unknown amount of time, Sunan suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He took out his pocket watch and saw that nearly 2 hours had passed. On the panel, the starring meditation method had gained 5 points in proficiency, and his spiritual power had increased by 0,01. For the same 2 hours of meditation, the gains are about 2.5 times that of usual. This is the benefit of improved spiritual activity. Sunan smiled. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a knock. Young Master Sunan, Lord Kei has returned and wants you to go to the training ground. Sunan regained his senses and said calmly, I know. Blackstone City was built on the mountain. To guard against the invasion of black-scale lizardfolk, the city walls were built extremely high, with watchtowers densely distributed on the outer perimeter. Noticed from afar, it looked like a ferocious beast perched in the mountains. At the very center of the city stood a vast inner fortress. Unlike the crucial city walls, the inner fortress had not been repaired for many years and looked dilapidated. Only the training ground was flat and open, showing that it had been recently expanded, revealing the martial spirit of its owner. Sunan walked into the training ground and saw his older brother, Kei, standing at the edge of the field, accompanied by 7 or 8 burly men in armor. These men were the only knight force in Blackstone City, the last vestige of their father, Baron Honest, who remained loyal to the Shining family. 4 more knights all have physics of 8 or above. A high-level knight like my brother can even reach 14 points or above. Compared to these superhuman beings, my body is pathetically weak. Looking at his own physique, only 0.7, even lower than ordinary people, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. His predecessor was born with deficiencies and had a weak constitution since childhood. Although he also practiced the breathing technique, he made little progress, completely unsuitable for being a knight. Growing up, he lived in the shadow of his older brother, Kei. While he didn't show it on the surface, deep down he was quite resentful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pinned his hopes on the vague legend of wizards, which ultimately led to his death. Although this continent had many wizard texts left behind, ordinary people couldn't understand the writing on them. Thus, people mostly regarded these books as collectible antiques. Wizards had become legendary beings, often appearing only in ancient tales. Brother, Sunan called out. Kei turned his head, looked at his younger brother, and a smile appeared on his sculpted, strong face. You're just in time. I got you what you wanted. The knights around bowed to Sunan. Sunan looked at the cart beside them. It held more than 10 corpses. These corpses were covered with black scales, had eagle-like claws, protruding mouths, and a mouthful of sharp fangs. Even in death, they still exuded a fierce and vicious aura. They were the black-scaled lizard folk, the sworn enemies of Blackstone City. These subhuman creatures lived in the wildlands dozens of kilometers away. They did not engage in production, only in plundering. Every year, they invaded villages around Blackstone City, plundering and killing, making people hate them deeply. Most of the time, the Blackstone City garrison went out to fight against these bandits. Please have someone move these black-scaled lizard folk corpses to my laboratory. No problem. Kelly called a soldier to give the order, then turned to Sunan, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, just with these black-scaled lizard folk corpses, can you really find a way to improve the army's combat strength? Sunan smiled slightly and said, if I tell you now, you won't believe me. It's better to wait until I get results and you see it with your own eyes before you doubt it. Kelly sighed, I'm not doubting you. It's just that the legend of wizards is vague and ethereal, and whether it's true or not is still uncertain. I'm not sure about it. Sunan laughed, it's just a dozen or so black-scaled lizard folk corpses. It's not a pity to lose them. Kelly nodded and didn't say anything more. Half a year ago, his father died unexpectedly on the battlefield. The cause of death was shrouded in mystery. His uncle, Owen Arnest, took advantage of the situation with the support of the Earl of Goldrock, seized the title of Baron Shining, and took control of most of the Shining territory. If he hadn't been afraid of his appearance being too ugly, and if the other three nobles of the Shining territory had not remained ambiguous in their attitude, Owen might have already killed them, not just found an excuse to banish them to Blackstone City. Even so, the threat from Owen was still a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. It could fall at any time, taking their lives. To this end, Kelly trained desperately, trying every means to strengthen the power of Blackstone City. He even had a glimmer of hope for the so-called wizard methods. Although deep down, he was not optimistic about it. Hearing their conversation, many knights around showed disdainful expressions. They didn't believe that there was anything on the black-scaled lizard folk that could make them stronger. In the past, people tried to eat lizard meat, but they didn't see their bodies become stronger after eating it. Moreover, the meat was disgusting. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Sunan secretly sighed. People in this world had no idea how powerful wizards were. Knights and wizards, just like martial arts and cultivation, were simply incomparable. Even the most powerful legendary knights in the Star Sea Empire were no more than slightly larger ants in front of a formal wizard, and they could be easily crushed with a flick of the wrist. Shaking his head, Sunan didn't bother to explain. After chatting with Kay for a while, he turned and left the training ground. Returning to his courtyard, Sunan went straight to the basement. This was a laboratory he had cleared out specifically for biological modification research. The predecessor had left behind a lot of books, including introductory books and a few books on spell models. The rest were related to biological modification and potion making, such as biology, mutation, bloodline extraction, anatomy, neurology, basic potionology, and magic plant cultivation. It was thanks to these books and some practical experience that Sunan successfully completed the learning progress of potion making and mastered this skill. In addition, the learning progress of another skill, biological modification, had already exceeded 50%. It was estimated that it would be fully mastered in a month or two. However, to master other skills or spells, more wizard texts need to be collected. This was one of the reasons why Sunan had boasted to his brother. Only when others realized how powerful wizard methods were would they be more willing to help collect various resources. Otherwise, even if his brother was willing to continue spending a lot of manpower and material resources to help collect resources out of brotherly love, the knights under him would still complain and work half-heartedly. Over the past 2 months, Sunan had been busy with this. He had worked hard to master potion making, preparing for his future actions. Looking at the dozen or so lizard corpses piled in the corner, he took a copy of Zero-Rank Potion Compendium from the cabinet and turned to page 284. The page was covered with dense text and complex, intricate patterns. The first line at the top was in bold black font. Dragon Blood Potion. Chapter 3, Lower Grade Dragon Blood Potion. Among all the potions brewed by wizards, Dragon Blood Potion is considered quite special. It enhances the physical constitution of the user. Even for a full-fledged knight, it still holds its benefits. Its specialness lies in the vast disparity between its lowest and highest qualities. Inferior Dragon Blood Potions don't even have a tier, they're simply considered zero-tier potions. Conversely, superior Dragon Blood Potions can reach a tier 3 level, something even formal wizards would covet. The tier of a Dragon Blood Potion mainly depends on the quality of the dragon blood used as the primary ingredient. The higher the quality of the dragon blood, the stronger the effects of the resulting potion, naturally leading to a higher tier. However, let alone genuine dragon blood, even obtaining blood from a slightly stronger subdragon species was beyond Sunan's current capabilities. But there were alternatives. The black-scale lizardman's ancestors were descendants of the dragon race tens of thousands of years ago, carrying dragon blood in their veins. Although the dragon blood line had thinned considerably by today, it still contained traces of dragon blood. Sunan's goal was to extract dragon blood from the black-scale lizardman's blood, achieving the standards required for dragon blood potion materials. Patting his cheeks, Sunan regained his focus and prepared to begin. However, even the initial step of moving the heavy lizard corpses to the operating table left him gasping for breath. Once I create the dragon blood potion, I must take it myself first and enhance my physical constitution before anything else. Regaining his breath, Sunan picked up the scalpel and began the dissection to extract blood. The black-scale lizardmen had only died recently, and their corpses were preserved using drugs. Their blood hadn't coagulated yet, making the blood extraction process quite smooth. After spending over an hour extracting all the lizard blood, Sunan began the bloodline extraction process. Completing a blood purification, biomodification learning progress must 0,01%. Completing a blood refinement, biomodification learning progress must 0,01%. Completing a bloodline extraction, biomodification learning progress must 0,03%. After multiple rounds of purification and refinement, a whole barrel of blood was reduced to a little over 3 liters. Gazing at the thick, crimson blood resembling jelly in the glass beaker, Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Dragon lizard blood, purity 35,68%, contains dragon lizard blood line. Injecting it into the body has a very small probability of causing mutation into a dragon lizard form, a high probability of causing rejection, and a severe possibility of causing death. Stronger constitution leads to higher mutation probability and lower rejection rate. With my current skills, this is the best I can do. Sunan sighed. Bloodline extraction and refinement were part of biomodification. He hadn't even mastered the biomodification skill, so his techniques were naturally limited. Thankfully, he had the synthesis cube, his cheat tool. A dragon blood potion requires 80 milliliters of dragon blood. Sunan separated 2 80 milliliter portions of dragon lizard blood and placed them in the cube. Soon, the synthesis interface displayed the corresponding information. Our dragon lizard blood, purity 51,59%, contains dragon lizard blood line. Injecting it into the body has a small probability of causing mutation into a dragon lizard form, a high probability of causing rejection, and a severe possibility of causing death. Stronger constitution leads to higher mutation probability and lower rejection rate. Not enough. Sunan continuously added more dragon lizard blood. The purity of the synthesized product gradually increased, but the rate of increase slowed down as he added more. Finally, after adding the 8th portion of dragon lizard blood, the information about the synthesized product underwent a qualitative change. Sub-dragon blood, purity 1,12%, contains dragon blood line. Injecting it into the body has a very small probability of causing mutation into a subdragon form, a high probability of causing rejection, and a severe possibility of causing death. Stronger constitution leads to higher mutation probability and lower rejection rate. Success at last. A delighted smile spread across Sunan's face. Subdragon blood was the minimum standard material for brewing a dragon blood potion. Considering this was his first attempt at brewing, the failure rate could be high. Thinking it over, Sunan decided to prepare a few more sets of materials, so he stopped the synthesis there. In the end, he synthesized 5 sets of subdragon blood from over 3 liters of black-scale lizardman blood. Instead of immediately starting to brew the potion, Sunan completed a round of meditation, restoring his energy to its peak, before initiating the first attempt at potion brewing. The most critical ingredient for dragon blood potion was dragon blood itself, while the other materials were easily obtainable, something Sunan had prepared beforehand. He lit the alcohol lamp, placed the beakers, added water, and put in the ingredients in order. The entire process was similar to the silver moon flower extraction, except for an additional step at the end. Under the bright candlelight, Sunan flicked his finger, and a dot of blue-violet aura instantly submerged into the beaker. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, uttering a series of strange syllables, sometimes sharp and high-pitched, sometimes low and faint. As he chanted, the crimson liquid in the beaker transformed into various shapes. Genuine potions, even zero-tire potions, required spiritual force guidance during the brewing process, otherwise, they would inevitably fail. That was the reason for the mysterious and powerful nature of wizard potions. After about 10 minutes, the crimson liquid gradually calmed down, and its volume slowly decreased. But at a certain moment, the liquid suddenly boiled violently, emitting a large amount of blue smoke. After a pop, it turned into a pile of black ash. Completing a potion brewing, failed. Potion brewing proficiency mass 4. Even failed potion brewing grants a much higher proficiency boost compared to silver moon flower extraction. There was no sign of frustration on Sunan's face. He hadn't expected to succeed in brewing the potion on his first attempt. After resting for a while, Sunan started his second attempt at brewing. However, this attempt also ended in failure. His subsequent third attempt at potion brewing also failed. Summarizing the experience of 3 failures, Sunan finally achieved success on his 4th attempt. Completing a potion brewing proficiency must 12 lower grade dragon blood potion, 0 tire inferior, consuming it can enhance physical constitution. The specific enhancement amplitude depends on the user's constitution. The weaker the constitution, the stronger the effect. Repeated consumption will weaken the effect. Just a lower grade dragon blood potion? Well, the subdragon blood's purity is too low, so successfully brewing it is already good enough. Without hesitation, Sunan poured the potion down his throat. The moment the potion entered his stomach, a surge of heat exploded and spread throughout his body. Sunan felt like his entire body was immersed in boiling magma, experiencing excruciating pain mixed with an undeniable thrill. It took about 4 to 5 minutes for the pain to gradually subside. Sunan was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his clothes completely soaked. But at this moment, he felt full of energy, his body brimming with inexhaustible strength, completely free from the previous feeling of weakness. Taking off his shirt, Sunan looked down at his body. His previously skinny body, where his ribs were clearly visible, was now much more muscular. He gently pressed his abdomen and could clearly feel the abdominal muscles beneath the thin layer of fat. He clenched his fist, and prominent muscle lines immediately appeared on his arm. Sunan opened his panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his constitution had increased from 0.7 to 2.6. An increase of 1.9. 2.6 constitution, that's almost equivalent to a probationary knight who has been training for 4 or 5 years. Sunan was filled with awe. A single potion had transformed him from a frail ordinary person to a powerful probationary knight. This was the power of wizard potions. And this was only a lower grade 0 tire potion. If he were to use an entry-level dragon blood potion, it might even allow an ordinary person to directly become a knight. Entry-level potions are still too far away for me. Now that I have the lower grade dragon blood potion, it's enough to fulfill the task. Chapter 4. The 5th attempt at potion making failed, and Sunan used up his last vial of dragon's blood. He didn't mind. He didn't need to present any physical proof, he himself was the best evidence. After a good night's sleep, Sunan found Kelly in the council chamber the next day. Kelly had just returned from a patrol and was still wearing his armor, looking weary. He and the other knight commanders were gathered in the hall, discussing how to deal with the black-scale lizard folk raids. The black-scale lizard folk usually invade during the frost-fall month, stealing food to survive the winter. Time is running out. Our scouts spotted their presence 10 kilometers north of the city yesterday. Those damn bandits, never changing their ways. My lord, give me 100-man squad, and I'll wipe them out. Kelly frowned. Blackstone City was just a small town, with only 500 soldiers in total. More than half of them were just militia who had undergone basic training and had never seen actual combat. They were fine for defending the city, but if they were sent to fight the black-scale lizard folk, they would likely crumble at the first encounter. Only 250 soldiers could be considered truly combat-worthy. That number was simply not enough to defend Blackstone City and its surrounding villages. Thinking about it, Kelly couldn't help but feel a headache. Besides Owen, the black-scale lizard folk were another threat he had to deal with. If he didn't handle it properly, Blackstone City would have a tough winter. While in the midst of his headache, Kelly caught sight of Sunan walking in. He gestured for his subordinates to keep quiet and looked towards Sunan. "What's the matter?" Sunan replied, "I've succeeded." Kelly was stunned for a moment before understanding what Sunan meant. He asked with a touch of skepticism, "You found a way to improve the strength of the army?" The others also realized what was happening and looked towards Sunan, their eyes filled with visible doubt. He had only been working on it for a day, and already he had found a feasible solution. This sounded too good to be true. Facing the doubtful gazes, Sunan didn't bother with explanations. He walked directly to a long table, grabbed the edge with one hand, and lifted. With a creak, the heavy table lifted off the ground and hovered about 20 centimeters above it, without a single tremor. The council members stared at the scene with wide eyes, their eyeballs almost popping out. It was common knowledge that Sunan was weak, unable to even hold a sword. But now, he was easily lifting a solid wood table that weighed at least 200 pounds, and it looked effortless. His strength was probably already on par with a probationary knight. Coming back to his senses, Kelly jumped to his feet, his face filled with delight as he looked at his younger brother. "What is this?" Sunan lowered the table and nodded with a smile, explaining, "I created a potion that can enhance the physical fitness of the human body. I took a bottle myself, and now my physical condition is roughly equivalent to a probationary knight. The potion's effect is stronger on those with weaker constitutions. It also works on official knights, but the effect will gradually weaken with multiple uses. To analyze this further, we need to collect more data." Kelly's eyes widened with each word. So, if he had enough potions, he could mass-produce probationary knights, even knights. If an ordinary person could become a probationary knight after taking the potion, then wouldn't it be possible for a probationary knight to become an official knight? Kelly was so excited that his face flushed red. Those who hadn't been a lord wouldn't understand how difficult it was to cultivate a knight in this era. An ordinary person would start training and building their physique from the age of 12. On average, it would take 4 to 5 years to build their physical strength to the point where they could start practicing breathing techniques and become a knight squire. A knight squire would then typically spend 4 to 5 years practicing breathing techniques before being promoted to a probationary knight. Following that, they would need another 7 to 8 years of training to condense their life seed and become an official knight. In total, it would take an average of 17 to 18 years to cultivate a knight. That was assuming they had the necessary aptitude. Those with poor aptitude might never be able to become a knight in their lifetime. Aside from that, the manpower and resources invested during the cultivation process were also a considerable expense. Therefore, even powerful noble families with land holdings often couldn't cultivate many knights. For example, even during its peak, Shining Light territory had no more than 100 knights in total. That was how precious a potion that could cultivate knights in a short period of time was. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, Kelly stared intensely at Sunan and asked with a serious expression, "What do you need me to do?" Sunan straightened his face and said, "Making this potion requires a large amount of black-scale lizard folk blood." "No problem." Kelly agreed without hesitation, I'll lead the army out to giant the black-scaled lizard folk tomorrow." He paused for a moment before quickly stepping in front of Sunan, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I never thought the legendary techniques of the wizard were real. I apologize for doubting you before. It was my mistake." Sunan smiled slightly. "There's no need to bring that up between family." Kei's smile became brighter, and he nodded vigorously. "Well said. Together, we brothers will eventually reclaim Shining Light territory and avenge Father." Sunan nodded solemnly, but his heart remained calm. Now that he had the goal of becoming a wizard, he had no interest in ruling the world. He just wanted to cultivate quietly, achieve longevity, and live to witness the elemental resurgence and the age of wizards 1,000 years from now. Although his heart thought this way, he still needed to put on a good show in front of his elder brother. After all, a wizard's cultivation required vast resources, and having a lord brother would make it much easier and faster to gather them. Therefore, Sunan's goal was clear. He would work on improving the territory's strength to turn it into a logistical platform for gathering resources, while also cultivating his own strength, aiming to become an official wizard as soon as possible. On the other side, the commanders had also recovered from their shock and looked at each other in disbelief. None of them had imagined that the legendary techniques of the wizards were real. To be able to turn an ordinary person into a probationary knight in just a day, this kind of power was truly awe-inspiring. For a moment, everyone looked at Sunan with a mix of admiration and awe. Following that came a wave of intense excitement. With such a miraculous potion, the territory could finally grow stronger. So when Kei gave the order to hunt down the black-scaled lizard folk the next day, all the commanders responded with excited expressions. They had never wanted to face those damn bandits so much. The black-scaled lizard folk, which they had once despised, now looked like walking, valuable potions in their eyes. They were all potential resources for becoming stronger. End. Chapter 5. The next morning, Kei, leading his army, stormed out of the city, heading out on a grand jaunt for the black-scaled lizard folk. Sunan, as always, stayed in his room, attending to his own affairs. In his study, with the windows and doors tightly shut, a bright yellow candle flickered and danced. Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed. After about 2 hours, he ended his meditation and opened his eyes. On his panel, the starring meditation method proficiency had increased by 5 points. His spiritual power had also increased by 0,01. At this rate, it will take about half a year to construct the first star ring. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. According to the description in that introductory book, without external help, most wizard apprentices would take 2 to 3 years to construct their first star ring. Wizard apprentices with exceptional aptitude could shorten this time to about a year. From this perspective, even excluding the enhancement effect of the silver moon flower essence, his aptitude could be considered quite exceptional. After all, in most games, players with data panels were all unparalleled geniuses compared to natives. However, Sunan was still not satisfied. It would take half a year to construct the first star ring, and it would take even longer for the second and third. Calculating it all, it would probably take 3 to 4 years to become a second-rank wizard apprentice. Wouldn't it take 10 or 20 years to become a third-rank wizard apprentice? What about becoming an official wizard? 100 years? It should be noted that the lifespan of a wizard apprentice was not much longer than that of an ordinary person. Without undergoing physical transformation, their lifespan would not exceed 200 years at most. Only by becoming a wizard and breaking through the shackles, with the life essence being elevated, could their lifespan be significantly extended. Sunan's goal was to become a wizard before his life ended, so that he could live until the elemental revival 1,000 years later. I still need to further improve the efficiency of my meditation. Sunan got up and went to the bookshelf, taking out Complete Guide to Zero-Tier Potions. This book recorded 18 different zero-tier potion formulas. Apart from the Dragon Blood Potion, there were also Brute Force Potion, Healing Potion, Swiftness Potion, Light Sensitivity Potion, and so on. The one that interested Sunan the most was a zero-tier potion called the Lower Grade Revitalization Potion. This potion's effect was similar to that of the Silver Moon Flower Essence, both boosting spiritual activity, but it was much stronger than the latter, considered an upgraded version of the Silver Moon Flower Essence. If I have lower grade revitalization potion to assist my meditation, I can become a second-rank wizard apprentice in a year or two at most. Sunan's heart burned with excitement. However, when he saw the materials needed to make lower grade revitalization potion, his excitement cooled down. While materials like the pure heart grass, dragon's eye mint, and black spotted python bone powder were precious, they could be found if he was willing to put in the time. The sap of the mind enlightenment tree, however, was a headache. In Sunan's limited game memory, the mind enlightenment tree seemed to only exist in the Golden Sparrow Empire in the south. Millions of kilometers away, he had no way of obtaining the sap of the mind enlightenment tree. I can only try to see if I can use Silver Moon Flower Essence as a substitute. The main function of the mind enlightenment tree sap was to enhance spiritual activity, similar to the Silver Moon Flower Essence. Using Silver Moon Flower Essence as a substitute had a high probability of working. The key was that the Silver Moon Flower wasn't a particularly rare item. 1 silver coin could buy a flower. However, whether it would work or not still needed to be tested after gathering the other materials. Besides, among all zero-tier potions, lower-grade revitalization potion was one of the most difficult to make. Sunan estimated that he would need to reach at least level 2 in potion making before he could even attempt it. Otherwise, the success rate would be ridiculously low. For the time being, I'll use the lower-grade dragon blood potion to brush up on my proficiency. By the time I gather all the materials, my potion making should have reached level 2. Then I can experiment. Sunan put down Complete Guide to Zero-Tier Potions and took several spell model books off the shelf. The spell models left behind by his predecessor were only 4. They were Master's Hand, Acid Splash, Sleep Curse, and Flash. They were all the lowest level zero-ring spells without exception. But they happened to suit Sunan's current situation. If he switched to one-ring spells, he wouldn't be able to master them with his current spiritual power. Sunan opened the pages, which were filled with dense text and complex, intricate models. Spell models were the foundation for mastering spells. To cast a spell, one needed to first use spiritual power to construct the corresponding spell model, and then use the model to draw on energy particles, releasing them in a special way, which would become the so-called spell. Simply put, the spell model was like the CPU processor that transformed energy particles into various spells. It was just that this processor was extremely precise and complex, with countless spell circuits and nodes that could make one's scalp tingle. Even the simplest zero-ring spell model was far more complex than one could imagine. And each spell model involved several fields of knowledge. Take Master's Hand as an example, it involved energy circulation and force field energy conversion. To master Master's Hand, one would need to find books related to these two fields of knowledge, learn them, and master them. Therefore, the time a wizard apprentice took to learn a spell was often measured in years. But Sunan, this, Garby, slang for overpowered cheater, was an exception. With his player panel, he didn't need to understand the knowledge in the books or master any prerequisite knowledge. He could simply read the spell books and increase his learning progress. Even if he didn't understand a word. Similarly, he didn't need to painstakingly construct complex spell models in his mind. As long as his learning progress was maxed out, he could instantly master the spell, and the related knowledge would also be instantly understood. This was the advantage of being a player. Opening the Master's Hand spell model book, Sunan read it intently. After about half an hour, a line of text slowly appeared before him. Reading Master's Hand spell model, Master's Hand learning progress must 0,08%. In the days that followed, Sunan spent his days meditating and reading spell books. Occasionally, he would take a break to process the black-scale lizard folk corpses that Kay sent back, extracting their blood to make lower-grade dragon blood potion. As his skill proficiency increased, his potion-making skills became more proficient, and his success rate gradually improved. In the end, he was able to make a bottle of lower-grade dragon blood potion from an average of 3 portions of subdragon's blood. Over the course of half a month, he had already accumulated 11 bottles of lower-grade dragon blood potion. When Kelly returned to the inner castle council hall of Blackstone City, dusty and weary, he was greeted by Sunan and the potions lined up neatly on the table. "This is the potion you mentioned that can enhance physique?" Kelly picked up a potion, looking at the crimson liquid swaying in the transparent glass bottle, his face filled with amazement. The knights around him all stretched their necks to look at the potion on the table, their eyes shining with eagerness. After all, according to Sunan, these potions had effects even for official knights. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Chapter 6, Knowledge is Power. "All the potions I made this time are here, I'll leave it to you, brother, to distribute," Sunan said. "Thanks for your hard work." Kelly slapped Sunan's shoulder with an excited face. He then looked at the potions on the table, thought for a while, and asked, "How effective are these potions on a great knight?" "Very limited," Sunan answered without hesitation. "It can only increase a great knight's constitution by about 1 to 2%. "I see." Kelly shook his head with some disappointment. This potion was too wasteful for him to take. He thought for a moment, then turned around and called out, "Jordan." "Yes, sir." The knight who was called by name took a step forward with a joyful expression. Kelly picked up a bottle of potion and tossed it to Jordan. "Drink it." Jordan didn't hesitate. He pulled the cork open and poured the bright red liquid into his mouth. The next moment, his skin visibly turned red, his veins bulged, and his face contorted in pain. Fortunately, it only lasted for less than 2 minutes before Jordan's body returned to normal. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead, but his expression was full of excitement. Such a magical effect. "I feel like I've become much stronger, and my reaction speed has also increased." Jordan excitedly gestured with his hands and feet. Sunan nodded silently. The lower-grade dragon blood potion should enhance a probationary knight's constitution by around 0.7 to 0.9 points. Keep in mind, the constitution of a probationary knight is only between 8 and 10. A 10% increase in constitution is already a huge boost. For a great knight, it would probably only increase their constitution by 0.2 to 0.3 points. But this was only a zero-order, low-grade, lower-grade dragon blood potion. When the potion-making skill improves and the quality of the materials increases, naturally, it will be possible to make dragon blood potions with better effects. Seeing Jordan's transformation, the eyes of the surrounding knights all lit up, and they looked at the potions on the table with even more intense desire. Kelly also had a joyful smile on his face. He thought for a moment and said, "Go and call Nelson, Cardi, Norden, all of them." Kelly named 7 names in succession. These were all the probationary knights who had followed their 2 brothers away from Shining Light City. They were the fighting force their father had left to them, and their loyalty was guaranteed. Naturally, the lower-grade dragon blood potions were prioritized for these men. Immediately, a knight turned around to pass on the order. The other knights were somewhat disappointed, but quickly regained their composure. They were all aware that it was more beneficial to use the potion on the probationary knights than on themselves, which would only slightly increase their strength. If they could strengthen a few knights, that would be even better for Blackstone City. Especially as the black-scale lizard folk were on the verge of invading Blackstone City. Even 3 or 4 more knights could greatly alleviate the shortage of manpower in Blackstone City. Soon, 7 selected probationary knights were brought to the council hall. After taking the lower-grade dragon blood potion, 3 of the 7 immediately condensed their life seeds, breaking through to become official knights. The remaining 4, while they didn't break through, looked like they were not far from becoming knights. All 7 were excited, their faces flushed red. Kelly encouraged the 7 with a few words, then looked around at everyone, his expression solemn. "The potion is crucial. Without my permission, no one present is allowed to reveal the potion's existence to others. Anyone who violates this order will be punished by military law." Everyone's expressions turned solemn, and they responded in unison. They were not stupid, they knew what this potion represented. Not to mention anything else, if the rebel from Shining Light City learned of the existence of the lower-grade dragon blood potion, he would undoubtedly attack Blackstone City without hesitation, never allowing them to grow peacefully. Sunan wanted to remind everyone, but seeing that his brother had considered everything, he didn't say anything else. He took a list out of his pocket and handed it to Keddy. "Brother, help me collect the materials on this list, as much as you can get. And also, keep an eye out for wizardry tomes." "No problem." Keddy readily agreed. After witnessing the magic of the lower-grade dragon blood potion, he no longer had any doubts about the wizard's methods, only awe and admiration. Now, he wanted to fulfill all his younger brother's requests, so that he could concentrate on research and create potions even more potent than the lower-grade dragon blood potion. As the month of Frostfall arrived, the weather became even colder. Blackstone City had already taken on a touch of autumn. The thin white breath exhaled by the militia in the cold air shrouded the city walls, forming clouds. Many militia huddled behind the parapets, rubbing their hands to fight off the cold, occasionally peering out at the distance. Suddenly, one of them stood up abruptly, widening his eyes to look at the distance, then shouted loudly, "There are scout cavalry coming." Judging from the direction, they're coming from Castle Village. Several militia quickly lowered the baskets, preparing to receive the men. 10 minutes later, a loud alarm bell echoed across Blackstone City. Everyone heard the sound. In his study, Sunan looked up, his expression moving slightly. The black-scale lizard folk have finally arrived. Since last month, Blackstone City had been preparing for the invasion of the black-scale lizard folk, temporarily relocating the residents of the more distant villages within the city. The closer villages were guarded by soldiers. At the same time, Kelly donned his armor and sat in the city of Blackstone, ready to lead the army at any moment to exterminate the black-scale lizard folk. In previous years, the atmosphere in Blackstone City would always be very heavy at this time. After all, the invasion of the black-scale lizard folk would cause considerable losses to Blackstone City. Casualties, destroyed buildings, trampled fields, all these losses would take a whole spring to recover. In the war against the black-scale lizard folk, Blackstone City would not benefit at all. Regardless of victory or defeat, it would always be a drain on their resources. But this year was different. The existence of the lower-grade dragon blood potion meant that the blood of the black-scale lizard folk became nourishment for the Blackstone City army to grow stronger. With each black-scale lizardman killed, the Blackstone City army would have one more chance to become stronger. Blackstone City already had the capital to grow stronger through war. Under these circumstances, the black-scale lizard folk invasion was no longer simply a disaster for Blackstone City, but an opportunity. As long as they could get a lot of black-scale lizard folk corpses, Blackstone City could have a large number of probationary knights and even knights next year. With profit as the driving force, the army could naturally burst forth with several times their morale and enthusiasm. Sunan could already imagine the faces of those knight commanders, full of excitement as they charged towards the black-scale lizard folk. Just as zero-order potion can turn the tide for Blackstone City. Knowledge is power, this saying is indeed true. Sunan's eyes twinkled, he lowered his head and continued to look at the book. On the slightly yellowed page, the first line was written in black small characters, "Wisdom is the true source of a wizard's power." Chapter 7, The Fighting Strength of a Wizard Apprentice. At the end of the Frostfall month, November, the first snow fell. Blackstone City was covered in a blanket of white, a vast expanse of snow. On this day, Sunan's progress in learning Master's Hand reached 100%. Master's Hand learning progress has reached 100%, obtaining Master's Hand. A surge of information flooded his mind. Sunan closed his eyes to digest it, then opened them and looked at the book on the table, his lips moving slightly as he uttered a string of strange syllables. The moment the sound rang out, the book trembled slightly, then slowly floated up, moving slowly up, down, left, and right as he followed it with his gaze. The effect of Master's Hand is to make distant objects float and move at will. To outsiders, it looks like an invisible ghostly hand is moving objects. That's how the name Master's Hand came about. Among the numerous zero-level spells, Master's Hand is one of the most practical. Whether it's surgical experiments or potion making, using Master's Hand to assist can save a lot of effort. In combat, Master's Hand can also be used to remotely control weapons to attack enemies. As for the effective distance for controlling objects and the weight it can withstand, it depends on the caster's mastery of the spell and their spiritual power. This was also why Sunan chose Master's Hand as his first spell. With Master's Hand, making potions and extracting lizardman blood will be much easier in the future. Which spell should I choose for the second one? Sunan thought for a moment, and 3 spell books automatically floated out of the bookshelf and landed on the table. Acid Splash, Sleep Curse, and Flashing Spell. The effects of all 3 spells are easy to understand, and their names reveal their purpose. After pondering for a while, Sunan decided to learn Sleep Curse first. He had caught and experimented on a lot of small animals to increase the progress of learning biological modification. If he mastered Sleep Curse, it would undoubtedly make experimenting a lot easier. Anyway, the black-scale lizardman had retreated, and his territory didn't need him to participate in combat, so there was no need to rush to learn offensive spells. In fact, the combat strength of level 1 wizard apprentices is generally not strong. When they first become apprentices, they are just people with stronger spiritual power than ordinary people. They can manipulate energy particles in the outside world, store them in their bodies, and form the concept of magical power, like a newbie. Later, as their spiritual power increases through meditation, their bodies will gradually become stronger due to the subtle infiltration and improvement of energy particles. At this stage, a level 1 wizard apprentice is not much stronger than a probationary knight. Compared to probationary knights, they just have some spell resistance, but they are far inferior to knight-level individuals. Only after mastering 2 or 3 offensive spells can a level 1 wizard apprentice truly become combat-ready, possessing the strength to fight a formal knight. This situation will continue until they become a level 2 wizard apprentice. Level 2 wizard apprentices can manipulate energy particles to a basic level, which is enough to strengthen their physicality to a high level. If they also use spells, even a peak knight would find it difficult to match them, and only a great knight-level powerhouse can resist them. In addition, level 2 wizard apprentices can also make contracts with magical companions and use magical items. A level 2 wizard apprentice with a magical companion and combat-oriented magical items would even be feared by a great knight. At this point, the gap between wizard apprentices and knights truly begins to show. Collecting his thoughts, Sunan picked up the book Sleep Curse and began to read. Reading Sleep Curse Spell Model, Sleep Curse Learning Progress Must 0,08%. Reading Sleep Curse Spell Model, Sleep Curse Learning Progress Must 0,08%. Time flew by. After the Frostfall month, the coldest and hardest to endure month of the year, the sleep month, December, passed. On the 5th day before the end of December, the black-scale lizardmen finally retreated in defeat, leaving behind them a trail of snowflakes. This war, which had lasted for over 2 months, came to an end. After a 5-day break, Blackstone City welcomed the first day of the winter harp month, January, of the starlight calendar 1249. This day was the new year of the Stasia Principality. The cold wind howled, but it could not conceal the festive atmosphere in the city. Everywhere you looked, houses were decorated with lanterns and red banners. Children ran around in groups, their faces flushed red from the cold wind, but they still giggled incessantly. In a keep, banquet hall, young maids bustled back and forth, constantly serving up delicious ham, cheese, nuts, and wine onto the tables. Knights gathered around the tables, drinking and laughing, occasionally bursting into uproarious laughter. Old Gila directed the servants to arrange the hall. As he caught sight of this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In previous years, due to the losses caused by the black-scale lizardmen, the former lord and generals were overwhelmed. Where would they have the time to hold a New Year's banquet? But this year was completely different. He had heard from Knight Jotun that they had dealt a heavy blow to the lizardmen bandits this year, and they hadn't even survived the first snowfall before fleeing back to their lair. The surrounding villages had suffered little to no damage. Because of this, On the first day of the new year, the serfs sent all kinds of agricultural products to the inner keep to express their gratitude to the Lord. However, what puzzled old Gila was that he had heard that this was all thanks to Master Sunan. The knights and generals he knew all spoke of this matter, and when they mentioned Master Sunan, they all spoke with immense respect. This left old Gila puzzled. After living in Blackstone City for decades, he had a faint feeling that some kind of positive change was happening in this city. The Lord and Master Sunan are here. A sudden cry rang out. The hall instantly fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. Kei and Sunan walked into the hall side by side. Both were dressed in formal attire. Their faces, which were about 70% similar, were equally handsome. Kei, the elder brother, was tall and strong, with full, rounded muscles all over his body, and hard lines, like a perfect sculpture from ancient Greece. Sunan, the younger brother, while still thin, no longer looked weak, and his whole body exuded a lean and vigorous aura. His eyes, in particular, were as deep and bright as stars, making it difficult to meet his gaze. The arrival of the two brothers instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lord. Master Sunan. The knights all bowed respectfully. The way they addressed Sunan had also changed from Master to Master Sunan, indicating their respect. Kei strode to the front of the crowd and raised the goblet in his hand. We've all worked hard this past year. Tonight, let's all drink a fill of good wine and enjoy the delicious food. The knights all cheered loudly, their boisterous sounds almost threatening to overturn the roof. Sunan watched this scene quietly, picking up a glass of fruit wine from the table and taking a sip. After 2 months of energy particle immersion, his physicality had increased to 2,79, almost reaching the peak of a probationary knight. Moreover, because he could absorb energy particles, he didn't have to eat as much as other probationary knights, who needed large amounts of food to replenish the essence consumed during training. If he needed to, he could even go months without eating. Now, he ate more to satisfy his hunger. As soon as Sunan finished his glass of wine, Kei walked over to him. Why aren't you drinking with everyone else? I prefer to be quiet on my own. Kei knew his younger brother's temperament and didn't say anything more. He smiled and said, I have good news for you. I found what you wanted, and it should already be in your courtyard. Chapter 8, Lower Grade Revitalization Potion. 2024-08-09. Sunan had never been particularly interested in banquets, and now that he had found the thing he had been yearning for, he had even less desire to stay. After a few words with Kei, he left the banquet hall early and returned to his courtyard. As soon as he entered, Sunan saw 2 boxes placed in the courtyard. He used Master's hand to move the 2 boxes into his study and then opened them to examine them carefully. One of the boxes contained more than a dozen books. On the dark hardcovers, intricate and irregular lines formed words that only wizards, apprentices, could understand. Fatigue's touch, detecting toxicity, lockpicking, enchanting humans, shield technique, analysis of heterogeneous life forms, necrotic rebirth, negative energy principle. Of the 12 books, 5 were spell model books, while the rest were various professional knowledge books. Among these 5 spells, enchanting humans and shield technique were both first-ring spells. First-ring spells? Sunan's eyes lit up with excitement. Enchanting humans and shield technique were both very practical first-ring spells. Shield technique, in particular, was a life-saving spell that almost every wizard apprentice had to learn. Unfortunately, to learn a first-ring spell, one's spiritual power had to reach at least 10 points. He was still far from that. Although the wizards have abandoned this world, they left behind many books, magical items, and even legacies, Sunan mused. These things are useless to ordinary people, they can't even understand them. But for wizard apprentices, they are precious treasures. Sunan smiled. As long as they were willing to spend time and have enough financial resources, any wizard apprentice could actually collect enough knowledge in this world to advance to a formal wizard. Of course, resources were another matter. Although the 2 first ring spells were temporarily out of reach, the 3 zero-ring spells were not a problem. Soon An put away the spellbooks, planning to study them slowly later. He then flipped through the remaining professional knowledge books one by one, but unfortunately, none of them triggered the corresponding skills. It seemed that these knowledge were not categorized as skills. I'll keep them and read them slowly when I have time. It's good to expand my knowledge, Soon An sighed in disappointment, putting the books away. He then opened the other box. The box was crammed with various small boxes, of different sizes. Soon An opened them one by one. As expected, the boxes contained various preserved materials. Calm Heart Herb, Dragon Eye Mint, Black Spotted Python Bone Powder, they are all materials for making the lower grade revitalization potion. After finally counting them, except for the Mind Enlightenment Tree Sap, all the materials for making the lower grade revitalization potion were complete. Moreover, the amount was quite substantial, enough to make 40 or 50 potions. With so many materials, I should be able to research a new version of the lower grade revitalization potion. Soon An was immediately eager to get started, and he took the materials and went straight to the laboratory. The progress bar for the starring meditation method was already more than halfway completed. If he had the lower grade revitalization potion to assist him, he would be able to construct the first star ring soon. Arriving at the laboratory, Soon An lit the candles and went straight to the long table filled with beakers and test tubes. In the past 3 months, he had made at least 200 lower grade dragon blood potions. His potion making had already reached level 2, more than sufficient for zero-order potion experiments. So, in addition to his meditation and spell practice, Soon An now had an extra job, potion experiments. He continuously synthesized different purity and volume of silver moonflower essence, experimenting with its compatibility with other materials, and exploring the optimal proportions for its substitutes. Starlight Calendar 1249, Revitalization Moon, February. Since the black-scale lizard folk had completely retreated to their lair in the red-horned wasteland, Blackstone City, free from threats, had become completely relaxed. Kelly focused his attention on managing the territory. Because Blackstone City was located in the south, the climate was warmer, and the snow that had accumulated at the beginning of the month was beginning to melt. It was expected that they could start sowing and tilling by spring dawn moon, March. Kelly had ordered the militia to build irrigation canals in the territory early, bringing in river water to prepare for the farming in spring dawn moon. With the irrigation of the river water, this year's harvest was bound to be excellent. In addition, Kelly also encouraged the serfs in the territory to fish in their spare time, using the river water as a way to increase the territory's income. After a battle with the black-scale lizard folk, the Blackstone City army had not weakened, but rather increased in strength. Under the effect of the lower-grade dragon blood potion, the number of knights had increased from the original 9 to 21. Moreover, this number was expected to increase steadily over the next 2 months until they ran out of accumulated black-scale lizard folk blood. This brought about a significant increase in the territory's meat consumption. After all, a knight could eat 30 or 40 pounds of meat a day if they ate their fill. The beef and mutton from Blackstone City alone was not enough, so they had to find ways to increase fishing. However, fishing could only slightly alleviate the food problem. Kelly had to spend money to buy large amounts of meat from other cities. In addition, his younger brother's research was also a huge expense. Just last month's batch of antiques and materials had cost him tens of gold coins, almost equivalent to Blackstone City's monthly tax revenue. It made Kelly's heart ache as if it were bleeding. But considering the long-term development of the territory, Soon An's research funding could not be cut off. Kelly, the Lord, had been worrying about how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure these days, losing a lot of hair over it. Soon An, who was locked in his laboratory wholeheartedly studying potions, was oblivious to this. Mid-revitalization moon. After tireless experimentation and research, Soon An finally created the first bottle of lower-grade revitalization potion. Lower-grade revitalization potion, zero-order inferior quality, increases spiritual vitality after consumption, lasts for 15 days and 4 hours, stacking has no effect, it's finally done. Looking at the beautiful silver blue liquid in the potion bottle, Sunan let out a sigh of relief. With the help of the synthesis cube, he could precisely control the invigorating effect of the silver moon flower essence, allowing it to approach the effect of mind enlightenment tree sap infinitely, reaching the level of becoming a substitute. The entire experiment process was basically about constantly adjusting the proportions of the materials, and it went exceptionally smoothly. That was why Sunan was able to make the new version of the lower-grade revitalization potion so quickly. Without hesitation, he immediately drank the potion, then sat down and began to meditate. A cool sensation like mint suddenly spread from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. In an instant, Sunan felt as if he were floating at the bottom of a cool lake, with an indescribable sense of peace. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body radiating with vitality. This was the positive effect brought by the slight increase in spiritual power in a short period of time. Sunan immediately opened his personal panel. Sunan, honest, human male, 16 years old, spirit 2,82/constitution 2,94, skills starring meditation method level 1, 750 DE 1000, potion making level 2, 289 DE 3000, my spiritual power has increased by 0,03, and my proficiency in the starring meditation method has increased by 25 points, Sunan exclaimed in delight. This efficiency was almost 5 times that of before. Sure enough, the effect of the potion is much better than just using plant essence. Sunan was overjoyed. At this rate, he would be able to construct the first star ring in 10 days. Chapter 9, Blackstone Mine Area. 2024-08-09. 10 days later. In the meditation chamber, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground. In the void invisible to the naked eye, countless energy particles, as if being pulled by an invisible force, rushed into his body. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the star ring was mostly solidified, with only a tiny bit remaining translucent. As the energy particles continued to fill it, this last bit of illusion also visibly disappeared. The moment the last bit of illusion solidified, the entire star ring suddenly burst into brilliance and trembled slightly. For a moment, Sunan felt a clear chime in his mind, his spirit instantly becoming clear. It worked. Sunan opened his eyes, a genuine smile of joy spreading across his face. It had been nearly half a year since he started cultivating the starring meditation method, and he had finally built his first star ring. Coming out of his joy, Sunan immediately looked at the panel. Spiritual power 3,60/constitution 3,25, spiritual power increased by 0,78, and constitution increased by 0,31. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Even with the help of the lower-grade revitalization potion, it would take him about a month to increase his spiritual power this much. The boost from building the star ring was indeed significant. In terms of constitution, Sunan now surpassed probationary knights. However, he was still far from the 8-point constitution standard for official knighthood. After all, he hadn't cultivated any breathing techniques. If I cultivate a breathing technique now, my progress shouldn't be slow. Breathing techniques and constitution were mutually beneficial. The faster the progress in breathing techniques, the faster constitution would increase. The same applied in reverse. With Sunan's current constitution, he might be able to cultivate a breathing technique to a small degree within a month. However, while this was true, he didn't intend to do so. Wizards had plenty of ways to enhance their constitution, there was no need to waste time and energy cultivating breathing techniques. He would rather spend that time increasing the learning progress of his magic technique skills. Sunan's mind moved, and he opened the magic technique list. Master's Hand Sleep Curse Acid Spray Flash Technique. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the lower-grade revitalization potion, his magic technique learning efficiency had increased by several times. In just 2 months, not only had he successfully mastered the sleep curse, but he had also learned acid spray and flash technique. He was currently working on the learning progress of the unlock technique. The knowledge domains involved in wizardry are mostly profound and require a lot of time to master. This is also the main reason why many talented wizard apprentices take centuries to become wizards. However, as long as there are enough resources, this time can be greatly shortened. Sunan muttered to himself. The reason why Starlight Continent had been abandoned by wizards was precisely because of the decline of the elements and the scarcity of resources, leaving wizards with no hope of increasing their power. If it weren't for his golden Fengua, the synthetic magic cube, it would be a pipe dream to become a wizard in today's Starlight Continent. Level 2 Starring Meditation Method upgrade requires 3.000 proficiency points, which is about 4 months. If I can keep the supply of lower-grade revitalization potions constantly, I can be promoted to second-rank wizard apprentice in 2 years at most. Sunan made an estimate. The cost of making a lower-grade revitalization potion was about 12 gold coins. Later, with increased proficiency, he should be able to reduce it to about 10 gold coins. 20 gold coins a month. It seems that Blackstone City's monthly tax revenue is only 40 or 50 gold coins, so this expense is not small. Sunan had considered synthesizing lower-grade revitalization potions, as it might significantly enhance their effect. Unfortunately, at Blackstone City's current income level, he couldn't afford to buy a large amount of materials at once to produce enough lower-grade revitalization potions. I'll discuss it with Big Brother. Sunan got up and left the meditation chamber. He encountered old Gale on the way, and upon inquiry, learned that Kelly was currently in the study. He then turned around and went straight to the study. However, when he found Kelly in the study, he discovered that the latter was also sighing and looking glum. Looking up and seeing Sunan, Kelly suppressed his gloom and forced a smile, asking, "It's you, Sunan? You've been shut up in the courtyard for days. Why are you willing to come out today?" "Big Brother, I have something to discuss with you." Sunan went straight to the point, directly stating his matter about purchasing materials. Upon hearing this, Kelly's face showed a wry smile. "There are still over 50 gold coins left in the account. I was originally planning to use them to buy armor, but since you need it, take it first." Sunan glanced at Kelly, and recalling his earlier worried look, he immediately understood. "Is the territory short of money?" Kelly didn't judge it and sighed, saying, "Recently, the number of knights in the territory has increased, and the food expenditure has increased significantly. Next month, we have to start farming, and we need to buy tools and seeds, which all cost money. The expenditure is indeed quite high. Are there any ways to increase revenue or reduce expenditure?" Reducing expenditure is not an option. If the territory wants to develop, saving money is impossible. Whether it's arming the army or developing the economy, we need gold coins. Kelly had always had the idea of building up his strength to retake Shining Light territory, so he naturally couldn't be content with being a lazy bum. As for increasing revenue, I have an idea. I plan to reopen the Blackstone Mine area. Blackstone Mine area? Sunan's expression shifted slightly. He remembered that Blackstone City used to be famous for its production of Blackstone iron. Blackstone iron was a high-quality metal that only needed simple refining to have the hardness of refined iron. It was a good material for forging armor and weapons. The name Blackstone City came from this. It was because of Blackstone iron that Blackstone City became one of the most prosperous cities in Gold Rock Province. However, later something happened, leading to the abandonment of the Blackstone mine area, and Blackstone City gradually declined. Speaking of which, why was the Blackstone mine area abandoned back then? Sunan asked in confusion. There was no special reason why the successive lords of Blackstone City would abandon a money-making tree that could continuously produce gold coins. According to the old soldiers in the city, it was because of a monster that appeared in the mine area. Monster? Kelly was prepared for this, and he took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the table. It depicted a jet black panther, but with clear stone patterns on its body and a metallic sheen, as if it were a creature entirely made of gold and stone. The previous lords called this monster the iron-swallowing beast. They feed on blackstone iron ore, and their bodies are as hard as blackstone iron, with the combat power comparable to that of a beginner knight, making them very difficult to deal with. Are there many of these monsters? Sunan asked. Although knight-level monsters were terrifying, they shouldn't have caused the successive lords to back down. If all else failed, they could just spend a few hundred gold coins to hire a great knight to deal with them. Unless the number of monsters was extremely large, or there were other reasons. As expected, Kelly continued, there aren't many monsters, probably only 20 or 30. The key is that iron-swallowing beasts are very cunning. Once they sense danger, they will burrow into the rock wall and escape. They are very fast, and even great knights can't stop them. Without clearing these monsters, the mine area can't be operated normally. Monsters that burrow? Sunan raised an eyebrow. This was indeed difficult to deal with. Of course, this was only relative to ordinary people. If that's all, there might be a way to deal with them. The words that came out of Sunan's mouth startled Keddy. It took him a while to react, and he excitedly stood up. You have a way to deal with the iron-swallowing beasts? Sunan pondered for a moment. We can try. Although Sunan didn't make 100% guarantee, it was already enough to make Keddy overjoyed. You see, the thing he was most worried about during this period was the lack of gold coins. If he could reopen the Blackstone mine area, all problems would be solved. Chapter 10. The Blackstone mine area, located southwest of Blackstone City, encompassed over 10 minefields, covering a vast area. The shallow veins had been exhausted, hollowing out the surrounding cliffs, forming an inward-facing valley. Looking from the entrance, countless patches of red-grey and lee-black rocks filled the view. The valley was littered with mine carts and rails, evidence of the previous lord's substantial investment in the construction of this mine area. Sadly, decades had passed, leaving it a desolate and cold ruin, the carts and rails covered in rust and ash. Keddy and Sunan stood side by side at the entrance, surveying the environment. Behind them followed over 10 knights and hundreds of soldiers. Out of concern for the Blackstone mine area, Kelly had deployed nearly half of Blackstone City's forces. Of course, ordinary soldiers wouldn't be of much use in this operation. Their task was to guard the retreat and ensure logistics. The real fighting force consisted of Sunan, Kelly, and the dozen knights. Are you sure about this? Jordan cast a glance at the dark entrance of the mine, muttering in a concerned tone, the old soldiers say those iron-eating beasts are very powerful. With only this small force, wouldn't it be a bit too risky to go in? Hearing this, the other knights exchanged glances. To be honest, they were all surprised when they heard the Lord say they were going to clear out the iron-eating beasts in the Blackstone mine area. Everyone in Blackstone City knew about the Blackstone mine area, and they had heard some rumors. It was said that several previous lords had attempted to deal with the situation in the Blackstone mine area, but all had failed, even losing considerable manpower. Gradually, no one dared to touch the Blackstone mine area again. No one expected Kelly to suddenly decide to restart the Blackstone mine area. If it weren't for Master Sunan saying he had a way to deal with the iron-eating beasts, they would have voiced their objections long ago. Even so, many of them were still feeling apprehensive. Jordan, if you keep shaking the army's morale, I'll punish you by forbidding you from drinking for a month. Kelly turned around and glared at him. Jordan flinched and shut his mouth sheepishly. He loved all kinds of fine wines and spirits, and wouldn't be able to live without them. Forbidding him from drinking for a month was tantamount to a death sentence. Seeing Jordan fall silent, Kelly turned back to the mine shaft, his heart actually a little unsettled. After all, he had never seen an iron-eating beast with his own eyes. What if these monsters were even more terrifying than the old soldiers described? That would be a disaster. However, after glancing at Sunan beside him, Kelly chose to trust his brother and didn't reveal his inner worry. Sunan touched the scale armor on his body. It was the only piece of scale armor in Blackstone City, more valuable than a full set of fine iron armor. It had originally belonged to Kelly, but Kelly, fearing something might happen to his brother, insisted on putting it on him. He also gave him a long sword. Although Sunan's swordsmanship was abysmal, it was better than nothing. Let's go. With Kelly's order, everyone lit their torches and entered the mine shaft one by one, leaving only the soldiers to guard the entrance. The shallow veins of the Blackstone mine area had already been exhausted. Later, several deep shafts were dug deeper underground to mine the lower layers. The mine shafts crisscrossed under the rock formations. Every few hundred meters, they could see an oil lamp hanging on the rock wall. The oil inside had long since evaporated. Some knights carried leather bags and poured oil into the lamps, then lit them. Soon, the mine tunnels were illuminated by a series of flickering flames, outlining a winding path in stark contrast to the dark shadows, guiding everyone forward. As they went deeper, everyone gradually slowed their pace. These underground tunnels were uneven and the lighting was dim. If one wasn't careful, they could easily stumble and break their heads. Although everyone present was a knight, their bodies were strong, but no one wanted to fall flat on their faces. There was silence all around. Besides the sound of their footsteps and breathing, no other sounds could be heard. The cold, deserted underground was devoid of any sign of life. If a normal person were to walk alone in such a place, they would instinctively feel a chill run down their spine. After walking a distance, the surrounding rock walls finally changed. A knight held a torch close to the rock wall, and by the firelight, they could clearly see a layer of deep, cold black coating the surface of the rock. It's black iron ore. Jordan's eyes lit up. He didn't need to say anything. Everyone present could see it. They immediately became more cautious. Further ahead lay the unmined vein layers. The miners of that time might have encountered iron-eating beasts up ahead and been forced to stop mining. In other words, they were about to encounter their target soon. All as it turned out, their hunch was right. After walking another 400 to 500 meters, everyone soon heard a rustling sound coming from ahead, like something was moving along the ground. "Prepare yourselves. Get ready for battle," Kelly said in a low voice. Everyone raised their weapons, looking ahead with a grim expression, ready for battle. Soon, a series of feline creatures emerged from the darkness. They gracefully stepped out of the darkness into the range of the torches, staring at the intruders with a pair of grey, gem-like eyes. Iron-eating beasts. They looked exactly like the portraits Sunan had seen. More iron-eating beasts emerged from the darkness, and a cursory count revealed more than 10. Several pairs of eyes, emitting faint light, flickered beyond the line of light and shadow. More than 10 iron-eating beasts formed a semicircular encirclement, surrounding everyone. These beasts have quite the appetite. It seems they want to keep us all here, Nightbread said in a low voice, tightening his grip on his huge steel shield. He was the strongest knight in Blackstone City, second only to Kei, and was just one step away from becoming a senior knight. He was over 2 meters tall, specialized in shield techniques, and was known as a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Seeing the iron-eating beasts up close, Bread could sense that their strength was no more than the level of a junior knight. He instantly felt a lot more relaxed. If that's the case, it would be a good thing. I'm just afraid these beasts might run away. Kelly also saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Over 10 junior knight-level monsters, their current lineup was enough to handle them. The problem was how to stop these iron-eating beasts from escaping. Reality didn't give them time to think. The iron-eating beasts quickly launched their attack, leaping towards the crowd. Battle erupted in an instant. The tunnels were filled with the constant clang of metal on metal. Bread raised his shield and smashed an iron-eating beast away. It flew out over 10 meters, slammed into the rock wall with a bang, and stone dust fell down in a shower. But after getting up, the iron-eating beast just shook its head and continued to pounce. Seeing this, Bread's brow furrowed. On the other side, the knights were also caught in a fierce battle. The iron-eating beasts' bodies were incredibly tough. Even swords imbued with martial energy could only leave a barely noticeable crack when they struck them. Only Kei, a senior knight, could inflict significant damage on the iron-eating beasts. If it weren't for the narrow tunnel that restricted the iron-eating beasts' movement and prevented them from using their swift and agile speed, things would have been even harder to deal with. The battle was not as easy as they had expected. They were deadlocked. At this moment, Sunan made his move. He uttered strange syllables, pointed his finger, and instantly a basketball-sized ball of acid materialized at his fingertips. It flew out and accurately hit an iron-eating beast, splashing it in the face. Sizzle. Sizzle. White smoke, pungent and acrid, instantly billowed from the iron-eating beast's face. It rolled wildly on the ground, trying to rub off the corrosive liquid. Attack spells didn't come in weak varieties. Although Acid Splash was just a zero-ring spell, its corrosive properties were even more terrifying than Aqua Regia. A drop the size of a chicken egg was enough to completely dissolve a normal adult male, leaving no trace. Even though the iron-eating beast's body was incredibly tough, if a vital spot was hit by such an attack, it would not be comfortable. Clang! A figure flashed forward, thrusting his sword into the wound on the iron-eating beast's face. With a burst of force, the iron-eating beast's head exploded. Its headless body swayed in place for a few moments before collapsing with a thud. Kelly drew his long sword, turned back, and glanced at Sunan with surprise. The other knights couldn't hide their shock either. They had personally experienced how tough the iron-eating beast's bodies were. They were harder than real black iron. Yet, this incredibly tough body was corroded away in a few breaths. What terrifying power was this? If they were to receive such a blow, what would happen? Just thinking about that scene, everyone present felt their scalps tingling. Was this the power of a wizard? Chapter 11, Puppet Creature. While everyone was still shocked by Sunan's thunderous methods, the man himself wasn't satisfied yet. If my spiritual power was a bit higher, I could have killed that iron-eating beast with that acidic splash, he grumbled. With a flick of his wrist, Sunan fired another acidic splash, which zipped through the air like an arrow and struck an iron-eating beast. Sizzle sizzle. Although the beast dodged in time, it was still hit on its flank, instantly having half of its waist and abdomen corroded away. Its movements were inevitably hindered. Seizing this opportunity, Kelly dashed forward, cleaving the iron-eating beast in two with a single swing of his sword. The two brothers worked in perfect harmony, taking down 4 iron-eating beasts in a short time. Seeing this, the morale of the group soared. The iron-eating beasts seemed to sense the danger and began to retreat. Noticing this, Kelly hurriedly shouted, "Don't let them escape, stop them." The knights charged forward to intercept the beasts. Sunan narrowed his eyes, aiming a sleep curse at the last iron-eating beast lagging behind. However, to his surprise, the beast remained completely unaffected. The spell didn't work. Sunan was stunned. At that moment, one of the iron-eating beasts suddenly leaped, colliding with the rock wall like it was diving into water, disappearing without a trace. The whole process was so smooth that everyone was caught off guard. The other iron-eating beasts followed suit, all vanishing into the rock walls. Seeing the last beast leaping towards the wall, Sunan, still in a daze, finally reacted, his eyes flashing with a faint, green light. In an instant, the iron-eating beast's graceful leap came to an abrupt halt, its entire body frozen in mid-air, as if caught by an invisible giant hand, unable to touch either the ground or the wall. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from the invisible constraint. "Take it down," Sunan ordered in a low voice. The group, still staring at the bizarre sight in front of them, finally came to their senses and all launched their attacks. Clack! The iron-eating beast in mid-air instantly shattered into pieces. "Sunan, you just..." Kelly looked at Sunan, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident in his expression. If the lower-grade dragon blood potion was still within his realm of understanding, then the incredible feats Sunan had just displayed were far beyond his comprehension. Sunan knew what he wanted to ask, and calmly explained, "That was sorcery." Sorcery. The group silently chewed on the word, feeling as if a whole new world was slowly unfolding before their eyes. Sunan didn't bother with the others and quickly went to the iron-eating beast that had been cut in two, kneeling down to examine it. After a while, a strange expression appeared on his face. "Is something wrong?" Seeing Sunan's expression, Kelly quickly asked. Sunan shook his head and stood up, saying, "I think I know where these iron-eating beasts came from." When the sleep curse had failed to take effect, he had already sensed something was wrong. There were generally two reasons why spells wouldn't work. One was high spell resistance, like with dragons. Dragons were known for their innate high magic resistance. Adult dragons could even be immune to all spells below the 3rd rank. The other was if the creature's life form naturally resisted a particular spell. Taking the sleep curse as an example, elemental creatures, undead, and puppet creatures were all immune to sleep curses. And the iron-eating beasts could only belong to the latter category. I thought this was a metal-based life form, but it turned out to be a puppet creature. While examining the creature, Sunan had discovered enchanted runes within the remains of the iron-eating beast. Naturally born creatures shouldn't have enchanted runes within them. The only explanation was that the iron-eating beasts were artificially made. And the only ones capable of crafting puppets were wizards, or apprentices. There's most likely a wizard's inheritance deep within this mine. Excitement surged through Sunan. He had originally planned to search for a wizard's inheritance after he advanced to a 2nd-rank wizard apprentice, but here he was, right next to Blackstone City, with one right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise. After Sunan's explanation, Kelly and the others all looked at each other in disbelief. Who would have thought that these iron-eating beasts, with their night-level combat power and the ability to burrow into walls, were actually puppets created by a wizard? Magical potions, terrifying sorcery, powerful puppet creatures, these things that seemed unimaginable to ordinary people, all came from wizards. What kind of group was this? The more they learned, the more they felt the mystery and power of wizards. Legend had it that wizards had once ruled the entire continent thousands of years ago, creating an unprecedented golden age. Before, they had only considered it a far-fetched myth, but now it seemed like it could have actually happened. Everyone was lost in thought, and the tunnel fell silent for a while. Sunan didn't care, saying something to Kelly before sitting down and entering a meditative state to restore his spiritual power. He had cast quite a few spells during the battle, almost depleting his spiritual power. Considering that there were still battles to be fought, it would be more prudent to continue exploring after his spiritual power had recovered. About 2 hours later, Sunan ended his meditation. The group continued their journey. Fear stems from the unknown. After learning the origins of the iron-eating beasts, their fear of these monsters had significantly diminished. Especially after having just slain 5 of them, the team's morale had reached its peak. However, what puzzled them was that the iron-eating beasts had disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air. They hadn't encountered a single one since. Where did those monsters go? Jotun grumbled, smacking his lips. Kelly also frowned. If the remaining iron-eating beasts were hiding, they wouldn't have any way to deal with them. Trying to find a group of wall-burrowing iron-eating beasts in a dark, labyrinthine underground tunnel was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sunan pondered. High-level puppets possessed independent consciousness and artificial intelligence that was comparable to humans, but the iron-eating beasts were clearly not in this category. They were obviously low-level puppets, typically operating on specific programmed instructions. For example, when encountering an enemy they couldn't defeat, they would prioritize their own safety. This also explained why previous lords had been unable to wipe out the iron-eating beasts. Facing a group of bullies, who were adept at playing hide-and-seek, even a great knight would be powerless. However, while past lords had been helpless, it didn't mean Sunan was powerless. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, sensing the energy particles in the air. As expected, these iron-eating beasts were likely guarding the unknown wizard's inheritance deep within the mine. As long as they found the location of that inheritance, the iron-eating beasts would inevitably appear to stop them, allowing for their complete annihilation. And wherever the wizard's inheritance was, the concentration of energy particles would surely be far greater than in other areas. As long as they followed the direction of higher energy particle concentration, they would most likely find their target. After a while, Sunan opened his eyes and pointed to the right tunnel entrance, saying, "Go that way." Kelly paused for a moment before realizing what he meant and immediately took the lead, heading right. Everyone else came to their senses and followed suit. Along the way, the team moved forward in fits and starts. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, Sunan would stop to sense the area for a while before deciding which way to go. They walked for what seemed like an eternity until they suddenly came to a halt. This time, it wasn't because they had encountered any monsters or found a fork in the road, but because the road had ended. To be precise, a large, dark door had appeared in the middle of the tunnel, blocking the entire passage. The tightly shut door completely sealed off the tunnel. Chapter 12. A dark iron door, etched with peculiar patterns that intertwined and radiated an air of arcane mystery, stood before them. Kelly and the others were baffled, but Sunan recognized the patterns instantly. Enchantment runes? The rune structure was simple, appearing to be a basic magic trap. Touching the door would trigger an alarm and attack the trespasser. However, these runes were dull and faded, clearly deactivated, likely due to years of erosion. Even the most intricate enchantment runes couldn't withstand the passage of time. Is that the place where the iron-eating beasts were created? Kelly looked at Sunan, who nodded and added, "Be careful, those iron-eating beasts won't let us enter without a fight." As if responding to his words, the moment Sunan finished speaking, iron-eating beasts surged out from the rock walls on either side of the iron door, charging toward them with a rush of wind. Prepared for this, the group roared and met the onslaught head-on. Only Bread stepped back, holding his heavy shield in front of Sunan. Having witnessed Sunan's abilities, everyone knew he was the key to dealing with the iron-eating beasts and naturally prioritized his safety. Sunan uttered a strange syllable, but instead of acid splash, he used Master's Hand. A beast that leaped towards Kelly, just 10 meters away, abruptly stopped in midair, defying gravity. Its limbs flailed wildly, unable to land. Kelly's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity, dashing forward, landing consecutive blows on the same spot on the beast's neck, severing its head. The headless iron-eating beast plummeted to the ground, lifeless. Compared to the single-use acid splash, Master's Hand, although less powerful, had a longer duration, making it perfect for working in tandem with Kelly to kill the iron-eating beasts. It's a good thing that low-level puppets are not very intelligent, otherwise these guys would have rushed in and attacked the squishy spellcaster first. Bread alone probably wouldn't be able to hold them off. Sunan silently mused. Of course, if the iron-eating beasts weren't puppets, he wouldn't be restricted to just acid splash and Master's Hand. A single flash spell would blind these creatures, who were highly sensitive to light and lived in the dark underground depths, making them easy prey. Working in unison, the group systematically brought down each iron-eating beast. As Sunan had guessed, the iron-eating beast's primary function was to guard the iron door. Even as they suffered heavy casualties, they showed no signs of retreat. After 10 minutes, with a sharp crack, the last iron-eating beast was split in half, crashing to the ground. All 20 iron-eating beasts were now defeated. Looking at the scattered black iron shards, Kelly's face was filled with uncontainable excitement and joy. Before coming here, he never imagined that the greatest threat in the Black Stone Mine area would be so easily dealt with. And all thanks to Sunan. Gazing at Sunan's back, Kelly couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. When Sunan had said he wanted to become a wizard, Kelly had thought he was being foolish, that he had gone mad from reading too many books. But unexpectedly, not only had he succeeded, he had become incredibly powerful, possessing a myriad of strange and potent abilities, leaving Kelly astonished. To the point where even Kelly was tempted. Once they returned to the inner citadel, should he also try to walk the path of a wizard? Unconscious of Kelly's thoughts, Sunan approached the iron door, carefully examining it. As expected, the magical trap on the door was indeed deactivated. He called over 2 knights, and together they pushed open the heavy iron door. Rumble. The iron door creaked open, shaking the ceiling, sending dust raining down. As the dust settled, the scene behind the iron door gradually revealed itself. It was a vast hall, approximately 400 to 500 square meters. The entire hall was paved with grey square stone bricks. A layer of thick dust covered the floor, with traces of chaotic footprints and marks resembling the imprint of a beast's crouch. Clearly, this hall was the iron-eating beast's usual stomping ground. 3 open stone doors stood at the far end of the hall, shrouded in darkness, concealing their contents. A few knights, holding torches, ventured into each of the 3 doors. After confirming they were safe, Sunan and Kelly followed them inside. Behind the first door was a room resembling a warehouse, expansive in size, crammed with countless black iron bars. These were not raw black iron ores straight from the mine but refined black iron ingots. Gazing upon the countless black iron ingots, arranged in neat squares, everyone present stared in a daze. "We've struck it rich." Jotun's eyes fixated on the black iron ingots, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. No one mocked his outburst. Everyone was experiencing a similar emotional roller coaster. Even Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of shock, elation, and confusion distorting his features. Black iron, comparable in hardness to fine steel, was significantly lighter, making it more expensive than the same weight of fine steel. These black iron bars were worth a fortune. Not necessarily 10,000 gold coins, but definitely 6,000 to 7,000. That was nearly equivalent to 10 years of Blackstone City's tax revenue. How could anyone not be ecstatic at such a windfall? However, Sunan had little attachment to gold. While surprised, he quickly regained his composure and moved towards the next room. The second room was slightly smaller, filled with various tools, including blacksmithing furnaces, molds, and bellows. But the most eye-catching feature was the massive stone table in the center of the room, exceeding 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters wide. The table was covered in haphazard cutting marks. Sunan glanced at the pile of black iron bars in the corner of the room and understood instantly. This must have been the workshop where the wizard apprentice had crafted the puppets. He had ruled out the possibility of this place belonging to a full-fledged wizard. Whether it was the iron-eating beast's strength or the skill in crafting the magical trap on the iron door, everything indicated that the owner of this place was at most a wizard apprentice, far from reaching the level of a wizard. If it were a real wizard, with their power, this group of people would have been unable to breach the outer defenses and enter this place. While his thoughts raced, Sunan acted quickly, thoroughly searching the entire room. To his disappointment, aside from the tools and iron bars, he didn't find anything else of value. Sunan shook his head, leaving the room and entering the third one. Compared to the first 2 rooms, the third one was smaller but more finely decorated and comfortable. Besides a small bed and a desk, there was also a bookshelf, indicating that this was a study. Sunan's eyes fell upon the bookshelf filled with books, and a gleam of excitement flickered in his gaze. Chapter 13, What Wizards Seek is Truth, Not Eternal Life. If one were to ask what the most valuable thing in a wizard's legacy is, knowledge would undoubtedly be one of the answers. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Sunan quickly walked to the bookshelf, his eyes swiftly scanning the books. Construction Science, Materials Science, Structure of Life Energy, Fundamentals of Enchanted Runes, Principles of Puppet Mechanics, Basic Puppet Construction, Puppets and Golems. Over 80% of the books were related to puppet manufacturing. It was clear that the owner of this place was deeply passionate about this craft, bordering on obsession. It was no wonder that he had created the iron-eating beast puppet creature. However, where did this wizard apprentice go afterwards? Sunan felt a faint suspicion in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the desk. The solid wood desk was covered with a thick layer of dust, and there was nothing on it. Sunan opened the drawers below. The first few drawers were empty, only the last drawer contained 2 diaries, a ring, and 2 boxes. Sunan took out the top diary and opened the cover. The slightly yellowed first page had only a single line of words, Ang, McLean, recorded on Starlight Calendar 1124, Starlight Calendar 1124, that was about 125 years ago. The appearance of the iron-eating beast in the Blackstone mine area seems to have been just over 100 years ago. Sunan pondered, continuing to turn the pages. The paper of the diary, he didn't know what material it was made of, but it had survived for so long and remained intact. Starlight Calendar 1124, the 12th of April today, I finished the exploration of the Blackstone Iron Mine. As I expected, the reserves of this mine are quite rich. Now my puppet experiments have enough materials to use. This is good news. I've decided to build a laboratory deep in the mine shaft as my future retreat. Starlight Calendar 1126, the 8th of February. The Black Rock Beast experiment has finally achieved a crucial breakthrough. Soon, I will be able to successfully refine my own puppet creature. So that puppet is called the Black Rock Beast. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Starlight Calendar 1127, the 15th of March. Success. I have finally successfully refined the first Black Rock Beast. This is my own puppet creature. I am indeed a genius. But the combat strength of the Black Rock Beast is still not good. Compared to a formal knight, it is much inferior. There are still many areas that need improvement. I need to collect more combat data. It just so happens that there are a lot of knights outside. Let them be the opponents of the Black Rock Beast. What a bunch of lucky guys. Starlight Calendar 1128, the 10th of June. The improvement experiment is going well. The Black Rock Beast now has a combat strength level comparable to that of a junior knight. Unfortunately, that cowardly lord abandoned this mine. I have to find new targets for providing combat data. Perhaps the black-scale lizardmen to the north are a good choice. Each page of the diary contained only a few lines of words. And the time spans were relatively large, with the shortest interval being more than half a year. The later entries mostly contained the progress of the Black Rock Beast's improvement experiment. Occasionally, there were some entries about meditation, magic learning, and going out to collect materials. From the lines, it was not difficult to see that this wizard apprentice named Ang was somewhat arrogant and reclusive, and disliked contact with the outside world. It was worth mentioning that he was a third-rank wizard apprentice. On the resource Starlight continent, in the Element Desert, to be promoted to third-rank wizard apprentice before the age of 100 was undoubtedly a testament to Ang's genius, giving him the capital for his arrogance. However, with the passage of time, Ang gradually shifted his focus from puppet research to cultivation. The tone of the diary also noticeably became more anxious and confused. Starlight Calendar 1162, the 20th of September. My spiritual power seems to have reached a bottleneck. It has not increased significantly in the past 6 months. Perhaps I should seek external help. Starlight Calendar 1163, the 4th of January. Good luck. I found a formula for an evil illusion potion. If I can create an evil illusion potion, it will definitely solve the problem of my stagnant spiritual power. Starlight Calendar 1165, the 19th of May. Damn it. Why can't I find all the ingredients for the formula? I have already found the locations where the ingredients grow according to the records in the book, but why can't I find them? Is there an error in the records? Starlight Calendar 1167, the 6th of February. So that's it. Element loss, a sharp reduction in the concentration of energy particles. The continent we are on has become a wasteland. No wonder I haven't met any other wizard apprentices in all these years. No, I will not give up. If I can't find all the ingredients, then I will try other substitutes. I don't believe that my intelligence can't solve this problem. Starlight Calendar 1169, the 4th of April. Experiment failed. Starlight Calendar 1170, the 9th of February. Experiment failed. Repetitive experimental failure records. Starlight Calendar 1192, the 16th of March. No matter how much I extract and purify the low-grade materials, the effect will not be able to replace high-grade materials. This potion has no chance of being successfully created. Damn it. I'm not willing to give up. In the following dozen pages, the entries were filled with anger and curses against the world, bitterness, despair, and unwillingness to accept the future that was shrouded in darkness. It wasn't until after Starlight Calendar 1200 that Ang, as if he had a sudden awakening, regained his composure. The tone of the entries changed. Starlight Calendar 1200, the 3rd of December. I can feel my life force gradually fading away. It seems that I don't have long to live. If I undergo biological modification, perhaps I could live longer. But this is not my strong suit. And I don't want to make myself inhuman for the sake of survival. No, perhaps it is because that kind of modification will completely deprive me of the hope of becoming a wizard. If I can't become a wizard, what's the point of living longer? What wizards seek is truth, not eternal life. Starlight Calendar 1202, the 5th of May. Death is getting closer. I can almost smell the decay of my body. The good news is that I found a legend about the Starlight Tower in an ancient book. It is said that it was left behind by an ancient wizard. Perhaps there I can find a way to become a wizard. This is my only hope now, I've decided. I will go find the Starlight Tower. Starlight Tower. Sunan's expression shifted. In his limited memories of the previous life's game, the Starlight Tower seemed to be one of the only 3 wizard legacies on the Starlight continent in the 1.0 version. Not the kind of laboratory left behind by a wizard apprentice like this one, but a true legacy left by a wizard. It was the last bit of kindness left to this continent by the wizards who had conquered the multiverse thousands of years ago. Such a place would undoubtedly contain a wealth of valuable knowledge and materials, without even thinking about it. If he could find the Starlight Tower, becoming a wizard would definitely no longer be a problem. Sunan's heart was filled with excitement, and he quickly turned to the next page. But what greeted his eyes was a blank page. Gone? Sunan continued to turn the pages, but they were all blank. It was obvious that after McLean went out to search for the Starlight Tower, he never returned. Did he finally find the Starlight Tower? Sunan guessed that the answer was most likely no. Otherwise, in the past 50 years, this laboratory wouldn't have been left untouched. Thinking about it, Sunan couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. With McLean's talent and ability, if he had been alive in the wizard era thousands of years ago, he would have surely become a powerful wizard. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. He could only squander his entire life and die with a sense of bitterness. A Wizard's Wasteland. Chapter 14. Sighing, Sunan shook his head, not thinking much of it. No matter what, he had the synthesizing magic cube and the player panel, 2 powerful cheats, and wouldn't end up like McLean. Putting down the diary, Sunan picked up another one. To his surprise, this diary contained McLean's Blackrock Beast experiment records. It detailed the process of creating the Blackrock Beast. With this experimental record, as long as I brush up on the puppetry refining skill from these books on the bookshelf, I can try refining the Blackrock Beast. A delighted smile appeared on Sunan's face. The Blackrock Beast was a Knight-level puppet creature, loyal, reliable, fearless, and undeniably a powerful force. With a batch of Blackrock Beasts in hand, his future material searches would be much safer. Putting away both diaries, Sunan picked up the ring. The dull grey ring looked like a cheap piece of jewelry from a street vendor, nothing special. But in Sunan's perception, the ring was like a miniature black hole, constantly devouring the stray energy particles in the surrounding air. Magic item. Sunan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, McLean had left behind a magic item. Sunan turned back and saw that everyone else was waiting outside, so he discreetly opened the synthesizing magic cube and placed the ring on it. A line of text quickly appeared before him. Bloodvine Ring, Alchemy Sub-Magic Item. After activation, it can summon blood vines to bind a designated target and continuously absorb the target's vitality in small amounts. Usable times 3d(E3), can be restored by injecting spiritual power or automatically absorbing stray energy particles. Not bad, a very practical effect. Sunan nodded secretly. Magic items have different levels of strength. The lowest level is alchemy grade, also known as sub-magic items. These magic items typically have only one single enchanted property. For example, dimensional bags, spatial rings, or various enchanted weapons with sharpness, bleeding, black steel, etc. Don't underestimate these lowest-level magic items, their power is quite impressive. Taking the Bloodvine Ring as an example, Sunan estimated that even a peak knight would likely be unable to break free from the Bloodvine's restraint. A gravy grave for him, a wizard apprentice, a sub-magic item is undoubtedly very valuable. Of course, to use the Bloodvine Ring, he'll need to become a second-rank wizard apprentice. Only by having the ability to manipulate energy particles can he activate the magic item. Above alchemy grade is the gleaming grade, also known as low magic items. This level of magic item usually has multiple magical properties, its value far surpasses alchemy grade magic items. Even a third-rank wizard apprentice would be overjoyed to get one. Above gleaming grade is magic grade. This level is the true magic item, also known as a wizard artifact. Wizard artifacts typically have at least one activatable magical power, and their power is a measly NG. Generally, only official wizards are qualified to possess wizard artifacts. As for higher-level magic items, Sunan guessed that the current Starlight continent probably doesn't have even one. In fact, in his previous life's game, it wasn't until the 2.0 version, Wizard's Return, that magic items above the magic grade appeared. I remember that there were a lot of sub-magic items and low magic items left on the Starlight continent in the 1.0 version. I need to tell my older brother to pay attention to them. Sunan thought silently. However, a non-activated magic item looks no different from a normal item to ordinary people, so it's hard to distinguish them. Even if he asked Kei to help him pay attention, it probably wouldn't help much. It's better than nothing. Sunan put away the Bloodvine Ring and looked at the last two wooden boxes. Opening the larger one, he found 3 finger-long leaves inside. They looked a bit like 4-leaf clovers, but they were entirely purplish-blue, crystal clear and smooth, like gem-shaped leaves. This is essence herb. Sunan immediately recognized the origin of the leaves and widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately placed the leaves in the magic cube. Essence herb, purity 29.28%, consuming it can slightly increase spiritual power. The specific effect depends on the user's spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the weaker the effect. Invalid for those with spiritual power at or above 12, it's actually the essence herb that increases spiritual power. And McLean was so generous. Halfway through his sentence, Sunan suddenly realized that Ang McLean, as a third-rank wizard apprentice, definitely had spiritual power exceeding 12 points. The essence herb was useless to him and it was normal that he didn't pay much attention to it. Well, it's my gain now. Sunan happily closed the wooden box and opened the other one. What greeted him were over 30 glittering gems. Sapphires, rubies, fire opals, auroras, moonstone. Sunan marveled. These gems combined were worth over 1,000 gold coins. Good stuff. Sunan pondered for a moment and decided to keep these gems. After all, with the batch of Blackstone iron in the warehouse, plus the soon-to-be reopened Blackstone mine area, Blackstone City shouldn't be short of money for a long time. There was no need to sell these gems for gold. More importantly, for a wizard, gems are also a precious material. Valuable gems don't just have ornamental and decorative functions. In the hands of a wizard, gems can be used for many purposes. For example, they can be used as casting mediums for specific magic spells. Sunan remembered a magic school called Gem Magic. Its casting mediums were various gems. This school of magic was notoriously known as a money pit. Every casting requires a gem, ranging from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. Unless you're a wizard with a wealthy background, you simply can't afford it. But conversely, this school's spells are also incredibly powerful. A first-ring burning hand, using a ruby as a casting medium, can increase its power to the point of a second-ring spell, close to a third-ring spell. Therefore, the successors of this magic school are all known as big tycoons and over-the-top challengers. Besides casting mediums, gems are also often used as materials for crafting magic items. The most common example is wands. Inlaying different types of gems on a wand can add specific magical powers. In addition, gems are also often used as energy cores for puppet creatures. Many wizard apprentices who can't afford soul crystals will choose gems as energy cores instead. In short, gems have many uses. Unless necessary, Sunan couldn't bear to sell them. After checking the drawers, Sunan searched other corners of the room carefully. Unfortunately, He couldn't find anything else of value. Forget it, I've already gotten enough good stuff this time. I can't be greedy. Sunan took a long breath and put his things away, leaving the room. While he was in the study, Kelly had sent someone to inform the soldiers outside to bring in carts to move the black iron ingots, and now the hall was bustling with activity. Seeing Sunan come out, Kelly didn't ask him what he found inside, but pointed to the lab and asked, "Do you want the stuff inside? If you do, I'll have someone carry it to your courtyard." "No need." Sunan shook his head. Decades have passed, even the magic traps have failed, and the puppetry refining equipment inside has long been damaged. There's no point in repairing it. After all, Anne McLean left behind equipment blueprints in his experimental records. If he needs them later, he'll just have the territory's blacksmith craft a set. Chapter 15, Undercurrents. Shining Light City, Golden Rock Province. As the central city of a baron's territory, Shining Light City was actually more prosperous than the central cities of many viscounts' territories. Among the 7 baron territories in Golden Rock Province, the Arnest family's Shining Light territory undoubtedly ranked first. Whether it was the size of the territory or economic strength, it was not much inferior to a viscount's territory. Unfortunately, this also attracted the covetous eyes of powerful figures, making the baron's position easily contested. In a keep bedroom. After getting dressed with the help of a young, beautiful maid, Owen Arnest came to the dining room. He had just sat down and taken a sip of warm milk when he saw the clerk rushing in. "My lord." The clerk bowed deeply. Owen nodded and said, "You seem in a hurry. What's the matter?" "There are a few things I need to report to you." "Speak." Owen was concise, his hands didn't stop their elegant eating motions. Since inheriting the baron's position, he had paid more attention to his aristocratic etiquette, trying to blend into the circle of noble lords. And under his efforts, more importantly, with the support of the Marquis of Golden Rock, quite a few noble lords had shown him goodwill. Given time, his status in the noble lord circle would only become more stable. And when everything settled down, it would be time to completely solve his worries. Lord Azolf sent a message, explicitly stating that he will attend Shining Light City's harvest celebration this year, the clerk said. Hearing this, Owen paused slightly, a knowing smile appearing on his chubby face. It seems Zolf has finally come to his senses. Good. What about Norwood and Devon? They haven't agreed, but they haven't explicitly refused either. They're probably still watching. A hint of disdain flashed in Owen's eyes. Watching? Humph, do they think those 2 kids can return to Shining Light City? What a ridiculous idea. The clerk flattered him with a smile. My lord is right. The 2 lords will sooner or later realize that you are the true master of Shining Light territory. The true master of Shining Light territory, this title made Owen's expression soften, and his mood brightened. Speaking of which, what are my 2 nephews doing lately? The clerk hesitated, then said, I heard they are planning to restart the Blackstone mine area. Blackstone mine area? Owen was slightly taken aback. He had heard about what happened in Blackstone City back then, and naturally knew about the situation in the Blackstone mine area. He couldn't help but show a confused expression. A circumflex with Argonet. Do they have a way to deal with the monsters in the mine? I'm not sure about that either. The clerk glanced at Owen and explained cautiously, Blackstone City has blocked off the mine area. My people can't get any information about the specific situation there. Seeing Owen frown, he quickly added, Don't worry, my lord. If they really restart the Blackstone mine area, my people will definitely get the news. Owen thought about it, and no longer dwelt on this matter. He turned to ask, anything else? The clerk quickly replied, There is one more thing. Yesterday, Earl Storm was attacked by the Starfire sect while hunting. He was seriously injured and Storm territory is in chaos now. Clang! The sharp sound of a knife and fork touching the porcelain plate echoed. Upon hearing this news, Owen lost his previous elegant demeanor. He put down his knife and fork, stood up, and asked with a serious expression, Seriously injured? How serious? The clerk hesitated, He has been unconscious for a day and a night. He hasn't woken up until now. Owen's face changed slightly. From the looks of it, Earl Storm's situation wasn't optimistic. Owen sat back down, his expression changing constantly. He didn't care about Earl Storm's life or death. He was more concerned about the subsequent impact of this event. Earl Storm was one of the two powerful earls in Golden Rock Province, second only to the Marquis of Golden Rock. Unlike Earl Winterfrost, who had a close relationship with the Marquis of Golden Rock, Earl Storm had always kept his distance from the former, even being considered somewhat indifferent. For the Marquis of Golden Rock, who sought to control the entire Golden Rock Province, the existence of Earl Storm was quite an eyesore. Others might not know, but Owen knew that the Marquis of Golden Rock and the Starfire sect weren't simple acquaintances. He was able to seize the position of Baron Shining Light with the help of the Starfire sect behind the scenes. There might be the shadow of the Marquis of Golden Rock behind Earl Storm's attack. After a moment of silence, Owen said, "Keep an eye on the situation in Storm territory, and report any information to me immediately. Also, let Ferride lead a group of people to the border of Norwood and Devon's territories, just under the guise of suppressing bandits." Golden Rock Province was becoming increasingly restless. Owen didn't intend to wait any longer. He needed to fully control Shining Light territory as soon as possible. If Norwood and Devon still refused to be sensible, then he wouldn't blame himself for resorting to other means. Time flew by, and it was now the month of revival, March. More than 10 days had passed since the discovery of Ange MacLane's lab. Kelly sold the Blackstone iron in the warehouse through a secret channel, earning nearly 7,000 gold coins. Apart from leaving a portion for purchasing military equipment and improving the territory's condition, the rest was invested in the reconstruction of the Blackstone mine area. Everything was progressing smoothly. Sunan wasn't concerned about these matters. After returning to Blackstone City, he remained focused on his studies and cultivation, paying little attention to outside affairs. After reading the books he brought back from the lab, Sunan successfully triggered the learning progress of puppetry refining. Compared to biomodification and potion making, puppetry refining had a wider scope and higher threshold. This skill not only included enchantment knowledge but also encompassed parts of biomodification and magical item creation. Therefore, the learning progress of puppetry refining was much slower. Even with the boost from the lower-grade revitalization potion, after more than 10 days, the learning progress had only advanced to just over 10%. Sunan estimated that he would need to wait until the month of fire, July, before completely mastering the puppetry refining skill. On the other hand, meditation cultivation was going smoothly. Upon returning from the Blackstone mine area, Sunan immediately fused 3 spirit-nourishing herbs using the synthesis cube on the same day. Starweb Spirit-Nourishing Herb, purity 15,33%, consuming it can significantly increase spiritual power. The specific effect depends on the user's spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the weaker the effect. Ineffective for those with spiritual power of 20 or above, inclusive as expected, the Starweb Spirit-Nourishing Herb synthesized using the synthesis cube was even more effective than the 3 spirit-nourishing herbs added together. After consuming the Starweb Spirit-Nourishing Herb, Sunan's spiritual power directly surged by 1,87. That was roughly equivalent to the results of 2 months of meditation. Thanks to this, his spiritual power shot up to 5,77. And the benefit of his spiritual power surge was that the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method increased faster. Meditation increases spiritual power, and spiritual power increases in turn improve meditation efficiency. The two were mutually reinforcing. Now, Sunan could increase the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method by about 10 to 12 points per day of meditation. At this rate, it should take him no more than 8 months to build the second Star Ring. But it could actually be faster. Blackstone City's financial pressure is no longer significant, and we can set aside more gold coins to buy materials to make lower-grade revitalization potions. Then, I can synthesize potions with even better effects using the cube. This way, meditation efficiency can be further improved. Chapter 16, Synthesizing a First-Rank Potion. Glug glug. The sound of liquid boiling gradually subsided, eventually disappearing completely. Sunan picked up the beaker, poured the viscous liquid inside into a potion bottle, plugged it with a wooden cork, and placed it on the table behind him. 15 potions lined up on the solid wood table, shimmering under the pale yellow light. Looking at the potions in front of him, a smile crept onto Sunan's face. These 15 potions were the result of his work over the past few days. The cost of the materials consumed exceeded 150 gold coins. But it was all worth it. Steeling himself, Sunan placed the potions one by one into the synthesis cube. As he added more potions, the information displayed on the right-hand side of the synthesis interface kept changing. When the number reached 3, the synthesized lower-grade revitalization potion changed from 0 rank inferior to 0 rank medium. When the number reached 7, it became 0 rank superior. Sunan continued without stopping, adding more lower-grade revitalization potions. It wasn't until he added the 12th potion that the synthesis interface suddenly flickered, and the potion displayed finally changed. Revitalization potion, first rank inferior. Consuming it greatly enhances mental alertness, extends meditation time, lasting for 30 days and 12 hours, no stacking effect. The consumer's spiritual power must be at least 5, compared to the lower-grade revitalization potion. The revitalization potion had an extra word greatly in the description of enhancing mental alertness. In addition, it added an extend meditation time, essentially increasing the efficiency of meditation. However, what made Sunan frown was that the duration only doubled. The later consumption restriction didn't surprise him. Most entry-level potions had consumption restrictions. Furthermore, the higher the rank, the more stringent the restriction. These restrictions were generally reflected in spiritual power. Those with insufficient spiritual power, who forcibly consumed the potion, would at best suffer mental derangement, soul damage, or at worst transform into something bizarre, or even explode and die. After pondering for a moment, Sunan placed the remaining 3 lower-grade revitalization potions in the cube. Perhaps the quantity was too small, but the synthesis quality didn't change this time. Seeing this, Sunan took out the 3 potions again and then chose to synthesize. In an instant, a bottle of revitalization potion appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, Sunan consumed it on the spot. He could only see the effects from the description, so he planned to experience the effects of the first-rank potion firsthand. As the liquid entered his stomach, Sunan felt his mind suddenly invigorated. The whole world seemed to become much clearer in an instant, as if transitioning from low resolution to high resolution. Without delay, Sunan sat down immediately and began meditating. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he looked at was the wall clock. He was surprised to find that almost 4 hours had passed, and the sky outside had already darkened. Meditation time doubled. Sunan opened his panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his spiritual power had increased by 0.09. The starring meditation method had instantly increased by 68 points of proficiency. Spiritual power growth is less than expected, but the proficiency increase rate is about 6 times higher than before. Sunan quickly calculated in his mind. The results of meditating for a month using lower-grade revitalization potions would be slightly better than those of meditating for 6 months using 12 lower-grade revitalization potions. The difference wasn't particularly significant. But the time spent was drastically different. For wizard apprentices with limited lifespans, it was clear which one was more beneficial. This is the irreplaceable advantage of precious resources, allowing for faster spiritual power growth and faster breakthrough of ranks. If I can continue using the revitalization potion, I'll be able to construct the second star ring in just over 40 days. In less than a year, I will definitely be able to advance to a second-rank wizard apprentice. Sunan was overjoyed. After advancing to a second-rank wizard apprentice, many restricted methods could be used, and his combat ability would also be greatly enhanced, truly giving him the strength to stand on his own 2 feet in this world. Should I continue synthesizing to improve the quality of the revitalization potion? After hesitating for a moment, Sunan ultimately rejected the idea. Synthesis would definitely be profitable, but higher quality revitalization potions would undoubtedly require even higher spiritual power. If he ended up with a potion that he couldn't consume at this stage, that would be a huge waste. Although Blackstone City's economic pressure had been greatly alleviated, there wasn't a lot of money for him to spend recklessly. A first-rank inferior revitalization potion should be enough until I advanced to second-rank wizard apprentice. Time entered the month of Thunderclap, April, and the weather remained hot. The serfs in the villages surrounding Blackstone City had completed their farming one after another, and agricultural work was nearing its end. More and more manpower was being withdrawn and deployed to the reconstruction of the Blackstone mine area. It was estimated that the Blackstone mine area would be fully rebuilt by the end of the month. However, to avoid wasting time, Kelly had made the decision at the beginning of the month to recruit miners and start mining ahead of schedule. As a result, the Blackstone mine area immediately started operating at full capacity, with ore being transported from the underground mine to the surface every day, then thrown into the furnace to become square blocks of Blackstone iron ingots. The entire Blackstone City was shrouded in a feverish atmosphere. Only Sunan's courtyard was an exception, as serene and peaceful as ever. In the meditation chamber, Sunan, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly trembled slightly and then opened his eyes, a jappy smile on his face. I finally constructed the second star ring. In the depths of his consciousness, the two star rings intertwined and connected, forming a chain-like shape, emitting a profound and mysterious aura. Sunan felt refreshed and joyful as he opened his panel to look. Sunan, Arnost, Human male, 16 years old, spirit 10,85, physique 5.04, skills starring meditation method level 3, 28 DE 10,000, potion making level 2, 629 DE 3,000, biotransformation level 1, 3 DE 1,000, spiritual power increased by 1,21. Sunan nodded secretly. His original spiritual power was only 9,64. With the successful construction of the star ring, it instantly broke through the 10-point barrier. At this rate, when he constructed the third star ring, his spiritual power would definitely exceed 12 points, allowing him to advance to second-rank wizard apprentice. Physique also broke through 5 points. Sunan clenched his fist. He hadn't deliberately strengthened his physique, but as he meditated for long periods and his spiritual power increased, his physique was subtly enhanced. It was estimated that when he advanced to second-rank wizard apprentice, even if his physique couldn't compare to a formal knight, it wouldn't be much different. The proficiency of the third-rank starring meditation method has more than doubled, but 10,000 points of proficiency can be fully acquired in half a year if you're fast. Sunan's gaze swept over the skill bar, stopping at biotransformation at the bottom. This was a skill he had mastered just yesterday. Since gaining potion making and puppetry refining, Sunan had spent most of his time on these two skills, only occasionally taking time to brush up on the learning progress of biotransformation. However, the learning progress of this skill had already been more than halfway there. After months of intermittent brushing, it finally reached 100% yesterday, appearing on the skill bar. As long as I continue on the wizard's path, I will sooner or later come into contact with the field of biotransformation. At that time, this skill will be useful. On the other hand, his spell learning was also going smoothly. He had already mastered the unlock spell, Detect Poison, and Fatigue Touch that he acquired later. The former two were self-explanatory, as their names suggest the spell effects. Fatigue Touch was an attack spell. It could inject negative energy into the target by contact, causing them to fall into a fatigued state. Its practicality was, to put it mildly, mediocre. It was only because he didn't have any other spells to choose from that Sunan learned this spell. I asked my older brother to collect wizard scriptures and magical items. I wonder how things are going. Chapter 17. Leaving the courtyard, Sunan headed towards the main building of the inner castle. The patrol soldiers he met along the way all saluted him and greeted him. Out of consideration for keeping his secret, Sunan had his elder brother seal the news of him becoming a wizard apprentice. As a result, the commoners and ordinary soldiers in Blackstone City didn't know much about Sunan, only that the lord's younger brother was somewhat secluded and rarely went out. Only the knights who knew the inside story would feel a deep sense of awe towards Sunan. Entering the main building, Sunan went straight to the third-floor study. Except when discussing matters with the generals in the council hall, he usually handled government affairs in the study or went to the training ground to practice. According to his usual habits, he should be in the study at this time. As soon as he stepped onto the third-floor corridor, Sunan saw a beautiful maid coming out of the study. Seeing her disheveled clothes, flushed cheeks, and damp hair, it was obvious that she had just experienced a vigorous exercise. Noticing someone coming up, the maid turned her head and saw it was Sunan. She was immediately startled and bowed awkwardly. "Master Sunan." Sunan looked at the maid with a strange expression. He vaguely remembered that this maid seemed to be a widow. He didn't expect his elder brother to have this kind of taste. "Go down." Sunan waved his hand. The maid hastily retreated. Sunan stood at the door for a while before pushing it open and going inside. Kenny, who was behind the desk, had already put on his clothes and was holding a book, reading intently. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he looked up and said with a natural smile, "It's Sunan, is there something you need to see your elder brother about?" Sunan didn't expose him, pulled up a chair and sat down, asking, "How is the Blackstone mine area going?" "Very smooth." When it came to the Blackstone mine area, a smile appeared on Kelly's face. "It's only been half a month, and we've already earned over 100 gold coins from selling Blackstone iron. This is just the beginning, and the mine's output will increase further in the future. Once it stabilizes, the territory will be able to earn at least 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins annually just from selling Blackstone iron. A barren territory might only earn 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins a year. Blackstone City, with just a single city, had an annual income comparable to a barren territory. The gold-making ability of the Blackstone mine area was evident. "How has Shining Light City reacted?" Sunan asked. The activity in the Blackstone mine area was too big to be hidden for long. If nothing unexpected happened, Shining Light City must have already known about the reopening of the Blackstone mine area. As long as Owen wasn't stupid, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch Blackstone City grow stronger with the help of the Blackstone mine area. It goes without saying that he would try to obstruct it. Kelly's smile faded, and he pondered, the buyers of Blackstone iron are mainly the lords and trading houses in the Thornflower Duchy. They don't use the Jinyan province route. It won't be that easy for Owen to intercept them. The Thornflower Duchy was a duchy with the same status as the Stasia Duchy, and its border happened to be next to Blackstone City. If they traded with the Thornflower Duchy, the merchant caravans wouldn't have to pass through Jinyan province to reach Blackstone City, avoiding the possibility of Owen using the checkpoints along the way to create trouble. Of course, Owen could send troops to cut off the route. However, that would involve the Thornflower Duchy, and the situation might change. Unless absolutely necessary, Owen would most likely not be that impulsive. Instead, they should be wary of him using other means. "I'm planning to build a cavalry unit," Kei suddenly said. Sunan raised an eyebrow and quickly understood. The reason Owen was able to occupy the position of Baron and suppress the other 3 noble knights into silence was that he had an elite cavalry regiment of 500 men under his command. Blackstone City would sooner or later clash with Owen, and they had to prepare for it in advance. The best way to respond was to build an equally powerful army. "It's going to cost a lot of money," Sunan said. Kelly nodded. "Buying war horses, armor, all of that will cost a lot of money." In this era, war horses and armor were extremely expensive. Buying a war horse and a set of armor would cost at least 30 or 40 gold coins. Subsequent cavalry training, war horse upkeep, and equipment maintenance would also be a huge expense. It could be said that cavalry regiments were money pits. Most of the tax revenue in many territories was consumed by them. It was precisely for this reason that the number of cavalry under one's command became a standard for judging the strength of a lord. Even though Blackstone City had the Blackstone mine area, a money-making tree, it would still be very difficult to build an elite knight regiment. If that's the case, I have a solution, Sunan said, his eyes twinkling. What solution? Kei's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked. Having witnessed Sunan's many amazing abilities, he had developed an almost boundless trust in his younger brother. Hearing Sunan say that he had a solution, he felt a surge of hope in his heart. Black Rock Beast. Sunan stated succinctly. Kei immediately understood his meaning and his eyes lit up. He had already seen the fighting ability of the Black Rock Beast. It was comparable to a knight. The key was that this puppet creature was fearless and tireless. It didn't need to eat. If they could be used as mounts, they would be the best mounts. Can you create a Black Rock Beast? Kei asked, his eyes full of hope. It should be no problem, Sunan replied. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the revitalization potion, his puppetry refining, learning progress had accelerated considerably in recent days, and now it was over 90%. At most, he would master this skill in 4 or 5 days. At that time, he could create a Black Rock Beast. Great. Kei was overjoyed, and he subconsciously stood up, walking back and forth excitedly. He didn't know what to say. A cavalry regiment with Black Rock Beasts as mounts would be the strongest cavalry force in Jinyan province. If he could control such a cavalry regiment, he wouldn't need many men, just 300, and he would be confident in counterattacking Shining Light City. In addition to his excitement, Kei looked at Sunan, and a sense of admiration welled up in his heart. After returning from the mine pit, he had obtained the Enlightenment book from Sunan and wanted to test if he had the potential to become a wizard apprentice. However, after reading only 2 pages, his head felt like it was about to explode. He had no choice but to give up. It proved that he didn't have the aptitude to become a wizard apprentice. Kei had been regretful for several days. But later, he also came to understand that it was okay if he couldn't become a wizard apprentice. As long as Sunan was there, it was enough. With Sunan's support, they, brothers, would surely revive the Arnest family. For a while, Kei calmed down his excitement and patted Sunan on the shoulder. I'll leave this to you. If you can make it happen, you'll be the great hero of our family. Sunan just smiled lightly at his words and changed the subject, mentioning the reason he had come. After listening, Kei slapped his forehead and laughed. I was just about to tell you about this. He got up from his desk, motioning for Sunan to follow him. A while ago, I asked the Firefox trading house in the Thornflower Duchy to help find what you wanted. They arrived in Blackstone City this morning and should be resting at the tavern now. Let's go and see them. Chapter 18, The Firefox Trading Company. Walking down the street, Sunan was surprised to find that the city was much busier than before, with significantly more people. Many of them wore leather armor and carried weapons, giving off a tough impression. Noticing Sunan's observing gaze, Kei explained with a smile, after the Blackstone mine area reopened, many merchant teams heard the news and rushed over. These people include many merchant team members and accompanying mercenaries. Sunan understood. A city's prosperity often starts with booming commerce. As long as the Blackstone mine area continued to be developed, it wouldn't be long before Blackstone City became one of the top cities in the Golden Rock province. As they walked, Sunan saw a makeshift shelter built from wooden planks. More than 10 people were bustling about inside, some boiling porridge, some handing out the porridge. A group of ragged and emaciated people lined up in front of the shelter, their eyes fixed on the porridge stall, their throats constantly moving, their faces filled with eagerness. But under the watchful eyes of the soldiers nearby, who were subtly warning them, they could only wait patiently in line. Who are those people? Sunan asked Kei. They are refugees from the Jinghua Duchy, to the west. There's a war going on there, and many civilians are displaced. I sent people to receive them and planned to bring them into the city. Sunan pondered what he heard. The foundation of a city's prosperity, aside from income, is population. Blackstone City was located on the border, and its population was not large, even the army only had around 500 soldiers. This was a congenital disadvantage. If this issue wasn't addressed, Blackstone City would never grow, and the cavalry regiment would not be able to be formed. And absorbing refugees was undoubtedly a very good solution to this problem. Especially the refugees who survived the long journey, most of them were young men and women with good physiques. After joining the territory, they could become laborers after resting for a few days. Young and strong people could directly join the army, strengthening Blackstone City's military power. Before winter comes this year, I plan to take the initiative to attack the black-scale lizardman tribe in the Redhorn Wilderness. Kelly continued with a determined look in his eyes. Shifting the battlefield to the Redhorn Wilderness will also reduce the amount of war Blackstone City has to endure. Sunan nodded knowingly. Although Kelly didn't say it, both of them knew the more important reason. With more black-scale lizardman blood, Blackstone City could cultivate more knights. They then talked about recent events in the Golden Rock province. Upon hearing that Earl Storm had been attacked and critically injured, falling into a coma, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Earl Storm was a great knight himself, and also a powerful lord. The guards around him were undoubtedly very tight. Under such circumstances, the assassin was still able to critically injure Earl Storm. What kind of organization was the Starfire sect? Seeing Sunan's uncertainty, Kelly explained, the Starfire sect is a mysterious sect that emerged more than 10 years ago. It has developed extremely fast, growing into a sect with widespread influence within the duchy in just 3 or 4 years. They are very secretive, their sect's purpose is unknown. It is said they have secret dealings with many nobles, but they haven't stopped assassinating nobles, which is very strange. Rather more Sunan heard, the more he felt something was wrong. This trajectory of development, could there be a wizard, apprentice, behind the Starfire sect? Sunan recalled, but he didn't have much impression of the Starfire sect. After all, when he started playing the game in his previous life, it was already version 2.0, In version 1.0, unless it was something very important related to wizards, he didn't know much about it. As he was pondering, a commotion suddenly came from ahead. They turned the corner and arrived near the tavern. The tavern door was wide open, and the sound of boisterous laughter and noise came from inside, as if many people were shouting. When they walked in, they found that someone was having a drinking contest. 2 burly men sat on opposite sides of a round table, pouring alcohol into their mouths as fast as they could. While drinking, they kept casting provocative glances at each other. More than 10 tall and strong men surrounded them, cheering loudly, and bursts of thunderous cheers broke out from time to time. Sunan's eyes swept across the crowd, landing on one of the men drinking. The man was about 25 or 6 years old, with a rough appearance and very thick body hair. His exposed arms, open chest, and half of his face were covered in hair. His eyeballs were amber-colored, looking more like the pupils of a beast than human eyes. Beastman. Sunan's expression moved slightly, and he subconsciously blurted out. Beastmen were originally the product of wizard experiments. They were mostly bloodthirsty and vicious, with a strong tendency towards aggression. Once they experienced any external stimuli, they could easily lose control of their bloodthirsty instincts and transform into ferocious beasts, attacking everything they could see that was alive. In ancient times, the earliest beastmen had caused a beastman calamity, resulting in a large number of casualties, which was only suppressed later by the wizards. However, after many years of breeding and bloodline weakening, the later beastmen had improved a lot, and they could basically control their own beastman abilities. Beastmen could not cultivate breathing techniques, but their physiques were far superior to ordinary humans. An adult beastman would have the strength of a probationary knight. Some beastmen with beast blood flowing in their bodies, after hard training, could even have the powerful strength of a knight. However, in contrast to their strong physique, the lifespan and reproductive capacity of beastmen were far worse than that of normal humans. To this day, very few beastmen could be seen on the continent. Even if there were, they mostly lived within the Kangjin Empire. Sunan didn't expect to see a descendant of a beastman here. Few people can tell Ota's origin at a glance. You are indeed knowledgeable, sir. A voice suddenly came from his ear. Sunan turned around and saw a tall man of about 40 years old walking towards him with a smile. He was wearing a scarlet fox fur coat that looked very expensive. "Lord, long time no see." When he got closer, the man first bowed to Kelly before looking at Sunan. "May I know your name, sir?" "Sunan." Sunan nodded slightly in response. He had already guessed the man's identity. "This is my brother." Kelly then introduced the man to Sunan. "This is Musuo Ismail, the owner of the Firefox Trading Company." "Mr. Sunan, it's a pleasure to meet you." Musuo shook hands with Sunan with a smile, but was secretly wondering. According to the information he had gathered, the second son of the Shining family was reclusive and preferred to spend his time tinkering with strange things in his room, rarely going out. Such a person should not have much experience, so he should not be able to tell Ota's beastman identity at a glance. Moreover, the information also said that Sunan did not have any knight qualifications, had not even begun to learn breathing techniques, and his physique was weaker than that of ordinary people. But looking at Sunan in front of him, he was tall and straight, his eyes bright, and his spirit was full of vitality. How could he look weak and vulnerable? What were those people in charge of gathering information doing? They couldn't even do a simple task right. Musuo frowned secretly, making up his mind to reprimand them properly when he got back. "Big shots, please vote for the story." "Thank you." Chapter 19. After exchanging pleasantries, Kelly got down to business. "Anything the Lord commands, I wouldn't dare not take it to heart. I've collected quite a few things, I'll take you to have a look now," Musuo said with a smile. He then called out loudly towards the center of the tavern, "Ota, stop drinking. Come here quickly." The beastkin named Ota had just defeated his opponent in a drinking contest and was basking in the cheers and flattery from those around him. Hearing Musuo's voice, he wiped his mouth and strode over. As he approached, Ota's gaze paused for a moment on Sunan, his pupils seemingly contracting before he turned to Musuo, grinning and asking, "Boss, what's up?" "Time for work." Musuo pointed to the backyard, then smiled at Kelly and Sunan, "Please follow me." The Firefox Trading Company's carriage and goods were all placed in the backyard, guarded by more than a dozen fully armed men. Judging from their uniform clothing and weapons, they were not mercenaries, but private soldiers cultivated by the Firefox Trading Company. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. In this era, trading companies with the strength to cultivate private soldiers were all large-scale organizations. It seemed the Firefox Trading Company had a significant foundation. Following Musuo's instructions, Ota carried a heavy wooden box from one of the carriages and placed it on the ground with a bang. Opening it, there were more than a dozen thick books inside, along with 5 small boxes. "These are all the things Lord wants," Musuo said with a smile. But to his surprise, Kelly only nodded and didn't make any move. Sunan, on the other hand, walked over to the box and squatted down to examine the contents. There were 14 books in total, 4 of which were duplicates of books Sunan already owned. It was unavoidable. Ordinary people couldn't understand the words written in wizard books, so naturally, they couldn't be asked to make a selection during collection, and duplication was inevitable. The remaining 8 books were also of the type that could not trigger skills. However, Sunan was not disappointed. Although they couldn't trigger skills, more new knowledge was always better. After all, for wizards, knowledge meant power. Moreover, he had the identity of a player, and as long as the reading progress of a book reached 100%, he could completely master the knowledge contained within. This alone gave him a huge advantage over other wizard apprentices. But there was one book that piqued Sunan's interest. The Extraction and Transformation of Green Chameleon Abilities. From the preface, this book discussed how to extract the bloodline containing chameleon abilities from a lizard called the green chameleon and then fuse it into the human body for transformation, allowing the person to possess a chameleon-like camouflage ability that adapts to the environment. A pretty interesting experiment, Sunan muttered to himself, setting the book aside. He planned to read it carefully later. Then, he opened the 5 small wooden boxes one by one. 3 of the boxes contained scrolls made of sheepskin. The moment he opened the boxes, Sunan felt the energy particle fluctuations contained within the scrolls. It was obvious that the 3 scrolls were magic scrolls. Moreover, they all recorded first-ring spells, namely Freezing Ray, Mist of Concealment, and Level 1 Summoning Technique. Good stuff. A glimmer of joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. His current spiritual power was not enough to learn first-ring spells, but using first-ring spell scrolls was no problem. Magic scrolls only required a small amount of spiritual power to activate, and any wizard apprentice could use them. Of course, if one's strength was insufficient and they used spell scrolls of a higher rank, they were easily susceptible to injury from the energy fluctuations. But there was no such issue with first-ring spell scrolls. These 3 magic scrolls could play a significant role in battle. After a moment of delight, Sunan continued to look at the remaining 2 wooden boxes. They also contained sheepskin scrolls, but they didn't record magic spells, but other things. To Sunan's astonishment, the first scroll recorded a formula for a revitalization potion. Essence of minted tree sap, essence of phantom python bone powder, thousand soul grass, and phantom soundflower are all rare and precious materials. Sunan scoffed inwardly. In present-day Starlight Continent, collecting all these materials was no easy feat. Who knew how much manpower and resources it would cost? Even if he wanted to use the magic cube to synthesize suitable alternatives, he would have to go through numerous experiments. In comparison, using a lower-grade revitalization potion to synthesize a revitalization potion was easier. The second scroll recorded a technique called Energy Rune. Sunan did have an impression of this technique. Energy Rune was a branch of enchantment, where one manipulates energy particles to condense a rune with elemental properties and attach it to oneself or other objects, adding corresponding elemental effects. For example, attaching a lightning rune to a weapon could temporarily give the weapon lightning damage and paralysis effects. Attaching a wind rune to oneself could make the body lighter and greatly enhance agility and flexibility. Simply put, Energy Rune was a technique that could temporarily turn ordinary objects into magic items or temporarily enhance oneself with beneficial states. Due to its low consumption of spiritual power, once mastered, Energy Rune could be combined with melee combat to unleash formidable combat power, making it highly practical in battle. In essence, it's an advanced technique of energy particle manipulation. It requires extremely high control over energy particle manipulation for the caster, which is why it requires at least a 3rd-rank wizard apprentice to use, Sunan thought. But Sunan clearly remembered that in his previous life, some players had developed a special method that allowed even 1st-rank and 2nd-rank wizard apprentices to use Energy Rune. If he used that method, perhaps he could master Energy Rune ahead of time. I'll try it when I get back. Sunan had a plan in mind. He closed the wooden box and put it back in the crate, slowly getting up. Musuo now understood that it was Sunan who truly wanted to collect these things. He smiled and said, "These things must be to your liking, Lord Sunan." "Not bad," Sunan nodded slightly, his expression seemingly impassive, but inwardly he was very satisfied. Not to mention the books and spell scrolls, just the Energy Rune alone gave him a sense of great gain. Kenny, realizing his younger brother was quite jappy with these things, raised his hand and summoned 2 soldiers to carry the things back to the inner castle. He and Sunan then took their leave of Musuo and left. As he watched Kenny and Sunan walk away, Musuo looked thoughtful. Books and other items related to wizards were good collectibles. Many nobles had a hobby of collecting such things. But as far as he knew, the Kei brothers' situation was seemingly not very good. Logically, they shouldn't have the desire to collect items. After all, these things were not cheap. Dozens of gold coins were enough to buy several sets of armor. But if it wasn't for collecting, why would Sunan collect these things? After pondering for a while without finding an answer, Musuo shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned and saw Ota staring straight at the direction Sunan and the others left, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ota hesitated for a moment and said, "That nobleman called Sunan gives me a very dangerous feeling." "Dangerous?" Mizuho's expression shifted. Due to his beastkin bloodline, Ota had a beast-like intuition, capable of vaguely sensing whether someone posed a threat to him. But Ota, as his head of guards, possessed the power of a mid-level knight. For him to feel extremely dangerous, it would have to be at least someone at the peak knight level. Sunan, while not exactly skinny, didn't look like a peak knight at all. Mizuho was even more puzzled. Chapter 20, a transformation ability with little practical use. In the spacious study, bright candlelight flickered, casting long shadows on the walls. Sunan sat behind his desk, intently reading from a book titled Extraction and Modification of the Green Chameleon's Ability. The chameleon is named so because of its ability to change its body color with the environment, adapting instantly. This physiological change is mainly accomplished by regulating the pigment cells in the skin through the autonomic nervous system, expanding or contracting them. The green chameleon's color-changing ability is several levels stronger than that of ordinary chameleons, bordering on invisibility. Even standing before a normal person, it would be difficult to discern with the naked eye. The author of this book extracted the green chameleon's color-changing ability, modified and enhanced it, and then transplanted it to the human body, enabling humans to acquire similar abilities. This idea is undoubtedly ingenious. However, in Sunan's opinion, the final modified ability was not very practical. Firstly, the essence of this ability was essentially changing one's external appearance according to the environment. No matter how rapid the change, it still required time, and there would inevitably be a slight lag. People with poor perception might not notice, but wizard apprentices would definitely detect the anomaly. In essence, this ability could only be used against ordinary people or knights, useless against wizard apprentices, and there was a significant gap between it and true invisibility. True invisibility was a second-rank spell, learnable and masterable by third-rank wizard apprentices. Therefore, only those who had no hope of advancing to third-rank wizard apprentice would attempt this ability modification. Moreover, body modification wasn't something to be taken lightly. The human body can be considered one of the most malleable. After all, many wizards' body modification experiments were conducted on humans. Once undergoing body modification, encountering better body modifications or bloodline fusions later would make it exponentially more difficult to attempt again. Therefore, many wizards, apprentices, were wary of modifying their own bodies despite not minding the process. Given the choice, Sunan would never modify this color-changing ability onto himself. However, this book still held significant reference value, providing a source for future similar experiments. Setting aside the book, Sunan retrieved the scroll of energy runes made from sheepskin and unrolled it flat on the table. He then opened a drawer and took out a few gemstones, placing them on the table. The reason energy runes required third-rank wizard apprentices to cast was that they were entirely composed of energy particles, placing stringent demands on the caster's ability to control energy particles. First-rank wizard apprentices, who could only sense energy particles, and second-rank wizard apprentices, who had only begun to develop control over energy particles, naturally couldn't use them. However, by giving energy runes a carrier to increase their stability, even second-rank wizard apprentices with weaker energy particle control abilities could use them. Many players in his previous life relied on this method to use energy runes beyond their ranks. There were not many suitable carriers for energy runes, and gemstones were one of them. However, doing this would turn the energy runes into one-time consumables, consuming one gemstone for each use, which is quite painful. Sunan picked up a gemstone and examined it in the candlelight Greek letter beta. Even so, it was worth spending some gemstones to learn a powerful combat technique. Even the mighty Baron Storm was critically injured and nearly killed by an assassin. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. To ensure his own safety, he needed as many combat techniques as possible. I will study and master this technique first, and immediately craft energy rune gemstones after advancing to second-rank wizard apprentice. Having made his decision, Sunan immediately banished all distractions and focused on reading the content on the scroll. Time flew by. 5 days later. The puppetry refining learning progress finally reached 100%. Simultaneously, a new skill appeared on Sunan's panel, puppetry refining. At the laboratory door, Sunan looked at the complete set of brand new puppetry refining equipment in the room and nodded silently. After returning from the Blackstone mine area, he had copied the equipment design drawings and had the city blacksmiths craft them. The equipment was completed and delivered to the lab days ago. Having successfully mastered the puppetry refining skill today, he could finally start experimenting with refining a Blackrock beast. The Blackrock beast's body was more than 90% composed of Blackstone iron, the primary material. The other key material was the energy core. Sunan chose gemstones as the energy core. After all, he didn't possess a soul crystal, nor did he have the skills to create one. Even if he did, he couldn't make one at this time. A soul crystal, as its name suggests, is a crystal formed by the soul. Its raw material is purified souls. To produce a single, low-grade soul crystal, at least 1,000 ordinary human souls were required. Or, dozens of night souls. Neither was achievable by Sunan at this time. He could only settle for using gemstones to create the energy core. With complete experimental records and the mastered puppetry refining skill, Sunan successfully refined a Blackrock beast on his first attempt. To his surprise, the Blackrock beast could also be put into the synthesis cube. Blackrock beast, puppet early night level, a puppet creature made of Blackstone iron, possessing the ability to stealthily move through Blackstone iron veins. It can replenish its energy and recover from injuries by consuming Blackstone iron. It seems that non-living entities can also be upgraded through the synthesis cube. Sunan nodded silently. With this, he could use the Blackrock beast to synthesize even more powerful puppets. As for the description possessing the ability to stealthily move through Blackstone iron veins, Sunan had seen it in the experimental journal of Anger MacLean. It had disappointed him then because he had assumed the Blackrock beast possessed a similar ability to stealthily move through rocks. Right, if it had the ability to stealthily move through rocks, then it wouldn't be a low-level puppet. Shaking his head, Sunan looked at the leftover Blackstone iron in the corner. Refining a Blackrock beast requires roughly 5 tons of Blackstone iron. For the gemstone, cheaper types can be used, bringing the total cost to roughly 38 gold coins. This amount of gold could buy 2 or 3 high-quality warhorses. But considering the combat strength, the Blackrock beast was clearly more cost-effective. Forget it, I'll let my brother worry about the money. I'm only responsible for refining puppets. High-level puppets could automatically absorb the free energy particles in the air to replenish their energy and recover from injuries, but the Blackrock beast clearly lacked this ability and could only replenish its energy and recover through consuming Blackstone iron. However, at the current energy particle density of the Starlight continent, Sunan estimated that even if he refined a high-level puppet, it might not be able to absorb enough energy particles from the air. End. Chapter 21, Musuo's Goodwill. On the training ground. More than 20 knights formed a circle, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the Blackrock beast in the middle. Their gazes were as if they were seeing a naked beauty. Any knight who wasn't hoping to own a fine warhorse was a rarity. Although the Blackrock beast wasn't strictly a warhorse, it could still serve as a mount. The key was that this mount also possessed the combat strength of a junior knight, making it much stronger than a warhorse. How impressive it would be to ride it. It would be invincible on the battlefield. Sir, can you give me one of these Blackrock beasts first? Jordan excitedly rushed to Kevi and Sunan, his voice loud enough for the entire training ground to hear. Hearing this, the other knights immediately showed their discontent. Why should you get it first, you drunkard? I'm a middle-level knight, I should get it first. PFFT, my riding skills are the best, I should get it first. You're talking about riding horses, this is a beast. It's all the same. Bullshit, I'm also good at riding women, shouldn't the Blackrock beast be given to me first? Seeing that the situation was about to turn into an argument, Kelly rubbed his temples in annoyance and waved his hand. All of you shut up. This Blackrock beast goes to Braid first. Braid, who had been standing quietly to the side, was surprised by this unexpected gift, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, "Sir, thank you, sir." Jordan and the others looked at each other, muttered their disapproval but didn't say anything. Braid held considerable respect amongst the knights, and his strength was second to none. Giving him the first black rock beast didn't raise any objections from the others. As for Kelly, Sunan had already mentioned that he would refine a stronger black rock beast for him later. Sunan tossed a necklace to Braid, saying, "This is the key to controlling the black rock beast. As long as you wear it, the black rock beast will be under your command. However, it can only understand relatively simple instructions." "As I understand, thank you, sir." Braid excitedly put on the necklace, and under the envious gaze of the others, rode the black rock beast around the training ground at full speed. Kelly turned to Sunan and asked, "How long does it take to refine a black rock beast?" 3 or 4 hours should be enough." Seeing the joy on the faces of Kelly and the knights, Sunan poured a bucket of cold water on them. The materials for the black rock beast are black stone, iron and gems. The cost of one is roughly 38 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Kelly furrowed his brows, but quickly relaxed. Compared to the enhancement of military strength, a cost of 38 gold coins was nothing. As long as the Blackstone mine area existed, Blackstone City would have a steady stream of gold coin income. However, Blackstone City was in dire need of military strength. Only with a powerful army could they protect this money-making tree, the Blackstone mine area. "Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it. Now, you just need to focus on refining the black rock beasts." Sunan nodded calmly. Apart from meditation and crafting lower-grade revitalization potions, his days were spent reading, and he mostly replaced sleep with meditation, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to squeeze out a few hours to refine black rock beasts. Moreover, refining black rock beasts could also improve his puppetry refining proficiency. With more practice and higher levels, the refining process would be faster and faster. This wouldn't occupy too much of his time. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye. In the month of Summer Dragon, June, the rising temperature scorched the leaves, and the blazing sun relentlessly licked the ground. Despite the intense heat, the residents of Blackstone City wore smiles on their faces. With the reopening of the Blackstone mine area, many merchant caravans were drawn to Blackstone City. The flourishing commerce raised the standard of living of the people. Although the city had recently absorbed a large number of refugees, the Blackstone mine area, the army, and the reclamation of wasteland effectively assimilated this influx, significantly mitigating the impact of the refugees on Blackstone City. Everyone could see the booming development of Blackstone City and felt more hopeful about the future. It's worth mentioning that Sunan's birthday was also in the month of Summer Dragon. Although Sunan had said there was no need, Kelly insisted on holding a 17th birthday banquet for him. All the knights of Blackstone City and representatives from several merchant guilds who had close ties with Blackstone City attended the banquet. Musuo, the head of the Firefox Merchant Guild, even came in person to present Sunan with a precious gift, 12 rubies. Perhaps he had heard that Blackstone City was purchasing gems. Whatever the reason, this gift, worth over 100 gold coins, was a class apart from all the other gifts presented. Its generous value caused many to be secretly surprised. Sunan was also a little surprised. He could sense Musuo's intention to build a good relationship with him, but he couldn't understand why the latter would do this. Could it be that Musuo had discovered his identity as a wizard apprentice? And did he also understand what this identity represented? Confused in his heart, Sunan did not refuse Musuo's goodwill, and he engaged in pleasant conversation with him during the banquet. "I heard that old fox Musuo likes to invest in promising young people. He probably already knows you're a wizard apprentice, and most likely understands the power that identity represents. That's why he gave you such a generous gift." After the banquet, Kelly and Sunan returned to their study. They sat down and started discussing Musuo's actions that night. However, the Firefox Merchant Guild has branches all over the Kingdom of Thornflower, and they also have cooperative relationships with many guilds in the Kingdom of Starlight. Building a good relationship with him will make it easier for you to collect wizard books and materials. That's true. Sunan nodded, looking at Kelly. "What's wrong? You seem a little preoccupied tonight." "You've noticed." Kelly smiled dryly, then his expression turned serious. "My spies in Shining Light City sent back information that in 3 months, Zorf, Norwood, and Devon will attend the Harvest Festival held in Shining Light City." Zorf, Norwood, and Devon were all former subordinates who had fought alongside Baron Arnest. They were also the ones he had promoted to Baron. However, when Baron Arnest unexpectedly died on the battlefield and Owen tore off his mask and seized the Baron's title, these three chose to be cautious and avoid involvement out of fear of Zhu Jinyan's power. It was precisely because of their silence that Owen was hesitant and didn't immediately eliminate them and their brothers. However, Kelly didn't appreciate or forgive them for this. If it hadn't been for Father, those three would have never had the chance to become barons. Yet, they showed no gratitude, and now they've actually gone over to that bandit's side. They really deserve to die? Compared to Kelly's anger, Sunan remained calm and composed, saying calmly, "Apart from Blackstone City, Owen has now completely taken control of all the forces in the entire Shining Light territory. I think he'll target us soon." Kelly restrained his anger and furrowed his brows. What Sunan said was what he was most worried about right now. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly made up his mind, slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair, stood up, and said in a resolute tone, "We can't delay any longer. We'll attack the black-scale lizard folk's lair in 3 days, and eliminate this threat closest to us first." After 2 months of training, the cavalry regiment that Kelly had assembled had begun to take shape. Although they only numbered 60-odd people, they had 20 knights, and the rest were probationary knights. More importantly, the entire cavalry regiment was equipped with Blackrock beasts as mounts. While the timing was a little rushed, Kelly still had some confidence in eliminating the black-scale lizard folk with this cavalry regiment. "Let's do it, I'll go with you too." Sunan stood up and said. If he were to postpone the war until the month of Scroll, August, when he would be promoted to a second-rank wizard apprentice, he would be able to minimize casualties when dealing with the black-scale lizard folk. Right now, even if they could win, losses were inevitable. But it wasn't necessarily so. After all, he still had the trump card of magic scrolls. With some luck, maybe they could achieve a good outcome. Chapter 22, Attacking the Tribe. The Redhorn Wilderness is a desolate wasteland located over 200 kilometers north of Blackstone City. Plants are sparse, and water sources are hard to find in the wilderness. Only many jagged rocks resembling redhorns can be found, hence the name Redhorn Wilderness. Due to the harsh environment, except for the black-scale lizard folk tribe, no other intelligent species reside in the Redhorn Wilderness. It is also because of the difficulty in finding enough food in the Redhorn Wilderness that every winter, the black-scale lizard folk invade Blackstone City's territory, plundering enough food to survive the winter and, along the way, reducing the excessive population of their tribe. Blackstone City, from top to bottom, has always hated this plundering tribe that brings disaster every year. Therefore, when Kelly issued an order to raid the black-scale lizard folk tribe, it immediately received enthusiastic responses from the knights. "I've been disgusted with those lizard bandits for a long time. Today, we must wipe them out." Jordan, riding a Blackrock beast, had a face full of excitement. The surrounding knights also had a look of eagerness. Due to the importance of this war, Kelly, besides dispatching the newly formed cavalry regiment, also drafted 500 soldiers. With the support of ample gold coins, Blackstone City's current army has expanded to 1,000 people. This doesn't include the militia. Military strength, compared to last year, has increased by several times. The cavalry regiment led the way, with infantry in the rear. A long queue of more than 500 people marched orderly in the wilderness. Kelly and Sunan were in the middle of the line, both riding Blackrock beasts. However, compared to the Blackrock beasts of the cavalry regiment, the Blackrock beasts that the two rode looked more robust and towering, with a more profound body sheen. Blackrock beast, puppet high-rank knight level, a puppet creature made from blackstone iron, with a body harder than blackstone iron, possessing the ability to lurk in the blackstone iron veins, and can replenish energy and heal injuries by consuming black stone iron. This is a refined black rock beast that Sunan synthesized using 7 black rock beasts. Each one has the fighting ability of a high-rank knight, and their bodies are even harder. Even weapons made from black stone iron can only leave a shallow mark on them. Kelly was fond of this refined black rock beast. It was evident that he was satisfied with his mount. As they went deeper into the Redhorn wilderness, the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate. After another half-hour journey, the scout in charge of reconnaissance returned, shouting, "Sir, the black-scale lizardfolk tribe is about 2 kilometers ahead." "Good." Kelly's spirit lifted, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, accelerate, prepare for battle." As the order was issued, the speed of the team immediately increased. Not long after, the black-scale lizardfolk tribe came into view. It was called a tribe, but it was actually just a bunch of low wooden houses made of hay and wood enclosed by wooden fences, showing primitiveness and backwardness everywhere. O circumflex E circumflex S. With the approach of over 500 soldiers, the black-scale lizardfolk, not being blind, naturally could not have failed to notice. By the time the army arrived, hundreds of black-scale lizardfolk, armed with weapons, had gathered in front of their tribe, staring at the approaching enemy with fierce eyes. The black-scale lizardfolk can be considered a tribe where everyone is a soldier. Even women and children have combat abilities that are not inferior to normal adult men. Adult black-scale lizardfolk have a strength level comparable to knight attendants. A few elite black-scale lizardfolk can reach the level of probationary knights. If there are ancestral reversions, black-scale lizardfolk who have awakened a trace of dragon lizard bloodline are even able to compete with knights. Right now, standing at the forefront, with red patterns on their scales, clearly awakened dragon lizard bloodline, there are more than a dozen knight-level black-scale lizardfolk. The one at the head, nearly 8 feet tall, exuding a fierce and violent aura, gave Sunan a feeling similar to Kelly's. Remember that just last month, Kelly had already been promoted to peak knight. In other words, this black-scale lizardfolk, who is suspected to be the tribal chief, may possess peak knight level strength. Besides, there were clearly over 200 black-scale lizardfolk warriors armed with weapons. In terms of numbers, they may be fewer than them, but their individual strength was undoubtedly higher. To win this battle, it seemed not so simple. However, whether it was Kelly or his knights, they were all fearless and morale high. Because behind them stood a wizard. While running, all the cavalrymen in the cavalry regiment pulled out potions without exception, used their thumbs to pry open the corks, and tilted their heads back to gulp them down. Banla Iaoja, Brute Force Potion. A zero-order potion that can greatly enhance strength. For this battle, Sunan made over 60 potions in one go, allowing the cavalry regiment to be equipped with 1 potion per person. With the enhancement of the brute force potion, even probationary knights can exert a power not inferior to 4 more knights. Charge! Kelly drew his long sword and roared. Under his charge, the cavalry regiment slammed into the black-scale lizardfolk's defenses like arrows. In an instant, blood splattered, and limbs flew. The battle erupted instantly and quickly escalated to a fever pitch. The open space in front of the tribe instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. Since their formation, the cavalry regiment riding Blackrock beasts had their first real taste of battle. The combat effectiveness they displayed did not disappoint. Even though the black-scale lizardfolk could withstand the weapons swung by the cavalry, they were quickly torn open in the chest and abdomen by the sharp claws of the Blackrock beasts. They were no longer facing individual cavalrymen but a joint attack of cavalry and Blackrock beasts. This was completely different from the cavalry armies they had faced in the past. The information gap, which appeared initially, unexpectedly resulted in heavy losses for the black-scale lizardfolk. Sunan stood in the rear, watching the battlefield, and nodded secretly. This world seemed to have never had the example of taming strange beasts as mounts. At least, there had never been any in the Stasia Duchy. Therefore, this unprecedented troop type of Blackrock beast cavalry, when facing them for the first time, easily made wrong responses. And in the ever-changing battlefield, wrong responses often meant death. The number of Black Rock Beast cavalry is still quite small, but when this army expands into a truly full-fledged cavalry regiment, it is expected to bring great surprises to Blackstone City's enemies. Sunan withdrew his gaze, glanced at Brett who was guarding nearby, and sighed slightly. He still needs to be promoted to second-rank wizard apprentice as soon as possible, otherwise, he will always be a fragile mage, and he will need someone to protect him on the battlefield. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts, muttered strange syllables, and a basketball-sized ball of acid quickly condensed in front of him. As his finger extended, it shot towards a night-level black-scale lizard folk like an arrow. Master's hand is not long enough to be used on the current battlefield. Therefore, Sunan chose to use Acid Splash. Sizzle. The black-scale lizard folk didn't expect an attack to come from afar, and he was caught off guard, hit by the acid on his face. In just an instant, the acid corroded a large hole on the black-scale lizard folk's face. All 5 senses were corroded, leaving only a pitch-black cavity. Even the bones inside were corroded quite a bit. The black-scale lizard folk twitched and fell to the ground. It was clear that he was dead. The terrifying power of the acid splash made the surrounding black-scale lizard folk's scalp tingle. For a while, the black-scale lizard folk all looked at Sunan with deep fear in their eyes. They weren't afraid of human blades and fists, but this strange and terrifying attack was beyond their understanding. What kind of power is this? Chapter 23. Sunan's face was cold as he continuously released bursts of acid, each one splashing out. He aimed for the black-scale lizard folk who were of knight rank. Within just over a dozen breaths, 7 black-scale lizard folk had perished under his spells. The black-scale lizard folk had already been at a disadvantage, and with Sunan's intervention, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for them. The scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Blackstone City side. Roar! Suddenly, a roar exploded. The black-scale lizard folk chieftain, having noticed Sunan's threat, decided to eliminate this human with the strange powers first. However, before he could act, Kelly intercepted him. Lizardhead, I'm your opponent. Kelly sneered, swinging his sword in a powerful strike. The strength of a peak knight combined with the enhancement from the brute force potion caused a piercing air-splitting roar as he slashed. The black-scale lizard folk chieftain's pupils constricted in fear, and he dared not clash directly, hastily dodging backward, but in doing so, he also lost the opportunity to approach Sunan. Gilwagi. The black-scale lizard folk chieftain uttered a strange, ear-piercing sound. Kelly dismissed it as a frustrated curse and was about to continue his assault when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He abruptly turned towards Sunan. A colossal black shadow, appearing from the rear of the battlefield, was rapidly charging towards Sunan. Brett noticed the shadow first. He abruptly turned, shouted in anger, and raised his black stone iron shield, colliding with the incoming shadow. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, Brett flew out like a broken kite. The black shadow only took a few steps back, shook its head, and recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan also saw the true form of the shadow. It was a lizard, about 8 meters long, its entire body covered in cold, hard, black and red scales. I didn't expect these lizard heads to play this kind of feint attack. Sunan scoffed, his face showing no sign of panic. He had discovered this monster earlier than Kei and Brett and had already prepared his spell. He immediately cast a sleep curse. This giant lizard had clearly awakened its dragon lizard bloodline. It could easily knock back Brett, who had consumed a brute force potion, in a physical confrontation. Its combat power was probably already at the peak knight level. Acid splashing would likely not cause much harm to it, and might even provoke its aggression. Therefore, Sunan decisively opted for the sleep curse. The giant lizard about to charge suddenly shook its head as if it were drunk, swaying back and forth in place. I have to say, it's indeed a different bloodline. Even the sleep curse can't completely subdue it. Sunan twitched the corner of his mouth, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled out a level 1 summoning technique spell scroll and activated it in an instant. In a flash, a shining six-pointed star formation appeared on the ground a few meters ahead. As the light flickered, a creature emerged from thin air, barely resembling a humanoid figure. It was no more than a meter tall, enveloped in burning flames, and it opened its mouth, letting out a childlike, clear, and joyful laugh. A fire child? Good fortune indeed. A smile appeared on Sunan's lips. Summoning technique, as the name implies, can summon creatures from other worlds to obey the caster's commands and assist in battle. The summoned creature's strengths depend on the spell level, the caster's spiritual power, and luck. Level 1 summoning technique can summon creatures from other worlds with a strength level roughly between intermediate knight and beginner grand knight. Fire children are creatures from the fire elemental plane, with a combat strength roughly equivalent to a peak knight. While he didn't manage to summon a creature at the upper limit of beginner grand knight, a peak knight level creature from another world was already quite impressive. Under Sunan's orders, the fire child let out a cheer and rushed towards the giant lizard, which was still not fully awake, and hugged it. Almost instantly, the scales of the giant lizard that came into contact with the fire child softened and shrunk, turning into charcoal. The intense flames ignited, scorching the flesh underneath, sizzling. The excruciating pain instantly dispelled the remaining effects of the sleep curse on the giant lizard. It let out a deafening, mournful scream. It abruptly swung its massive body, rolling quickly on the ground, putting out the flames while escaping from the fire child. Then, it opened its blood-filled maw full of sharp teeth and ferociously bit at the fire child. However, physical attacks had limited effect on the fire child, an elemental creature. The sharp teeth passed straight through the fire child's body, causing little harm. Instead, the giant lizard itself was burned in its mouth by the flames, roaring in pain. The fire child laughed cheerfully, reaching out with its arms and charging again. Burning and flame. These were the two abilities possessed by the fire child. The former could inflict intense fire damage on any creature touched by the fire child, even metal would melt into slag. The latter allowed the fire child to continuously emit high-temperature rays, and all creatures within a 10-meter radius of the fire child would continuously suffer from second-tier scorching damage. In simpler terms, the fire child was a walking source of high heat. Unless equipped with magic items that can isolate high heat, anyone who got close would face constant fire burns. The giant lizard clearly lacked the means to counter the fire child. Its scales could not withstand the intense flames. Under the fire child's pursuit, the giant lizard could only flee in a sorry state, completely lacking the fierce and formidable aura it had when it first appeared. Bread, having recovered, had just managed to climb to his feet. As he looked up, he saw this scene and instantly froze with wide eyes. What kind of monster is that? It can actually suppress that terrifying giant lizard. Not far away, Kelly sighed in relief, secretly marveling in his heart. As expected of Sunan, his tactics were endless. To choose him as a target for a sneak attack was truly the wrong decision. He. The joyful laughter intertwined with the screams of pain, echoing through the battlefield. Despite trying its best to dodge and avoid direct contact with the fire child, the flame emitted by the fire child also caused the giant lizard unbearable agony. Within a short while, the giant lizard's body could no longer be found with a single intact scale. It was covered with appalling burn marks. After extinguishing the flames on its body once more, the giant lizard finally couldn't take it anymore. It rushed to a spot not far from Sunan, lay down on the ground, and kept shaking its head up and down. Its amber vertical pupils revealed a human-like plea, as if it were begging for mercy. It's quite intelligent. Sunan chuckled in amazement. Rarely encountering such a rare species, he didn't want to kill it just like that. He stopped the fire child's pursuit and casually cast a sleep curse. Severely wounded, the giant lizard could no longer resist the effects of the sleep curse. Its eyelids fluttered a few times before falling into a deep slumber. Out of caution, Sunan didn't stop there. He patted the black rock beast beside him and told it to suppress the giant lizard. Then, he extended his hand and pressed it against the giant lizard's body, releasing a fatigue touch to drain the giant lizard's energy, ensuring that this behemoth was completely out of combat. Only after doing all this, did he confidently shift his focus away from the giant lizard, turning his head towards the battlefield. In that instant, all the surviving black-scale lizard folk felt a chill run down their spines. Under their horrified gazes, the fearsome fire child rushed towards them with a joyful cheer. End. Chapter 24, A Complete Victory. The battle ended in a mere 4 or 5 minutes. The arrival of Firebrand proved to be the final straw that broke the black-scale lizardmen's backs. Wherever the little guy went, black-scale lizardmen turned into blazing torches, consumed by fire, screaming in agony as they rolled on the ground, ultimately turning into charred corpses. Even the black-scale lizardman chieftain, though strong, could only hold out for a while longer against Firebrand's attacks before finally suffering the same fate. One could say that Firebrand, as an elemental creature, was the perfect counter to the black-scale lizardmen, who lacked even martial energy and relied solely on their physical strength. After the battle, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Every soldier passing by Sunan would sneak a glance in his direction, their eyes filled with awe. While Firebrand was terrifying, the fact that Sunan could summon such a creature filled them with even more respect. The soldiers who hadn't participated in the battle in the Blackstone mine area were especially shocked. They never imagined that the skinny Sunan, their young master, would be so powerful. His strange, mysterious power seemed to be even stronger than that of their lord. At that moment, they suddenly understood why those knight commanders always treated Sunan with such deference. It was clearly out of respect for his strength. After today's battle, the news of me becoming a wizard apprentice will probably be impossible to suppress. Noticing the soldiers' gazes, Sunan silently considered this. He didn't mind too much, as such things couldn't be kept secret for long. As Blackstone City's knights grew in number, and as the Blackrock Cavalry Regiment became more active, more and more people would surely investigate the reasons behind it all. By then, he wouldn't be able to stay low profile even if he tried. There were still some black-scale lizardmen elders, children, and women left in the tribe, about 60 or 70 in total. Kelly didn't slaughter them all, but instead ordered them to be bound and brought back to Blackstone City. He clearly planned to keep them as a constant source of blood for his purposes. The bodies of the deceased black-scale lizardmen couldn't be wasted either. Their blood was drained, stored in special preservation containers, and taken back. Also bound and brought back was the giant lizard variant. Compared to the ordinary black-scale lizardman, the giant lizard was an even better source of blood. After all, its blood was genuine dragon lizard blood. On the way back, everyone was excited. Kelly's face wore a smile he couldn't hide. This battle had completely eliminated the black-scale lizardman, a festering tumor. And the price they paid was only a loss of less than 50 soldiers. Such a brilliant victory was largely thanks to Sunan. He alone had eliminated 70 or 80 black-scale lizardmen, including nearly 10 knight-level black-scale lizardmen elites. This battle could truly be described as a complete victory. More importantly, from now on, Blackstone City would have a steady supply of materials for crafting lower-grade dragon's blood potion. Kelly could already see the knights of Blackstone City growing in number. The triumphant army was warmly welcomed by the citizens of Blackstone City. Seeing the captured black-scale lizardmen prisoners being escorted, the cheers grew even louder. Many civilians whose relatives had been killed by the black-scale lizardmen couldn't contain themselves and threw stones at the prisoners. The soldiers didn't stop them, pretending not to see, letting the civilians vent their frustration. Back at the inner keep, Kelly ordered the old steward, Gale, to prepare food and wine, holding a celebratory banquet. The knights, led by Jaunton, responded enthusiastically. The inner keep was enveloped in an atmosphere of joyous celebration for the entire night. After the battle, Blackstone City returned to its path of development. Sunan also began to get busy. Aside from meditation, he spent most of his time crafting lower-grade dragon's blood potion. A vast amount of black-scale lizardman blood was transported into Sunan's laboratory, then transformed into lower-grade dragon's blood potion. Almost every day, Blackstone City saw the birth of new knights. It wasn't until all the black-scale lizardman blood from the battle was used up and they started extracting blood from the captured black-scale lizardman that Sunan slowed down his crafting of lower-grade dragon's blood potion. However, at this point, his attention began to shift to the giant lizard variant. The giant lizard's vitality was extremely strong. After 10 days of recovery, the wounds left by Firebrand had completely healed. Sunan specially used blackstone iron to synthesize a batch of high-quality metal, crafting a huge cage to confine the giant lizard. To prevent it from escaping, he would give it a fatigue touch every day, turning the giant lizard into a scared creature that cowered at the sight of him in the giant metal cage. With the giant lizard staring at him with a look of utter misery, Sunan, as usual, extracted a large tube of blood from its body before exiting the cage, closing the door and securing the lock. The giant lizard's dragon lizard blood concentration was even higher than he had expected, reaching 18.35%. If he were to use black-scale lizardman blood, it would take about 20 times the volume to synthesize dragon lizard blood with such a high concentration. Having dragon lizard blood with this concentration saves me a lot of time. Sunan looked at the rows of jars on the workbench, filled with bright red liquid, all the blood he had extracted from the giant lizard in recent days. If he were to extract blood from the captured black-scale lizardman, it would take him a month or two to accumulate this much dragon lizard blood. This should be enough. Taking a deep breath, Sunan began to synthesize sub-dragon's blood and then started crafting lower-grade dragon's blood potion. He had been crafting a large number of potions during this period, and his potion crafting skill proficiency had already broken through the 2000 mark, only 800 points away from reaching level 3. The success rate of crafting lower-grade dragon's blood potion had also exceeded 30%. For a level 1 wizard apprentice, this was an astonishing success rate. Half a day later, there were over 20 vials of lower-grade dragon's blood potion on the workbench. 3 of them had reached intermediate quality. Sunan placed each potion into the magic cube one by one. After placing 3 intermediate and 5 lower-grade dragon's blood potions, the potion on the synthesis interface finally underwent a qualitative change. Dragon's blood potion, Tier 1 lower grade. Consuming this potion can strengthen one's physique. The specific strengthening amount depends on the user's physique. The weaker the physique, the stronger the effect. Repeated consumption will weaken the effect. The user's physique must be at least 5. Not bad. A satisfied smile spread across Sunan's face. If he had tried to craft dragon's blood potion directly, with his current potion crafting skill at only level 2, the success rate would probably be a paltry single digit. Even if he were lucky enough to craft one, the cost of the materials would be at least 6 or 7 times higher than it is now. Compared to that, crafting lower-grade potions and then using the magic cube to synthesize them into high-grade ones was definitely more cost-effective. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sunan didn't hesitate to synthesize the potion and immediately consumed it. His current physique was 5,61, just meeting the requirements for consumption. A familiar hot current surged through his body, instantly coursing through his limbs and body. Sunan felt as if his entire body was submerged in scalding lava, experiencing intense pain mixed with a thrill he couldn't judge. After a while, the strange sensation slowly subsided. Sunan took a deep breath, feeling like his muscles and bones had become denser, and his body was filled with a powerful surge of energy, as if it could explode at any moment. Looking at his stats, his physique attribute had become 11,46. An increase of nearly 6 points. It really is a Tier 1 potion. Sunan beamed. In terms of physique alone, he was now almost on par with a mid-level knight. His physique had even surpassed his 11,35 spiritual power. One could only say that strengthening one's body was almost effortless for a wizard apprentice, compared to increasing their spiritual power. The starring meditation method only needs another 3,000 points of proficiency to reach level 4. At this rate, it'll only take another month or so. Thinking about his upcoming promotion to level 2 wizard apprentice, Sunan couldn't help but feel excited. Snapping out of his joy, he used the remaining lower-grade dragon's blood potions to synthesize another dragon's blood potion. This one he didn't plan to take for himself. he was going to give it to Keddy. One person can only consume 4 to 5 dragon's blood potions. After that, it won't have any effect. But that number should be enough for Keddy to become a great knight. Chapter 25. The day the sun walked across the land in the month of blazing fire. The scorching weather made people irritable and weak. But inside the inner castle, there was a joyous atmosphere. After continuously consuming 4 vials of dragon blood potion, Keddy successfully broke through and became a great knight. If knights are the backbone and elite fighting force of a territory, then great knights are the mountain-like pillars. In any country, great knights are undoubtedly a high-end combat force. A great knight, who has mastered the externalization of martial energy, is like a tank-level war beast on the battlefield, invincible. With Keddy's promotion to Great Knight, the shadow looming over Blackstone City from Shining Light City seemed to dissipate somewhat. The festive atmosphere outside could not affect Sunan. After his starring meditation method was only a little over 200 proficiency points away from upgrading, he shut himself in the meditation room, instructing others not to disturb him, and focused on preparing for his promotion. 3 days later, Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed. Deep in his sea of consciousness, tiny energy particles merged into the third star ring illusion, filling in the last bit of its illusory form. The moment the entire star ring solidified, an unprecedented tremor surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his consciousness. In silent tranquility, Sunan felt as if he was drifting in the boundless starry galaxy, with waves of invisible warmth flowing through his body, both inside and out. The indescribable ultimate joy brought by the ascension of his life essence filled every corner of his being. After an unknown period of time, Sunan gradually regained his senses and opened his eyes. The world before him seemed to have been wiped clean of a layer of hazy dust, becoming much clearer. Is this the feeling of promotion? A strong sense of joy surged through Sunan's heart. He hurriedly opened his panel. Sunan, honest, human male, 17 years old, spirit 13,25/constitution 12.02 inches, skills starring meditation method level 4, 3DE 20,000, potion making level 2, 2,641 DE 3,000, creature modification level 1, 527 DE 1,000, puppetry refining level 2, 816 DE 3,000, my spiritual power increased by 1,27, a little less than expected, but it's normal considering my original spiritual power was already close to 12. Constitution hasn't changed much, only increased by less than 0.5. A genuine smile bloomed on Sunan's face. From this moment on, he was a second-rank sorcerer apprentice. In the current Starlight continent, a second-rank sorcerer apprentice is undoubtedly considered a strong individual. He had taken another solid step on the path to becoming a wizard. Taking a deep breath, Sunan calmed the surging emotions in his heart and began to study the improvements brought by this promotion. First, the most obvious change was the increased casting speed. Magic techniques like Master's Hand, Acid Splash, and Sleep Curse all had their casting preparation time reduced by about 1/3. An increase of only 1 or 2 points of spiritual power was clearly insufficient to produce such an effect. Sunan guessed that it was because his spiritual power had broken through a certain threshold at 12 points, leading to a qualitative change from a quantitative increase, which was why his casting time had been significantly shortened. Although it was only a reduction of 1/3 in casting time, in the ever-changing battlefield, even a blink of an eye could potentially determine the outcome. For a wizard apprentice, casting time was equivalent to life. Silent casting and instant casting, such super magic techniques require the promotion to third-rank sorcerer apprentice to learn and master. At this stage, reducing the casting preparation time to around 1 second is basically the limit. The second change was the control over energy particles. Snap! Sunan snapped his fingers, and a pale blue glow suddenly lit up around him. A layer of water vapor emerged out of thin air, soaking him from head to toe. Then, a fiery red glow lit up around him, and wisps of white water vapor rose, instantly evaporating the moisture, leaving him refreshed. With the promotion to second-rank sorcerer apprentice, his spiritual power underwent a qualitative change. Now, Sunan could preliminarily manipulate energy particles, utilizing their properties to achieve effects close to magic. For example, using water-type and fire-type energy particles to cleanse his body. In addition, energy particles could also be used in combat. Sunan stretched out his palm, and a flash of azure light suddenly appeared in his palm. The next second, there was a crackling sound, and countless tiny arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air, wrapping around his palm and flickering. Then, lightning transformed into blazing flames, followed by a series of roaring wind scrolls, pure white frost, ominous black shadows. Various elements appeared in succession. Second-rank sorcerer apprentices could materialize energy particles into elemental entities for attacks, or they could attach energy particles to weapons or their own bodies, imparting various elemental properties. For example, attaching fire-type energy particles to a weapon, adding fire damage. Attaching wind-type energy particles to the body, making the body more light and nimble. And so on. This was also why second-rank sorcerer apprentices were far more powerful than first-rank sorcerer apprentices. Even without casting spells, a second-rank sorcerer apprentice, relying on their own strong physique and the assistance of energy particles, could easily crush any level of knight. If they added spells to the mix, it wouldn't be a problem to face a great knight head-on. Not to mention that second-rank sorcerer apprentices could also use magic items and contract magical companions. Speaking of magic items, Sunan's expression shifted, and he looked at the bloodvine ring he had been wearing on his index finger since he brought it back from the Blackstone mine area. Before, he could only sense the energy particles contained within the ring but could not manipulate them. But now, with a thought, he could activate the ring's magic properties at any time. The power of the bloodvine ring was enough to become one of his trump cards. There are also energy runes. Now, I can create energy rune gemstones. Magical companions are also on the agenda. Magical companions are a type of magical creature. They are originally ordinary animals, strange beasts, or unusual species with special bloodlines. After contracting with a wizard, they awaken special abilities and transform into magical companions. Magical companions are divided into auxiliary types and combat types. Auxiliary magical companions are mostly various types of spirits, such as fairies, sprites, etc. These types of magical companions usually have strong plant spirituality and can naturally communicate with magical plants. They are very suitable for acting as gardeners to cultivate magical plants. In addition, some magical companions are used by wizard apprentices as experimental assistants. The types of combat magical companions are much more diverse. From small animals like bats, cats, lizards, owls, snakes, toads, to ferocious strange beasts comparable to knights, they can all be transformed into combat magical companions, assisting wizard apprentices in battle to kill enemies. Some powerful magical companions can even become wizard apprentices' trump cards, playing an indispensable role. The stronger the original creature, the stronger it will be after being transformed into a magical companion. For the first time contracting a magical companion, the transformation target must be carefully selected. Wait. Sunan suddenly remembered. Speaking of suitable transformation targets, wasn't there one in the yard? That giant lizard-like strange beast? Sunan's eyes immediately lit up. A strange beast with dragon-lizard bloodline, if transformed into a magical companion, it would definitely become another powerful fighting force in his hands. Worth a try. Chapter 26, Body Modification Experiment. The month of August, known as the month of scrolls in the legends of the Starlight Continent, is dedicated to knowledge and wisdom. As August arrived, Sunan began to get busy, focusing on his own growth. Firstly, he started learning new spells. He only had 2 first-ring spells at his disposal, Charmed Human and Shield Spell. The former's effect was self-explanatory. The latter allowed him to conjure an invisible and transparent shield the size of a tower shield, capable of floating and rotating 360 degrees, automatically blocking attacks from all directions. As the shield spell utilized a force field effect, it could even negate intangible attacks like spiritual shock or soul damage. Considering his own safety, Sunan naturally chose to learn Shield Spell first. Reading Shield Spell Model, Shield Spell Learning Progress must 0,02%. First ring spells were significantly more difficult than zero ring spells. Sunan estimated that it would take him about 40 days to master the Shield Spell with the aid of revitalization potions. The time needed to master Charm Geoman would likely be similar. His second task was to craft rune stones. As this was his first attempt, he chose the relatively stable earth energy particles. The selected gem was a black opal, which was compatible with force field protection properties. Unfortunately, starry blue sapphire is too expensive, costing over 1,000 gold coins for a single one. If I had it, the effect would be much better. Sunan thought regretfully. Using starry blue sapphire as the carrier would significantly increase the power of the final product by at least double. However, that would be throwing money away, something he couldn't afford yet. He had to settle for black opal instead. Black opal is a green opal with black spots and golden particles, displaying an odd beauty. As Sunan infused the gem with the condensed, yellowish-brown energy rune, it instantly emitted a hazy light. The light only lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before fading quickly. The black opal seemed unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one could see a layer of mysterious and intricate patterns on its surface. Successfully crafted rune stone, magic item crafting learning progress must 0.5%. Sunan was slightly taken aback. How did it trigger the magic item crafting skill? But then, he quickly realized. Energy runes were a branch of enchanting, and crafting something with energy runes combined with gems could be considered a magic item, making it unsurprising that it triggered the magic item crafting skill. I thought I had to find relevant books to trigger this skill, but I accidentally triggered it beforehand. Sunan looked at the runestone in his hand. A tiny gem, no bigger than a bean, contained a large amount of earth energy particles. Activating the energy within would instantly create a layer of earth element protection for him. Compared to spells requiring preparation time, rune stones, which could be activated instantly, were undoubtedly more practical in battle. The only drawback was the cost. Considering that he already had a defensive spell like Shield Spell, Sunan only crafted 2 earth rune stones before stopping, turning to create attack-type rune stones. After all, the attack spells he had mastered were all zero-ring spells and were already falling behind his level. Rune stones could make up for the deficiency in his attack methods. Lightning, fire, frost, shadow. Except for the fire rune, which used red zircon with the highest compatibility with fire, the other 3 types of attacking energy runes were crafted with rubies suitable for shaping spells. Sunan crafted 3 spare rune stones for each type. In addition, he crafted 2 plant-type rune stones for healing injuries. Including those destroyed during the process, Sunan ultimately used 18 gems, costing over 300 gold coins in total. Rune stones are a bottomless pit of gold. Sunan sighed inwardly. It was fortunate that he had the support of Blackstone City behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford rune stones, let alone collecting wizards' grimoires. Creating rune stones took quite some time, and by the time he was done, it was already late at night. He used energy particles to clean himself before returning to the meditation chamber, ready to meditate instead of sleeping, and to recover the mental energy consumed by crafting rune stones. Even after his advancement, Sunan maintained his daily 4-hour limit for meditation. However, with his increasing spiritual power, its growth had slowed down. Currently, his daily meditation only increased his spiritual power by 0,01 to 0,02 points on average. Even with the aid of revitalization potions. Advancing to a 3rd rank wizard apprentice requires successfully constructing 9 star rings and a spiritual power of 30 points or higher. At this rate, it would take me at least 10 years, or even longer, to advance. 10 years to advance from a 2nd rank to a 3rd rank wizard apprentice would be considered exceptional in the Starlight continent today. But Sunan wasn't satisfied. He was already considering whether to synthesize higher grade potions to assist his meditation. However, that would require spending more gold coins every month. Even with a family mine, he couldn't afford his insatiable gold consumption. Unless I reclaim Shining Light territory, expanding my income. Sunan narrowed his eyes, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. After a moment, he shook his head, suppressing his thoughts and focusing on meditation. The next day, Sunan came to the room where the giant lizard was being held. Confined in a narrow and cramped cage, forced to undergo blood and energy extraction every day, the giant lizard had suffered greatly in the past month. Now, upon seeing Sunan enter, it merely raised its eyelids before lying motionless on the ground, seemingly resigned to its fate. Sunan opened the metal cage and lifted the giant lizard out with his master's hand. He then brought it to the spacious laboratory and placed it on the experimental table. To accommodate the giant lizard's massive size, the experimental table was specially crafted, exceeding 10 meters in length. Although he had decided to transform the giant lizard into a magical companion, Sunan didn't rush into action. All creatures, upon transforming into magical companions, would awaken at least one spell-like ability. The type of spell-like ability they awakened depended primarily on their innate abilities. For example, feline creatures generally awaken spell-like abilities related to illusions or shadow stealth after transforming into magical companions. Serpent creatures, on the other hand, would usually awaken spell-like abilities related to poison. As for this exotic species possessing dragon lizard blood, Sunan guessed that it would most likely awaken spell-like abilities related to physical enhancement. For a wizard apprentice, this spell-like ability would undoubtedly be among the least desirable. They had plenty of ways to enhance their bodies, and there was no need to waste precious awakening opportunities. Therefore, Sunan planned to modify the giant lizard's body before officially signing the contract to transform it into a magical companion, giving it an additional ability that might allow it to awaken something other than physical enhancement during the transformation process. As for the direction of body modification, the book he obtained earlier, Extraction and Modification of the Green Chameleon's Abilities, could be used for this purpose. Even though you're not a chameleon, you belong to the same order of lizards and should have decent compatibility with color-changing abilities. Sunan reached out, and a cage on the table behind him floated towards him, landing in his palm. Inside the cage was a green chameleon. While not a magical creature, this species was still quite rare. He had to rely on Musuhuo from the FACEBOKK trading company to find enough for experimentation. Swoosh! Sunan waved his hand again, and a sharp surgical knife appeared in his hand. At this point, the giant lizard finally sensed something amiss and began to struggle frantically, but its weakened body was unable to escape the master's hand's restraint. It then whimpered in distress, its vertical pupils displaying a human-like plea. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll become stronger after the experiment is over." Sunan cast a sleep curse, and the giant lizard's eyelids flickered a few times before falling into a deep sleep, ceasing its struggle. The laboratory was then filled with the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh. Please give us your recommendation votes and monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 27, Exterminate the Roots. The middle of the harvest moon, September, the harvest festival was held as scheduled. This was the grandest celebration in the Starry Principality, second only to the New Year. Every year at this time, all noble territories would hold festivals, celebrating the year's harvest and praying for a bountiful harvest next year. Since the beginning of the month, trade caravans and foreign travelers had entered Shining Light City one after another. By the day of the harvest festival, Shining Light City was bustling with people, filled with a lively festive atmosphere. In the brightly decorated banquet hall of Shining Light Castle, invited guests chatted and laughed over drinks. In a corner of the hall, a group of young men and women gathered together, eating delicacies and excitedly gossiping. "I heard that Earl Storm has been unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. His sons are fighting like mad for the title, almost spilling their brains. That's normal, after all, that's an Earl title. If I were them, I'd fight for it too. It's said that Countess Storm hired a wizard to treat Earl Storm. TSK, it turns out that the legendary wizards really exist. Hence, just a bunch of charlatans, only know some tricks like juggling. They're no different from the magic performers in the circus. I heard about it too. That so-called wizard couldn't cure Earl Storm's illness in the end. Later, he was stabbed to death by Earl Storm's second son. The legend of wizards had a significant market in high society. As the topic unfolded, many people showed interested expressions, holding their wine glasses and joining the conversation. Speaking of which, Blackstone City seems to have produced a wizard too. You mean the second son of the previous Baron of Shining Light, Sunan? I heard that Blackstone City was able to develop to its current state because of him behind the scenes. Really? When Kelly and Sunan were expelled from Shining Light City and exiled to Blackstone City, almost no one was optimistic about this pair of brothers. After all, Blackstone City was located on the border of the Golden Rock Province, its geographical location was unfavorable, and it had the black-scale lizardman as a serious threat on its side. Its development potential was pitifully low. With such a bad hand, the two brothers were simply no match for the current Baron of Shining Light. Once Owen consolidated his control over the territory, he would be free to deal with them. In the eyes of everyone, the brothers were almost as good as dead. However, the subsequent development took an unexpected turn. Not only did Blackstone City restart the Blackstone mine area, bringing in a steady stream of gold, but it also wiped out the black-scale lizardman. Now, Blackstone City, anyone could see its thriving and promising development potential. If Blackstone City were allowed to continue developing, in a few years, it might become one of the top cities in the Golden Rock Province. Many people were trying to figure out the reason behind the changes in Blackstone City. Hearing that it might be related to Sunan, many present were skeptical. After all, Sunan's shy and introverted personality was no secret in the aristocratic circles, and he was far behind his talented elder brother. It was unthinkable that such a person would be the mastermind behind Blackstone City's transformation. The wizard stuff is nonsense. A young man snorted disdainfully. Sunan is a good-for-nothing who can't even cultivate a breathing technique. What big things can he do? Blackstone City just got lucky. It's nothing to be concerned about. My father can easily take care of them, even without Lord Owen's intervention. Someone recognized the young man as the son of Lord Azolf, who had been the first to side with Owen, and smiled without contradicting him. The conversation quickly shifted to other topics. Although Blackstone City had been in the limelight recently, as Lord Zolf's son had said, no one believed that it could compete with Owen, who had almost controlled the entire territory of Shining Light Diarysis. Even without the elite cavalry regiment of Owen, any of the three lords could easily deal with Blackstone City. Meanwhile, in the council hall, Owen sat opposite the three lords. My two nephews really surprised me. They managed to create such a big commotion without a sound. It seems I underestimated them. Owen gently swirled the wine in his glass, the crimson liquid shimmering in the light. Restarting the Blackstone mine area, wiping out the black-scale lizardmen, and forming a cavalry regiment. If we let them continue to grow, they might actually become powerful enough to rival me. My lord is joking. Forming a cavalry regiment is not easy. Even if Blackstone City has enough gold, they don't have the channels to buy enough war horses. Forming a cavalry regiment is just wishful thinking. Zolf, tall and burly, said in a muffled voice. He cultivated a breathing technique that focused on physical strength, so he was unusually strong and tall, almost 2 meters tall. When the previous Baron of Shining Light was still alive, Zolf was a famous general. After breaking through to the peak knight level recently, his fame became even greater. That's right. Training cavalry is a time-consuming and labor-intensive affair. In such a short time, even if Blackstone City can raise a cavalry regiment, their combat effectiveness will be very limited. They are nothing to be afraid of. Devon smiled, his eyes flashing with disdain. If forming a cavalry regiment were that easy, he would have done it long ago. 2 young punks, with a little money, they are daydreaming. They really don't know their place. Seeing that his 2 colleagues had spoken, Norwood also couldn't help but chime in. Owen narrowed his eyes and took a sip of wine. Unlike Zolf and the others who only relied on rumors, he had concrete information proving that Blackstone City had tamed a new type of mount, which seemed to have some combat capability. It was with this new mount as its core that Blackstone City had formed its cavalry regiment. According to the scouts' report, Blackstone City suffered minimal losses in the war against the Black-Scale Lizardmen. It was very likely because of this cavalry regiment. So, it was not a cavalry regiment to be underestimated. In time, it might really grow into an elite army. Thinking about this, Owen couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety deep inside. He couldn't delay any longer. It was time to cut off the route and eliminate the last hidden danger. As long as the two brothers were dead, the Shining Light territory would completely become his, and he wouldn't have to worry about any unforeseen incidents. "What are your thoughts on Blackstone City?" Owen asked calmly. The three lords present were all cunning and shrewd. As soon as they heard this, they understood Owen's intentions. Zolf was the first to speak. "As long as my lord gives the order, I'm willing to lead the troops to attack Blackstone City." Devon and Norwood were a step behind, secretly cursing in their hearts. This big guy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was good at flattering. His face was thick as a city wall. While secretly cursing, the two were not slow in their actions, both voicing their willingness to fight. Seeing the three men's loyalty, Owen smiled contentedly and waved his hand. "Forget about attacking. It's too obvious, and although Blackstone City's military force is not strong, taking it down would cost a lot of manpower." Zolf, Devon, and Norwood looked at each other. Devon hesitated. "Then what does my lord mean?" Owen smiled mysteriously. "As long as Kei and Sunan are dead, Blackstone City will naturally return to my hands." The three immediately understood and looked enlightened. Assassination. This was almost a common skill among nobles. It's just that this kind of thing was generally not assigned to one's own people, lest one be caught. But if they didn't use their own men, where would Lord Owen find someone to hire? It was said that Kei had already advanced to a Great Knight. Assassinating a Great Knight wouldn't be easy. Chapter 28, Magical Companion Stealth Dragon. Blackstone Castle, Courtyard. Sunan stood in front of the banyan tree, his eyes fixed on the trunk. To the naked eye, the area in front of the tree was empty. Even with careful observation, nothing could be seen. Only Sunan could sense the presence of something there. "Charge!" Sunan suddenly spoke. The moment his words fell, a whistling sound suddenly echoed through the void. Although there was nothing in front of him, a clear rustling sound could be heard, as if some creature was crawling rapidly along the ground. And at that moment, a barely noticeable distortion finally appeared in the void that had been empty just moments ago. "All right," Sunan said. The next moment, a giant lizard figure appeared out of thin air on the ground about 10 meters away. Amber-colored vertical pupils revealed a human-like ingratiating expression, and it let out a low whine, as if trying to curry favor with Sunan. Sunan laughed, and could only praise, "Well done." After more than half a month of experimentation, during which he had failed more than 10 times, he finally managed to transfer the chameleon's color-changing ability to the giant lizard, and further strengthened its effect. The giant lizard, having gained the ability to change color, could now instantly change its form to match its surroundings, achieving a near-invisible effect. Only during high-speed sprints would a trace of its presence be revealed due to the lag in its form transformation. Of course, unless it was a wizard apprentice, or a great knight with exceptionally keen eyesight, ordinary people would not be able to detect this trace at all. But this ability wasn't without its downsides. While it was fine when standing still, once it started moving, its footsteps and the sound of its body rubbing against objects would betray its position. Sunan had no good solution for this. After all, even the real invisibility spell had the same flaw. There are flaws and there are flaws. Anyway, the color-changing ability is only a foundation for transforming a magical companion. I hope you can awaken a more powerful ability on the basis of the color-changing ability. The giant lizard didn't quite understand Sunan's meaning, but it simply let out a low, cautious whine. Sunan didn't mind, using his master's hand to scoop up the giant lizard and then walk into the laboratory. It was a laboratory that had been temporarily cleared out. A contract magic array composed of countless intricate patterns had already been drawn on the floor beforehand, shining with a faint black sheen under the candlelight, exuding an indescribable, peculiar charm. Placing the giant lizard in the center of the array, Sunan then cast a sleep curse. The somewhat anxious giant lizard instantly fell asleep. Sunan then used a small knife to cut his thumb and pressed it against the edge of the array. As blood spread along the patterns, the array suddenly burst into bright light. Countless black and red mists appeared out of thin air, drifting around to completely envelop and cover the giant lizard's massive body. The mist continued to seep into its rough, thick skin. Crack. Crack. A series of fine crackling sounds suddenly sounded, and the giant lizard's bones expanded, piercing through its thick skin, revealing their white brilliance in the air. In a short time, the giant lizard's entire body had become a giant skeletal structure nearly 10 meters long, hanging with tattered flesh, curled up on the ground, nearly filling the entire laboratory floor. Sunan was forced to retreat to the doorway, but his eyes remained fixed on the giant lizard, holding a plant rune gemstone in his hand, ready to activate it to heal the giant lizard at any moment. The transformation process for magical companions was not a 100% success rate. The more powerful the creature, the lower the success rate of transforming it into a magical companion. For a creature like the giant lizard, which possessed dragon lizard bloodlines, the probability of failure was at least 50% or higher. Even with the assistance of rune gemstones, the success rate could only be increased by 1 or 2%. The giant lizard's bones continued to grow, quickly exceeding 15 meters, but there was no sign of flesh proliferation, looking like a skeletal giant lizard. Seeing this, Sunan decisively activated the rune gemstone, and a gentle, light green glow immediately enveloped the giant lizard's entire body. However, the giant lizard remained motionless and unchanged. Did it fail? Sunan frowned and sighed. But the next second, a sudden change occurred. The giant lizard's previously ragged, broken skin suddenly grew countless black, oval-shaped scales the size of an adult's palm, spreading rapidly over its entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly recovering the exposed bones. After the scales formed, their smooth surfaces flashed a glimmer of light under the candlelight, gradually becoming identical to the surrounding environment, eventually completely concealing the giant lizard's massive body. Color-changing ability? No, wrong, it seems different. Just as Sunan was filled with doubts, the disappeared giant lizard reappeared out of thin air, its appearance having undergone a dramatic transformation from before the transformation. The original giant lizard was 7 or 8 meters long, qualifying as a giant beast, but after the transformation, its body had expanded by more than double, resembling a small mountain. But although its body was huge, it was still fairly slender compared to its length, making it appear not bulky, but rather extremely soft and agile. It quickly rushed to Sunan's side, bending its body softly into a circle, its large pupils staring at him intently. Although its appearance was quite ferocious, Sunan could feel the admiration and closeness that the giant lizard was conveying through the connection between their souls. Magical companions and their masters can sense each other's emotions within a certain distance, similar to telepathy, which wizards call emotional connection. And as the wizard's spiritual power increases, they will later evolve abilities such as shared vision, shared magic techniques, and even more spell-like abilities. In addition, the life of a magical companion is bound to its master. Once the master dies, the magical companion's physical body and soul will also vanish into thin air. So in the magical companion's mind, its master is the closest and most loyal existence in this world. You've worked hard. Sunan reached out and touched the giant lizard's head, which let out a low whine in response, its huge head gently rubbing against his hand, showing its affection. Against the backdrop of its massive size, it had a strange sense of incongruity. Go outside and try your abilities. The man and the lizard quickly moved to the courtyard. The process of transforming a magical companion took quite a while, and it was already night outside. Under Sunan's command, the giant lizard leaped forward with incredible agility, soaring 4 or 5 meters into the air. In the moonlight, its slender body, from head to toe, suddenly vanished. Then, a nearby banyan tree snapped with a crack, and its huge branches crashed to the ground. Strength and physical strength have significantly improved. In terms of physicality alone, it's probably no longer below a great knight, but I still need to test it further. The giant lizard's physical strength and color-changing ability had been strengthened differently, but these two were powers it already possessed, clearly not new awakened abilities. Sunan continued to watch with anticipation. After charging a short distance, the giant lizard reappeared, turning back to charge towards the tree stump. But this time, its body suddenly vanished halfway through, passing through the tree stump like an illusion. This is the ability to transform between reality and nothingness. Sunan's face showed surprise. From the giant lizard's performance just now, it seemed like it could instantly transform its body into a non-physical state, allowing it to pass through obstacles. Keep in mind that the transformed giant lizard already possessed powerful destructive power and agile speed, and combined with the color-changing ability and the ability to traverse obstacles with void passage, it was simply the perfect assassin. Its combat strength had instantly increased by several levels. What a perfect ability combination! Sunan couldn't help but marvel. The ability to transform between reality and nothingness instantly remedied the flaw of the color-changing ability's inability to cover up sounds, giving the giant lizard a truly perfect invisibility ability. Hearing Sunan's words, the giant lizard let out a high-pitched call of excitement and pride. Sunan smiled slightly. I can't keep calling you giant lizard anymore. I need to give you a new name. After pondering for a moment, he quickly had an idea. I'll call you Stealth Dragon. Chapter 29. The Black Stone City in the autumn curtain moon, October, had already taken on a touch of bleakness. Though the first snow was still a while away, the air temperature had already dropped considerably, no longer retaining the heat of the harvest moon. 4 men clad in armor walked along the road in the inner castle courtyard, their exhaled breaths forming wisps of white mist in the air. The 3 younger men trailing behind, their faces flushed with an excitement and anticipation that was hard to conceal, as if something good was about to happen. After walking for a while, one of them finally couldn't help but ask the leading Joran, "Joran, are there any precautions we need to take when consuming that lower-grade dragon blood potion?" Joran glanced back at the young man who had spoken, his face beaming. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Look at how nervous you are. Nearly 100 people have already consumed the lower-grade dragon blood potion before you. No one has had any problems. Just relax." The young man scratched his head sheepishly, saying with a forced smile, "I'm not worried, I'm just excited. After all, after drinking that potion, I can become a knight." The other 2 nodded in agreement, their faces filled with excitement. After all, it was a knight. A knight, renowned as a beast on the battlefield, a nobleman in the making. They had been training hard for many years, hoping to become knights in their lifetime, to bring glory to their families. But they never imagined that their dream would be realized so soon. They still felt a sense of unreality even now. "Haha, I understand your feelings. A year ago, I never imagined that there would be a potion in this world that could allow a probationary knight to directly break through to become a knight. All this is thanks to Lord Sunan." Speaking of Sunan, a respectful tone filled Joran's voice. The 3 young men also instinctively showed expressions of awe and admiration. Although the news about Lord Sunan and Blackstone City was strictly sealed, all the knights and probationary knights who had consumed or were about to consume the lower-grade dragon blood potion knew that Lord Sunan had played a huge role in the development of Blackstone City. Even the establishment of the Blackrock Cavalry could be said to have been orchestrated by Lord Sunan. In the hearts of the Blackstone City knights and probationary knights, Lord Sunan's status was no less than that of the Lord. Anyway, you don't have to be too nervous. Once you meet the Lord, get the potion, drink it, and you will. Before Joran could finish his reassuring words, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if something had brushed past him from behind in an instant, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He stopped in his tracks instinctively and looked around, but found nothing unusual. "Did you see anything?" Joran turned and asked the three. The three shook their heads, bewildered. Damn it, maybe I drank too much wine last night and my head is still not clear. Joran patted his head, muttered a few words, and quickly forgot about the incident, continuing to lead the way. Soon, the four arrived at the training ground. From a distance, Joran saw the Lord and Brad standing at the entrance to the training ground, seemingly discussing something. Not far from them were three large wooden barrels. As they approached, Joran saw that the barrels were filled with a light red liquid. He could also smell a familiar pungent odor. The smell of the lower-grade dragon blood potion. Are these all lower-grade dragon blood potions? Joran was startled, but quickly realized that the scent in the air was faint, not like the real potion, but rather a diluted liquid. Move the barrels to the barracks. All warriors who have reached the level of knight attendant will drink 1 bowl a day. Officers will receive an extra bowl each day. Seeing Joran and his companions arrive, Kelly gave Brad an instruction, then waved his hand for him to retreat. He then looked at Joran and his companions, his gaze focused on the three young men. My lord. The three bowed in unison. Kelly nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on Joran. Only three this time? Joran nodded and replied, the rest are probationary knights who have just broken through recently. Lord Sunan said it's best to wait a while longer for them to solidify their strength before taking the potion. Hearing that it was Sunan's instruction, Kelly said no more. He took out 3 bottles of lower-grade dragon blood potion. The rest was simple. The 3 young men took the potion on the spot. 2 of them immediately broke through to become knights, while the remaining one, though he did not break through, would be able to complete his advancement after a few days of training, based on past experience. After encouraging the 3 new, prospective, knights with a few words, Kelly signaled Joran to take them away, then left the training ground and headed for the main building. Since the extermination of the black-scale lizardmen, Blackstone City had entered a period of rapid development. The number of knights had skyrocketed. Blackstone City now had over 100 knights. In the entire starry constellation duchy, only noble territories with a viscount or higher, after hundreds of years of development and inheritance, could accumulate so many knights. Blackstone City, with a single city, had the number of knights comparable to that of a viscount territory. If this news were to spread, many people would be shocked. Unfortunately, all the blood obtained from exterminating the black-scale lizardmen has been used up. Now we can only extract blood slowly from the captives. Sunan's potion production speed will also slow down considerably. But it's also a good thing. The lower-grade dragon blood potion was used a bit too much recently, causing a gap in the probationary knights in the army. This is a good time to cultivate more probationary knights. Kelly thought of the dragon blood potion that Sunan had recently researched. The effect of that potion far surpassed the lower-grade dragon blood potion. Just 4 bottles had allowed him to cross the threshold that countless knights had dreamed of, reaching the level of Great Knight. It was simply incredible. The only pity was that the production was extremely low. So far, only he and a few senior knights like Brad had consumed it, thus advancing to peak knight. It's a pity that Blackstone City is currently in dire need of time. If you give me a few years to develop, reclaiming Shining Light territory will be easy. As he was pondering, Kelly suddenly saw the old butler, Gala, leading 6 or 7 servants passing by. They were carrying several sheep that had been plucked of their wool. Gala quickly noticed Kelly and stopped to salute. My lord. Kelly hummed in response and pointed at the sheep, asking, where are you taking these? Gala said, to Lord Sunan's courtyard. Kelly quickly remembered that Sunan's courtyard seemed to be keeping a giant lizard captured from the black-scale lizardman tribe, and it ate a lot of meat every day. But he glanced at the 3 sheep, a little confused. Was the giant lizard's appetite growing? He had just heard Joran say that it only ate 1 sheep a day. Curious, but Kelly didn't ask any further, just waved his hand for Gala and his companions to leave. Anything related to wizards was shrouded in mystery and strangeness, and it was difficult for outsiders to understand. He wasn't interested in delving into it, as long as he continued to support Sunan. After all, Sunan's strength was Blackstone City's strength. Chapter 30, Bugged Blood Exchange. The brightly lit study was peaceful and quiet. The occasional sound of turning pages could be heard. Sunan sat behind his desk, diligently reading through a book. In the invisible void around him, prompts regarding his spell learning progress flashed every so often. Shield spell. Sunan had successfully mastered it. Now, he was learning enthralling humans, with the progress bar exceeding 90%. It would be mastered in a couple of days. But after that, he wouldn't have any more spells to learn. Even though I've commissioned the Firefox Trading Company, it's not easy to find a suitable first-string spell. I wonder how things are going? Sunan closed the book and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up towards the room's entrance, a smile appearing on his face. Where have you been running off to? Haven't you been up to any mischief, have you? Hiss. A raspy sound was his reply. As if an invisible curtain was lifted, a giant lizard suddenly materialized near the doorway, shaking its head at Sunan. Perhaps due to being confined in a cage for too long, the stealthy dragon had completely gone off the rails after being released. It spent its days running around the inner castle. Fortunately, its perfect camouflage ability, a combination of color changing and real to imaginary transformation, prevented any panic. Nobody had noticed its presence, not even the great knight Kedi. Sunan had to admit that his luck was truly amazing. His very first contracted magical companion had awakened with such a powerful ability. In terms of physical strength alone, the stealthy dragon was at the level of a beginner great knight. But with its ability to change color and switch between real and imaginary states, even an advanced great knight could be killed by its stealthy attack if they were not careful. And moreover, the stealthy dragon's physical strength had a lot of room for development. This was due to its dragon lizard bloodline. According to the magic cube's information, the dragon lizard bloodline concentration in the stealthy dragon was currently only 18,35%. If he could increase its dragon lizard bloodline concentration, he could naturally significantly strengthen the stealthy dragon. Increase bloodline concentration? A thoughtful look flashed across Sunan's eyes. He had tried giving the stealthy dragon blood potion, but the effect was negligible. Dragon blood potion, although containing sub-dragon blood components, had been altered to strengthen its physical constitution. Even if the stealthy dragon drank it, it wouldn't increase its bloodline concentration, at most it would slightly enhance its physical strength. After much thought, Sunan decided to take a different approach, directly giving the stealthy dragon a blood transfusion. With the synthetic magic cube, he could extract dragon lizard blood from the stealthy dragon, synthesize it into high-grade sub-dragon blood, and then inject it back into the stealthy dragon, achieving his blood transfusion goal. Extract blood, synthesize higher-grade blood, and then transfuse it back. He only needed to repeat this process continuously to continuously increase the stealthy dragon's bloodline. Worth a try. Does this count as exploiting a bug? Sunan chuckled wryly. Of course, this process would take a while. After all, the volume of blood synthesized would be greatly reduced, and transfusing it back into the stealthy dragon wouldn't compensate for the extracted blood. He would have to wait for the stealthy dragon to generate new blood and recover on its own. So, the blood transfusion could only be done every few days. As for extracting blood from the black-scale lizard folk captives, he didn't even want to think about it. Aside from the fact that that little bit of blood, when synthesized, would be a mere drop in the bucket, the blood incompatibility between different individuals would greatly increase the difficulty and risks of the blood transfusion surgery, enough to deter Sunan. Regardless, the blood transfusion seemed quite feasible, and Sunan thought it was worth a shot. Just so happens my biological modification reached level 2 a while back. Performing a blood transfusion shouldn't be difficult. Under Sunan's sharp gaze, the stealthy dragon, lying on the ground, shivered suddenly, recalling the terror of being drained of blood. Late at night. The silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a veil of moonlight. In the darkness, two figures silently scaled the wall and slipped into the courtyard. Looking at the quiet courtyard, The two exchanged glances, both with a hint of confusion in their eyes. How could the brother of the Blackstone City's lord, living in such a place, not even have a single guard? The Blackstone City Inner Castle's defense was so lax. If the other target's defense was the same, this assassination mission would be a breeze. After a brief exchange of glances, the two men, clad in night clothes, gripped the sword hilts at their waists and moved silently towards the corridor deep in the courtyard. According to their scout's intel, Sunan rarely let servants enter the courtyard, so they didn't know which room he slept in. They could only search each room one by one. Thankfully, there were no guards here, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered for taking too long to search. Under the cover of the night, their movements were smooth and efficient, without any hindrance. But for some reason, they felt an uneasy feeling, a chill creeping up their spines as if they were being watched by a dangerous presence. Yet, when they looked around, there wasn't a single soul in sight. The two dismissed their uneasiness as being overly cautious, shaking their heads and ignoring the strange feeling as they continued to infiltrate. They passed through the courtyard and reached the entrance of the long corridor. Looking at the closed door at the end of the corridor, they instinctively gripped their sword hilts, silently removing the long swords slung across their waists. But at the moment they drew their swords, the unease deep within them intensified, a wave of cold air surging up from their spine. In that instant, both men felt the fear of death, a feeling rooted in their long years of combat experience. Without hesitation, they leaped to their sides, one to the left and the other to the right. However, the man on the right had only moved a few meters when his body froze in midair. Several arc-shaped blood holes suddenly appeared in his chest, his head and feet twisted at an unnatural angle. The other assassin, landing firmly on the ground, looked up to witness this scene and his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The bright moonlight shone through the spray of blood, casting a faint outline of a giant beast covered in scales, its forelimbs sprawled out, reaching a length of over 10 meters. Its mouth, filled with sharp, pointed teeth, was tightly clamped on its companion's body, blood flowing out of the twitching corpse. It was clear that his companion wouldn't survive this. By the star god, what kind of monster is this? The man gasped. He wasn't unfamiliar with ferocious creatures, but he had never seen a monster like this one. It was over 10 meters long, capable of stealth, and they, two knights, couldn't detect its presence at all. Thump! The monster spat out the corpse and let out a hissing sound. Its massive body faded and disappeared into the moonlight. The man's scalp felt numb. Without thinking, he turned and ran, reaching the courtyard wall in a flash, leaping up to vault over it. But in the next second, he was hit as if by a speeding boulder. His bones cracked with a clack, clack sound. He screamed as he was thrown through the air, landing on the ground several meters away. Despite being severely injured, the man was not discouraged. He roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flesh, struggling to get up and run. But then, he felt his body sink, as if something was stepping on his back. The next second, intense pain flooded his consciousness. Thanks for the tip from Leisureland. Chapter 31. Looking at the two mangled corpses before him, then glancing at the innocent-looking stealthy dragon lying on the ground beside him, Sunan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Through his connection with his magical companion, he had a general idea of what had happened. The two assassins, as soon as they had climbed over the wall, were discovered by the stealthy dragon, who was sleeping in the courtyard. Initially, it had just been curious, observing them. It wasn't until they approached the corridor and drew their weapons that it deemed them as enemies and launched a ferocious attack. Unfortunately, it had used too much force, instantly killing both of them. But, next time, remember to leave one alive. Sunan patted the stealthy dragon's head and turned his attention back to the two corpses. Based on the density of their muscles and strength of their bones, both were official knights, and at least high-level knights. To send two high-level knight-level assassins, and with the motivation to do so, the mastermind behind this was clear. If they sent people to me, brother should be the same. Sunan looked towards the main building, his perception spreading out. Indeed, he faintly heard a commotion. He narrowed his eyes, cast a spell on himself to create a shield, and then a layer of azure light appeared on his body. He moved with the speed of wind, rushing out of the courtyard towards the main building. Behind him, the stealthy dragon let out a hiss, leaped forward, and its body disappeared into the night. In the courtyard in front of the main building, the sound of metal clashing against metal was relentless. Led by Brad, over 10 knights and an equal number of black rock beasts were besieging a tall, burly middle-aged man. Despite the fact that they were outnumbered, Brad and the others were actually on the defensive. Under the moonlight, a faint, shimmering light could be seen around the middle-aged man's body. The knights' weapons, upon striking that layer of light, not only failed to break through, but they were also shaken back, causing the knight's hands to ache. In contrast, the middle-aged man could casually knock away a knight with a single strike. Of everyone present, only Brad could barely use his shield to face the opponent's attack head-on. Relying on their numerical advantage, they could barely hold their own against their enemy. Not far away, Kelly and an assassin wielding a black sword were locked in a fierce battle, and it was clear that Kelly was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the Black Rock Beast's fearless attacks that were somewhat restricting the assassin's movements, the situation would have been even worse. Sunan arrived at the courtyard to witness this scene. 2 great knight-level assassins, what a grand spectacle! Sunan swept his gaze over the scene, instantly forming a rough judgment of the assassin's strength. He couldn't help but wonder secretly. Owen only had 1 great knight under his command. Where did he hire 2 great knight-level assassins from? In this era, a great knight could receive the treatment of a distinguished guest in any territory. They wouldn't possibly become low-level assassins. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Sunan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "All of you, retreat." As soon as the words left his mouth, Brad and the others, without hesitation, abandoned their opponents and retreated in unison. The middle-aged knight was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Sunan. He clearly felt that the moment this young man appeared, the more than 10 knights besieging him were visibly elated, their morale soaring. Obviously, the newcomer was no weakling, and he had instilled a great deal of confidence in them. To have more than 10 knights, including a peak knight, so obedient and respectful, this young man's status in Blackstone City must be quite high. Immediately, the middle-aged knight thought of Sunan, who was rumored to be a wizard. Then, looking at the young man's face, his certainty grew. A wizard? The middle-aged knight narrowed his eyes, a hint of seriousness in his expression. Others might view wizards as charlatans who played tricks, but he had access to some hidden information, and he knew that true wizards were a mysterious and powerful group of people. As for whether this Sunan before him was a true wizard, the 2 high-level knights sent to assassinate Sunan might be able to answer that. Just by looking at Sunan's presence here, and the fact that the 2 assassins hadn't shown themselves, one could guess their fate. Without a doubt, this was a formidable opponent. The middle-aged knight took a deep breath, gripped his sword hilt, and stared at the emotionless Sunan with a look of extreme caution. But the next second, he felt like he had been slammed by a rapidly moving carriage. His entire body flew like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall dozens of meters away. Boom! Stones flew, dust billowed. The surrounding knights, who were watching the battle, were all stunned, their eyes wide with shock. What happened? How did he suddenly fly away? Only Kelly and the Black Sword Knight faintly detected a clue. At the moment the middle-aged knight was sent flying, they distinctly saw a patch of void subtly distort, outlining the silhouette of a giant beast. Obviously, it was that beast that had attacked the middle-aged knight. The Black Sword Knight's face was filled with terror. What kind of monster is that? It can even become invisible. Before he could comprehend, a chilling scream erupted from the billowing dust. Immediately afterward, a figure broke through the dust like a gust of wind, rushing out. It was the middle-aged knight. However, his current appearance was utterly wretched. One of his arms hung limply by his side, bent at an unnatural angle. His chest and abdomen had a series of arched blood holes, looking like the wounds left by a ferocious beast's bite. He was covered in blood, a sorry sight. Damn monster! The middle-aged knight roared with a contorted face, then as if sensing something, he suddenly swung his sword back. But this attack missed. In the next second, a massive figure emerged from the other side, its forelimbs extended, revealing sharp, hooked claws that pierced the middle-aged knight's body. Then, it leaped high into the air, viciously pinning the middle-aged knight beneath it. Opening its bloody maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, it ripped his body apart in 3 or 2 bites. The scene was so bloody, it sent chills down one's spine. Brad and the others unconsciously swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the giant beast. Even though it was more than twice its original size, they still recognized it. The beast before them was the giant lizard that Sunan had brought back from the black-scale lizard folk. They just didn't know how it had become so huge, and how it could become invisible and move silently. This terrifying combat ability, which had effortlessly crushed a great knight, was simply more than 10 times stronger than before. Kelly and the Black Sword Knight had stopped fighting at some point. Both of them stared at the stealthy dragon in shock. Kelly, however, was filled with both shock and surprise. The Black Sword Knight was simply overwhelmed with horror. The assassination mission, which they thought was a sure thing, had gone wrong from the start. The intelligence reports didn't mention that the target had numerous knights and knight-level monsters guarding him. Especially those strange Black Panthers, they couldn't detect their aura, so as soon as they infiltrated, before they could even make a move, they were discovered. If that were all, they could have just spent a little more effort to complete the mission, it wouldn't have been difficult. But what about this terrible beast? The intelligence reports didn't mention that Blackstone City had such a powerful and terrifying creature. Chapter 32, Fortunately, he's on our side. Sunan watched the scene before him with an indifferent expression. Normally, a middle-aged knight, even if not an opponent for the infiltrator, wouldn't be killed so quickly. The key was that he didn't understand the infiltrator's abilities at all, and didn't even realize the infiltrator's existence from the beginning, so he was killed in the first encounter. Information disparity could sometimes be fatal. Withdrawing his gaze, Sunan turned to look at the Black Sword Knight. Meeting Sunan's eyes, the Black Sword Knight instantly felt a chill run through his body. He could see that the terrifying beast was being controlled by Sunan from behind. This was the power of a wizard. As rumored, it was truly uncanny. With the death of his companion, the situation had become extremely unfavorable for the Black Sword Knight. In a flash, he made his decision, transforming into a blur, darting towards Sunan like a ghost in the night. As long as he killed Sunan, the beast would likely fall into chaos. Even for just a moment, he could escape. Seeing the assassin rushing towards Sunan, but the giant lizard still tens of meters away and unable to provide timely support, Kelly's face turned pale, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward to stop him. However, he then saw Sunan's calm and composed expression, and his footsteps abruptly stopped, halting in place. Die! In a blink of an eye, the Black Sword Knight had charged forward 100 meters, his black sword slashing down violently. Where the blade passed, a crescent-shaped sword energy formed out of thin air, piercing the void with lightning speed, attacking Sunan. Emitting martial energy. A long-range attack technique only mastered by great knights. Seeing the sword energy about to strike Sunan, a hint of joy flashed in the Black Sword Knight's eyes. But the next moment, his expression froze. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, the sword energy seemed to collide with something invisible, and with a hiss, it dissipated and vanished. The impact force rippled through the air, vaguely outlining the shape of a tower shield. Exclamation point, the Black Sword Knight widened his eyes in shock. What in the world was that? Before he could recover, Sunan had already raised his hand, holding a shimmering red gemstone between his extended index finger and thumb. Under the moonlight, the blue and green patterns on the gemstone surface flickered with a beautiful brilliance, exceptionally eye-catching. The next second, Sunan threw the gemstone violently. Boom! Everyone seemed to hear a deafening thunderclap in their ears, and their vision was suddenly filled with a flash of lightning. Then, they saw the Black Sword Knight flying backwards like a broken kite, crashing into a towering tree tens of meters away with a bang. Rec-rack! The tree trunk, thick enough to embrace by two people, snapped in half. The upper half collapsed with a roar, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, everyone stared fixedly, only to discover the Black Sword Knight lying motionless on the ground, his entire body blackened, unconscious. The surroundings were silent. Everyone's eyes were blank as they watched this scene, their mouths agape, unable to recover for a long time. Even Kelly was stunned. Although he guessed Sunan had a way to deal with the Black Sword Knight, he didn't expect it to be so swift and decisive. The Black Sword Knight didn't even get a chance to fight back before he was defeated and unconscious. That was a great night. Unknowingly, had Sunan become so powerful? No. Kelly suddenly realized. It wasn't that Sunan had grown stronger, but that he had never seen Sunan fight with all his might from the beginning, and had no idea of Sunan's true strength. Even now, Sunan clearly wasn't using his full power. What level had his true strength reached? Kelly stared blankly at Sunan. This younger brother he had watched grow up from childhood now gave him a sense of impenetrable mystery. Tap, tap. Urgent footsteps suddenly broke the silence in the courtyard. A large group of knights clad in armor charged into the courtyard, led by Iodin. "My lord, we've come to assist." "Where is the assassin?" Halfway through his sentence, Jordan's voice came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes, looking at the devastated courtyard, the unharmed people, and the Black Sword Knight lying unconscious not far away, blinking in confusion. "Already dealt with?" Kelly, having recovered his composure, ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and detain the Black Sword Knight. Once everything was in order, he went to Sunan, his face grim. It was a killer sent by Owen. Sunan nodded calmly. This was something he could guess without thinking. But how did he find this killer? Kelly frowned. Organizations like assassin guilds did exist in this world. But they were all second-rate. Let alone a great knight-level assassin, even an assassin guild that could find a knight was considered a top-tier organization in the assassin world. At least Kelly and Sunan, both born into noble families, had never heard of any assassin guild with great knight-level members. Sunan thought for a moment and said, "Owen certainly doesn't have the power to do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to endure it until after our father died before tearing up the agreement. I guess it's most likely the connections of Duke Goldenrock." Kelly's eyebrows twitched, and the more he thought about it, the more he agreed with Sunan, his face growing even more solemn. He could still handle Owen, but if Duke Goldenrock interfered, then things would be troublesome. After all, the latter was the actual ruler of Goldenrock province, with an army of tens of thousands. Blackstone City was just a slightly larger ant in his eyes. Seeing Kelly's changing expression, Sunan calmly said, "Don't worry, Duke Goldenrock didn't intervene directly before, which means he still cares about the rules between nobles. He wouldn't personally take action to seize the territory of his vassal. We just need to be wary of the killers he sends." Kelly thought about it and realized this was true, a sigh of relief escaping his chest. Coming to his senses, seeing Sunan's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel secretly ashamed. Even though he was the lord, he was less calm than Sunan when faced with problems. It seemed his temperament still needed to be honed. Little did he know, the reason Sunan was so calm was that he didn't really care much about the territory. He had already survived the most difficult novice stage. Even if the territory was taken away, he would only lose a stable source of income. He could simply take Kelly to the Rosethorn Duchy and lay low, waiting to return and eliminate his enemies after becoming a wizard. As for making money, he had countless ways. Of course, it would be even better if he could keep the territory. After all, having his own power base made it much easier to make money and gather resources. However, he wouldn't say these words to Kelly. Not far away, Iodin was asking Brad about what had happened. After listening to Brad's account, Iodin couldn't help but widen his eyes and look around. A 10-meter-long lizard that could easily crush a great knight, this was too unbelievable, it was like listening to a night novel. Seeing Jordan's gaze darting around, Brad said impatiently, "Don't look for it, it's been said that the giant lizard can giant." Even a great knight couldn't detect its presence. How could you see it? Iodon scratched his head, saying sheepishly, I'm just curious. By the way, Lord Sunan is too powerful. The giant lizard was only at the peak knight level before, and it's only been a few months since he captured it to train it. It can actually kill a great knight now, which is incredible. The surrounding knights all nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't say so? Every time they witnessed Lord Sunan's fighting techniques, they felt like their worldviews were being refreshed. Thank goodness such a powerful person was on their side. If he were their enemy, just thinking about it would give them chills. Chapter 33. To prevent chaos, Kelly ordered the attack to be sealed off. After rooting out a few lurking spies, the inner castle quickly returned to its usual state, operating smoothly as usual. As for the Black Sword Knight, after being treated, he barely survived and was locked up in the dungeon to be interrogated. However, for 2 days in a row, they failed to extract any valuable information from him. That guy must have received anti-interrogation training. No matter what torture we use, he refuses to speak. In the council hall, Braid reported the results of the interrogation over the past 2 days. I say, just crush his bones one by one, I don't believe he can endure it. Jordan sneered. Braid shook his head, it's useless, he seems to have mastered some kind of technique that can isolate pain. He has no reaction when we torture him. There's such a technique? Jordan stared in shock. The other knights looked at each other upon hearing this. How could they interrogate him like this? Kelly frowned, turned to Sunan who was sitting beside him, and asked, Sunan, do you have any good ideas? Sunan nodded, let me interrogate him. Hearing that Sunan seemed to have a way, everyone immediately cheered up. Led by Braid and Jordan, Sunan arrived at the dungeon where the Black Sword Knight was imprisoned. Stepping into the cell, he saw the Black Sword Knight, his limbs tightly bound to iron pillars by chains, looking extremely miserable. His body still bore the burn marks left by the lightning rune gem, and after 2 days of torture, there was hardly a piece of intact flesh left on his entire body. Yet even so, he still didn't seem to have any pain in his expression. Seeing Sunan come in, his face changed slightly, followed by a disdainful sneer. Don't waste your efforts, you won't get any information from me. If you have the guts, kill me. Sunan said calmly, if you really want to die, there are plenty of ways to commit suicide. Why do you still cling to life? This remark obviously hit the Black Sword Knight's sore spot, his eyes twitched violently, and he snorted coldly without speaking. Sunan didn't care, his face calm as he walked up to the Black Sword Knight. Since torture doesn't work on you, then let you speak yourself. Hearing this, the Black Sword Knight's expression became even more disdainful. He was about to scoff at the other party, but the moment he met Sunan's gaze, his entire body trembled violently, as if the other party's eyes were like a deep, dark abyss. His soul was about to be sucked in. A gravy circumflex in just a few seconds, the Black Sword Knight's face became dull, his eyes unfocused, as if he was sleepwalking. Name? Sunan spoke slowly. Yuri, Elric. The Black Sword Knight answered with unfocused eyes. Age? 32. Braid and Jordan who were following behind Sunan were dumbfounded. What's going on? How come this guy suddenly became so obedient, answering whatever he was asked? They soon noticed the unusual color of the Black Sword Knight's face, and a faint realization dawned on them. Sunan probably used that strange power called magic again. It was just that they couldn't believe there was such a magic spell in this world that could make a person lose their mind and answer questions obediently. In the face of such power, wouldn't everyone have no secrets? Braid and Jordan took a deep breath, their gaze towards Sunan's back became even more reverent. Sunan didn't notice the little movements of the two behind him, his gaze was fixed on the Black Sword Knight. The spelling Changeman can influence the recipient's perception to a certain extent, making them view you as a reliable partner. The caster can give orders to the recipient, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. However, orders such as suicide or self-harm, which are obviously harmful to oneself and threaten one's own life, are likely to fail, thus causing the effect of the spell to cease. but if it's just asking for some information, then the spelling Changeman is still quite useful. Who sent you to assassinate the of Blackstone City? It's Priest Casper. Priest? Sunan raised an eyebrow. Your origins? We belong to the Starfire sect. We worship the great star god who created this continent. Mentioning the star god, even though he was under the influence of the spell, a hint of fanaticism appeared on the Black Sword Knight's dull face, showing how deeply he believed in that so-called star god. Starfire sect? Sunan was a little surprised. He didn't expect these assassins to be from the Starfire sect, the same sect that attacked the Earl of Stormwind. What is your relationship with Marquis Goldenrock? I don't know. The Black Sword Knight shook his head blankly. Sunan frowned slightly. It was a certainty that Marquis Goldenrock had ties with the Starfire sect. Since this guy didn't know, it meant that the higher-ups of the Starfire sect must be the ones responsible for contacting Marquis Goldenrock. How many of your comrades are still in Blackstone City? There are 4 of us, including me. Tell me the names of the spies you know. The Black Sword Knight listed 6 or 7 names in one breath. Among them, several were the spies that had been caught these past 2 days. Without Sunan's instructions, Braid took it upon himself to memorize the names and hiding places of these people, then left the dungeon with Jordan, rushing to catch them. Sunan then proceeded to ask about the organizational structure, outpost distribution, and member status of the Starfire sect. According to the Black Sword Knight's description, the Starfire sect was a sect that worshipped the Star God and was dedicated to spreading the great glory of the Star God throughout the continent. They secretly collaborated with many nobles, using the assassination of rivals for nobles in exchange for using these nobles' power to continuously expand the sect, and in just over 10 years, they had spread their tentacles throughout the entire Star Glory dukedom. As for which nobles they had collaborated with, the Black Sword Knight didn't know much, only some barons and viscounts. Nobles of high status who collaborated were not accessible to members of his level. After all, there were priests, chief priests, grand chief priests, and the Pope who controlled the entire sect above the disciples. Great Knights are only middle-level cadres. It seems that the Starfire sect has a deep foundation. Sunan thought silently. He had previously guessed that the Starfire sect might be related to the wizard apprentices, but it seemed he was wrong. The Starfire sect clearly followed a religious path, completely different from the wizards who pursued truth and followed the principle of great power belongs to oneself. As for outposts, the Black Sword Knight didn't know much, only knowing 3 outposts located in the Golden Rock province. As for those in other provinces, he had no idea at all. Secretly memorizing the personnel structure of these outposts mentioned by the Black Sword Knight, Sunan then asked about the actions of the Starfire sect in the Golden Rock province over the years. The results were shocking, to say the least. It turned out that the deaths of 7 or 8 nobles in Golden Rock province over the past 10 years were actually orchestrated by the Starfire sect. They fabricated various accidents and coincidences to kill these nobles, disguising them as accidental deaths or deaths from illness. If it was more difficult, they would simply assassinate them. Among them was Sunan's cheap father. It seemed he died in battle, but in fact, before the war broke out, the Starfire sect had sent people to disguise themselves as one of his bodyguards, then secretly attacked him on the battlefield, causing him to die at the hands of the enemy. Although the Black Sword Knight didn't know the real purpose behind these assassinations, Sunan could guess with his toes that the mastermind behind it was definitely Marquis Goldenrock. Kill the vassal nobles, then support puppets to take their place, achieving the goal of controlling their territories indirectly. Marquis Goldenrock's ultimate goal was to completely control the entire Golden Rock province. No, perhaps that wasn't the ultimate goal. Just to completely control the Golden Rock province, there was no need to go to such lengths. Marquis Goldenrock must have had even deeper intentions. Chapter 34, Clues of the Wizard Apprentice. Learning about Marquis Goldenrock's scheme unexpectedly, Sunan's mood became slightly heavier. Unless they abandoned their territory, they were bound to clash with Marquis Goldenrock in the future. Shaking his head, Sunan temporarily put this matter aside and continued interrogating the Black Sword Knight. Upon hearing that the Starfire sect branch in Golden Rock Province had recently mobilized all its forces to pursue a magical creature, Sunan interrupted the Black Sword Knight, asking with interest, "What kind of magical creature is it?" "A cat." "Cat?" Sunan was slightly taken aback. He had thought it was some powerful and ferocious magical creature, forcing the Starfire sect branch to dispatch a large number of people to capture it, but it turned out to be a cat. He carefully recalled, but there were no powerful cat-like magical creatures in his memory. However, the Starlight continent was vast and full of wonders, so there might be a cat-like magical creature he didn't know about. After pondering for a while without results, Sunan had to continue asking, "Why did you capture that magical creature?" "It was an order from the priest. I don't know the details, but I only know it seems to be related to wizards." The Black Sword Knight spoke in a dull voice. "We dispatched quite a few people, but that magical creature was very cunning. It wasn't until I came to Blackstone City to carry out the assassination mission that I heard that no one in the sect had captured it." Magical creatures related to wizards? Could it be a magical companion? Sunan pondered. But according to the Black Sword Knight, they had been pursuing the magical creature for a long time, and no one had stopped them. This meant that the magical creature was likely ownerless, and it didn't seem like a magical companion. Out of curiosity, Sunan asked about the details of the incident several times, until he was sure he couldn't ask anything useful, then he lifted the spell. Regaining his senses from the stupor, the Black Sword Knight showed a shocked and bewildered expression. What did you do to me?" The charm spell didn't erase the subject's memory. The Black Sword Knight clearly remembered answering Sunan's questions, which made him shudder and unable to understand how he could have become that way. Sunan didn't even bother to explain. He didn't even glance at the Black Sword Knight, and turned to leave the prison, leaving the pale-faced Black Sword Knight in the cell, questioning his existence. Back in the council chamber, Kelly, who had already learned about the incident from Brad, eagerly came forward. "Did that guy say anything else?" Sunan didn't judge anything and told him everything about the Starfire sect. After listening, Kelly's eyes were filled with anger, and he angrily punched the armrest of the chair. "I knew Father's death must have something to do with them." After a long while, he took a deep breath to calm his anger and said calmly, "So, Earl Storm was attacked because Marquis Goldenrock was behind it?" Sunan nodded, "Most likely. Earl Storm was attacked and fell into a coma. He could take advantage of the situation and secretly intervene in the struggle for the inheritance of Storm territory. As long as he supports a puppet to take power, he can secretly control Storm territory. In Golden Rock Province, among the lords below the Marquis, Earl Frost and Earl Storm were the two most powerful figures. Earl Frost had already joined Marquis Goldenrock long ago, and they were practically in cahoots. If Storm territory also fell into the hands of Marquis Goldenrock, then the entire Golden Rock Province would be under his control. We still have a chance." Kelly took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. News from Storm territory has shown that the sons of Earl Storm haven't been able to decide who will win. Marquis Goldenrock will definitely focus his attention there for now, and won't have time for Shining Light territory. As long as we take back Shining Light territory during this time, we'll have the capital to fight him. If other nobles heard Kelly's words, they would surely laugh at him for being delusional. How could Shining Light territory, a mere barony, compete with Marquis Goldenrock, who controlled almost half of Golden Rock Province? But Kelly was full of confidence. The source of his confidence was naturally the wizard apprentice, Sunan. They now controlled Blackstone City, giving them the confidence to confront a barony. If they owned an entire barony, would they be afraid to go toe-to-toe with Marquis Goldenrock? Seeing that Kelly wasn't discouraged but instead filled with fighting spirit, Sunan secretly nodded and mentioned another matter. "I'm planning to leave Blackstone City for a while." Kelly was slightly taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" "Stone Bell City." Kelly thought back, vaguely remembering that Stone Bell City seemed to be located in Silver Moon territory, the territory of Viscount Silver Moon. "What are you going there for?" "To look for something," Sunan said vaguely, not specifying. Stone Bell City was the town where the magical creature that was being pursued by the Starfire sect was said to have been seen, according to the Black Sword Knight. Since coming to this world, this was the first time Sunan had discovered a clue related to wizards, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. Even if he eventually found out that the magical creature wasn't related to wizards, it didn't matter. A rare cat-like magical creature in itself was worth the trip, and he might get some extra benefits. Besides, even though the Starfire sect had attempted to assassinate him and his brother, he didn't have enough strength to confront them head-on for now, so he had to swallow his anger for the time being. But secretly, he was still very upset. Finding the magical creature before the Starfire sect and intercepting them would be considered a way of collecting some interest in advance. As hearing Sunan's words, Kelly didn't ask further. After all, Viscount Silvermoon was one of the nobles who didn't get along with Marquis Goldenrock. Even if Marquis Goldenrock and Owen wanted to do something in Silvermoon territory, they couldn't reach that far, so there was no need to worry about Sunan's safety. When are you leaving? In a few days. Considering that this trip might involve a confrontation with the Starfire sect, Sunan decided to make some preparations. For example, he wanted to create more rune gems for self-defense. He also wanted to continue strengthening the strength of the stealthy dragon. Once he was fully prepared, he would go to Stone Bell City. After all, according to the Black Sword Knight, the Starfire sect was completely helpless against the magical creature, and it wouldn't be caught in the short term. To avoid another assassination attempt, Kelly decided to move to the military camp, eating, sleeping, and handling government affairs all within the military camp. Unless a legendary knight intervened, there was basically no need to worry about anyone being able to assassinate Kelly with the protection of thousands of soldiers and over 300 knight-level fighters, including the Blackrock Beast. Considering that he was about to leave Blackstone City, Sunan also upgraded Kelly's Blackrock Beast to Great Knight level for greater safety. Including the previous ones, this Great Knight level Blackrock Beast consumed a total of 42 Blackrock Beasts, costing nearly 1,600 gold coins. Even with Blackstone City's mines, the annual tax revenue was only enough to create 3 Great Knight level Blackrock Beasts. Of course, both Kelly and Brad, as well as others, agreed that it was worth it. 1,600 gold coins in exchange for a Great Knight level fighter, it couldn't be a better deal. Please vote for next month's monthly ticket. Insomnia, thank you. Also, the name of this book has been changed to Synthesis Wizard. Chapter 35, A New Trade Route. Deep in the night, the moon shone bright. In the meditation chamber, Sunan sat cross-legged, staring at the panel in front of him. Sunan Honest, Human Male, 17 years old, Spirit 15,23/Constitution 12,83 Skills Starring Meditation Method Nivel 4, 12,759 DE 20,000, Potion Making Nivel 3, 108 DE 6,000, Creature Modification Nivel 2, 319 DE 3,000, Puppetry Refining Nivel 2, 1,701 DE 3,000. Nearly 5 months had passed since he had advanced to become a second-rank wizard apprentice. He still needed to increase the proficiency of the starring meditation method by about 1/3 before it could level up. The speed of constructing the starring is still too slow. I should try using the lower-grade revitalization potion to synthesize more efficient potions when I return this time. Sunan pondered silently. With his current constitution and spiritual power, he should be able to take higher-level potions without any problems. The key issue was still the cost. As potion making had leveled up to level 3, his success rate in making lower-grade revitalization potions had increased significantly. Consequently, the cost of the potions had also dropped considerably. Currently, the cost of a lower-grade revitalization potion was just over 8 gold coins. However, synthesizing a low-grade first-order revitalization potion cost around 100 gold coins. To see a significant improvement in my meditation efficiency, I need to use at least a high-grade first-order revitalization potion. The cost for that will probably not be less than 200 gold coins. Cyrillic letter R 200 gold coins a month, that means 2,400 gold coins a year. That's almost the same as Blackstone City's revenue for half a year. If I were to synthesize a second-order potion, the cost would be at least 1,000 gold coins. Sunan frowned. Blackstone City was currently in a period of rapid development. Whether it was expanding the army or further developing the Blackstone mine area, it required a significant amount of money. Even if Kei didn't mind, Sunan couldn't possibly withdraw too much gold for his own use. After all, the growth and prosperity of Blackstone City were equally important. I still need to find ways to increase our revenue. Sunan looked at the revitalization potion in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps he could try selling zero-level potions. For example, brute strength potion, healing potion, and swiftness potion. During the battle against the black-scale lizardmen, the cavalry regiment had taken brute strength potion and healing potion. The feedback was quite good after the battle. If he sold these potions, many knights would probably be interested. Of course, the potions sold externally would need to be differentiated from those used by the Blackstone City Knights. For example, he could dilute one potion into 3. This way, he could sell more potions and earn more gold. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. He decided to make a batch of potions before leaving and give them to the FACEBOKK trading company to test the waters. If the response was good enough, he could expand the scale after returning. As long as this trade route was established, he wouldn't have to worry about the cost of materials for synthesizing high-grade revitalization potions anymore. That's it. Sunan's spirit lifted slightly. He got up and walked outside. The gloomy night shrouded the entire courtyard, seemingly silent. But only Sunan could sense that Stealthy Dragon was curled up asleep under the courtyard wall, just over 10 meters away. Over the past period, he had performed blood transfusion surgery on Stealthy Dragon more than 10 times, forcibly increasing its dragon lizard bloodline by more than 10 percentage points. Now, Stealthy Dragon's dragon lizard bloodline had exceeded 35%, its body had expanded again, and its physical strength had been enhanced to the level of a mid-level Great Knight. Even against a peak Great Knight, Stealthy Dragon could now put up a fight. Therefore, Sunan decided to bring Stealthy Dragon to Stonebell City this time. With its chameleon-like camouflage ability and ability to become intangible, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered even if he entered the city. He could also use it as a mount to travel. It was a win-win situation. As for the original Blackrock beast, Sunan had casually given it to Bread. The rune gemstones are also ready. The fight with the Black Sword Knight had proven the power and practicality of rune gemstones. Even a beginner Great Knight couldn't withstand the power of a lightning rune gemstone. So, in recent days, Sunan had made more than a dozen attack-type rune gemstones. Now, he had over 30 rune gemstones on him. A hidden human cannon. Besides Stealthy Dragon and rune gemstones, he also had the Spell Scroll and Bloodvine Ring as his aces up his sleeve. In short, as long as he wasn't facing a legendary knight, no matter what enemy he encountered, he would at least have the ability to protect himself and escape. You want to sell potions? When Sunan placed the potions he had spent 3 days making in front of Kei, the latter couldn't help but be taken aback. Yes? Sunan nodded and pointed to the potions, saying, "These are diluted potions. Their effectiveness is about 1/3 of the original, and each bottle costs about 70 silver coins. We can sell them directly to the FACEBOKK trading company. We'll set the price at 2 gold coins." Kei's eyes lit up immediately. Although Blackstone City's revenue was now much higher than before, he still felt that he didn't have enough money to do everything he wanted. If they could open up another profitable channel, it would undoubtedly alleviate the current financial strain. However, Kei quickly hesitated. Isn't the price too high? The price for selling to the FACEBOKK trading company was 2 gold coins. The FACEBOKK trading company would definitely sell it for a higher price. A beginner knight, unless they had a village territory, wouldn't earn more than 10 gold coins a year in income, big or small. Would they be willing to spend 1/5 or even more of their annual income just to buy a bottle of potion? The world is not peaceful these days. There are wars happening everywhere, especially in the Dynasty, where the FACEBOKK trading company is located. There have been frequent wars in recent years. If they can buy a trump card that could save their lives in a critical moment for a few gold coins, many people would be willing to pay for it. Sunan picked up a bottle of potion and shook it slightly. To be honest, if we didn't have any channels in the Dynasty, we could have done this business ourselves. The profits would have been even more substantial. Sunan's words moved Keddy. After careful consideration, he realized that many lords in the Dynasty were desperately trying to expand their military equipment. If a potion that could enhance the strength of knights, even temporarily, appeared at this time, it would surely spark a scramble among them. If you don't buy it, what if your enemy buys it? This was a great opportunity. Okay, I'll contact Musuo right away. Kelly was naturally decisive in nature. Once he saw a profit, he didn't hesitate. He quickly made a decision and immediately sent someone to send a message to the Dynasty. After making the arrangements, he turned to Sunan and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah." Sunan nodded. "Be careful." Kelly patted Sunan on the shoulder. "The Starfire sect tried to assassinate you before, they won't give up so easily." Sunan smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I'm going out to find trouble with them this time. You be careful too." Kelly laughed, "Don't worry. I'll just stay in the barracks. If any assassins dare to come, I guarantee they won't be able to return." After exchanging a few words, Sunan left the barracks. Just as he left Blackstone City, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. He looked up. He didn't know when, but snowflakes had started falling from the sky. They looked like cold raindrops falling on his face. It was snowing. Sunan reached out and caught a snowflake. The icy crystal slowly melted into a drop of water in his palm. The first snow of the frostfall moon. Sunan smiled slightly. With a thought, energy particles formed a faint halo around his body, isolating him from the snowflakes. Then, he leaped up and landed on Stealthy Dragon's back. "Let's go." Stealthy Dragon let out a low growl, revealing its form. It stretched out its limbs and began to gallop across the wilderness. Chapter 36, Haunted. The bright moonlight spilled across the narrow alleys of Stonebell City, while inside the tavern, melodious music played, like a night symphony. Through the window, one could see the roaring fire in the hearth, casting a warm glow. The wooden sign hanging above the entrance read Golden Barley Tavern. Sunan pushed open the door and walked in, the noise and bustle immediately washing over him. The air was thick with the scent of hormones and strong alcohol. Rough men were drinking and playing Faringu games, while flamboyantly dressed maids shuttled between tables with trays, their bare legs flashing in the light. Sunan, familiar with the place, found a table in a corner and sat down, pulling out a few silver coins and stuffing them into the bosom of a passing maid. The usual. The maid winked at him and brought him a mug of barley wine and some food. The barley wine had a low alcohol content and no aroma. It was rough in taste, cloudy, and had a sour aftertaste. Even so, it was a rare luxury for the common people, and most would be content with just a single drink. Sunan rarely drank, but the few times he had only tasted top-quality wines. The poor-quality barley wine in the tavern was simply undrinkable for him. The food was equally simple, cooked with the simplest methods. There were no spices like pepper, MSG, soy sauce, joni, or cream, just salt after boiling or roasting. In this world, sugar was a luxury, and spices were even more expensive, only appearing on the tables of nobles. Sunan ordered the barley wine and food simply to blend in, avoiding attracting attention in the tavern. Normally, the tavern was a good place for bragging and showing off. Here, one could hear all sorts of drunkards boasting about their past glories, so since arriving in Stonebell City, Sunan would come to the tavern every evening to sit for a while and gather information. The rest of the time he would secretly investigate the Starfire sect's stronghold in Stonebell City, information he had extracted from the Black Sword Knight. Unfortunately, he had had no luck for 3 days running. "If I don't find anything tonight, I'll grab someone for interrogation." Sunan pondered silently. At that moment, a conversation from the table next door caught his ear. "Have you heard? The Count of Kubero's manor in the north of the city is haunted." "Haunted? Don't be ridiculous, there's no such thing as ghosts." "I'm telling you the truth. My brother-in-law serves under Count Kubero. After the manor became haunted, Count Kubero moved out. He sent in a few knights, but they never came back after a few days. The whole manor is now sealed off." "Really? Did the knights die too? If it's really a ghost, it's normal for the knights to lose. Speaking of which, is it a male or female ghost?" "What, Lance, you're interested in a female ghost? Hell, if she's pretty, it's not a bad thing." A group of people roared with laughter, the topic quickly shifting to women and their lower halves. Sunan, sitting nearby, showed a thoughtful expression. "To say that ghosts exist, they indeed do. The most common type is the illusion. Generally, those who died prematurely are most likely to turn into illusory figures. Phantoms have the same appearance as they did in life, and in most cases, they have visible traces of the violence they suffered at the time of death. However, illusory figures are very low in terms of harmfulness. Even if they possess a human being, they only make the person feel a chill. Normal humans also have difficulty seeing illusory figures. In addition, illusory figures cannot be exposed to sunlight, they will become weak and powerless in the sun, and they will dissipate in a short time. Even without sunlight, illusory figures generally do not survive for long in the material world. If illusory figures are considered harmless, then vengeful spirits are the truly deadly type of ghost. Vengeful spirits usually harbor extremely strong hatred in their lives, to the point that they cannot rest even after death, transforming into undead beings who only want revenge. Our mature vengeful spirits can absorb the energy of humans through contact, or control humans with weak willpower through mental hypnosis. This type of intangible creature is immune to physical harm and is extremely deadly to ordinary people. Only knights with martial energy can harm them. If a vengeful spirit kills enough humans and absorbs enough soul energy, it will advance into a powerful evil spirit. Evil spirits usually have a binding property to the earth and will occupy an area to transform it into a ghost domain. Mature evil spirits are not afraid of sunlight or physical harm. Not even a great knight can necessarily deal with them. Above evil spirits are evil spirit variants, evil spirits, etc. Among them, evil spirits are a terrifying existence that can bring ruin to a nation. The appearance of each evil spirit is often accompanied by the demise of a country. Judging from the words of those drunkards just now, if the Count of Kubero's manor is truly haunted, it is most likely the work of an evil spirit. An evil spirit? Sunan felt a slight flutter in his heart. Evil spirits are good material for making soul crystals. If he could get his hands on a soul crystal, he could create a puppet more powerful than the Black Rock Beast. Forget it, I should focus on the Starfire sect for now, and I'll investigate the evil spirit later. After listening for a while longer, Sunan got up and walked towards the second floor. The Golden Valley Tavern also provided accommodation services, and he had been staying in the tavern's rooms these past few days. Not far away, several female maids were whispering as they watched Sunan go upstairs. "I bet he's a nobleman, he's got more charisma than the young Master Elwyn I met before, and he's even more handsome. How can young Master Elwyn compare? Yesterday, I accidentally bumped into his arm. Wow, those muscles were so strong. He doesn't look like a strong guy, but he's got such a great physique. Are you getting hot for him? Ugh, I don't believe you're not attracted to him. If you really want to, go knock on his door at night, use the excuse of asking for a massage, and maybe something will happen." "That's a good idea, Sandy. If you don't go, I will." "I didn't say I wouldn't go. Wait, I'll go and try him out tonight." A group of maids were laughing and joking, attracting fiery stares from many of the patrons. Late at night, Sandy, specially changed into a shorter maidservant's dress, lowered her neckline, and came to the door of Sunan's room, knocking. Knock knock. There was no answer. "Sir, do you require a massage?" Sandy knocked a few more times, but still no answer. Is he asleep? Sandy was instantly discouraged. At that moment, the door next to her creaked open, and a man poked his head out. Seeing Sandy, a literal smile spread across his face. You guys have massage services at the tavern? Give me one too. Sandy looked at the man's face, full of rough flesh, and said impassively, Sorry, the tavern doesn't have that kind of service. But I just heard. You heard wrong. Before the man could respond, Sandy turned and left without looking back. At that moment, Sunan's room was already empty. Chapter 37, Poor Cubero. Late night. The deep, dark night enveloped the entire alley. Standing in the shadows, Sunan watched the brightly lit mansion in the distance. This seemingly ordinary residence, which looked somewhat unremarkable compared to the numerous opulent noble mansions in Shizhong City, was one of the Starfire sect's strongholds in Jinyan province. After arriving in Shizhong City, Sunan had been lurking in the area for 3 days, tailing numerous people entering and leaving. Unfortunately, he found none of them related to the pursuit of magical creatures. He didn't plan to waste too much time here, so he decided to grab someone for questioning tonight. He didn't have to wait long for a suitable target to appear. A man clad in a thick cloak emerged from the mansion. After discreetly scanning his surroundings, he hurried into the night. Sunan didn't follow immediately. He patiently waited for a while before casually walking out of the alley towards the direction the man had left. Yin Long had already followed ahead, and with it, he didn't have to worry about losing his target. This distance wouldn't raise any suspicion in the target's mind. Following the man from afar, winding his way through the streets for about half an hour, Yin Long transmitted the information that the target had stopped. Sunan immediately quickened his pace. Before long, he reached Yin Long's location. What's this guy doing here? Sunan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the residential building in front of him. This was just a regular house located in a civilian residential area. Why would a Starfire sect member be here in the middle of the night? Signaling Yin Long to stay put and keep watch, Sunan quickly cast a layer of wind energy particles around himself, then his body effortlessly vaulted over the wall, landing silently on the ground in the courtyard. As soon as he landed, his powerful perception caught the sound coming from the room, and a strange expression spread across his face. My heart, my dear, I miss you so much. I miss you too, my love, Joni. That old fool Cubero has been so preoccupied with his estate lately, he hasn't had time for me. We'll have plenty of time to meet now. That's fantastic. Now, let me taste the flavor of Lord Cubero's wife. Then followed a series of suggestive and passionate noises. Sunan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the unseen Lord Cubero. It was bad enough that he had to deal with a wicked spirit, but his wife was also cheating on him. Poor guy. Shaking his head, Sunan stopped trying to jar at his presence and strode towards the room. He had already sensed that there were no other life forms in the entire house besides the two inside. It made sense, after all. These two were here for a clandestine rendezvous, so they wouldn't have brought anyone else along. Who's there? The man in the room quickly detected Sunan's unmasked footsteps. As Sunan pushed the door open, the man had already jumped out of bed and reached for the weapon on the table, staring vigilantly at the doorway. Behind him on the bed, a beautiful woman wearing heavy makeup and a seductive dress huddled under the covers, her face pale with fear. Who are you? The man asked sharply. Sunan didn't reply. He raised his hand and shot a bolt of electricity at the man. The man had no time to react. His body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head as he fainted. Seeing this, the woman on the bed covered her face with her hands and took a deep breath, preparing to scream. However, the inhalation and precasting time for her spell were too long. Sunan flicked his wrist and shot another bolt of electricity, and the woman also convulsed and fell unconscious. Closing the door casually, Sunan used Master's hand to lift the unconscious man off the ground and wake him up. Before the man could speak, he had already cast a charmed human spell. The man's eyes instantly glazed over. Your name? Joni Diamond. Your position in the Starfire sect? 3-star sect member. Sunan was slightly disappointed. Below the rank of cult leader in the Starfire sect, ordinary members were classified from low to high, as 1-star to 5-star sect members. A 3-star sect member was still at the bottom of the Starfire sect and probably wouldn't have access to any core matters. Do you know about the capture of the magical creature? Yes. Sunan's spirits lifted slightly. Tell me more. Joni hesitated for a moment, then said in a vacant tone, Troy cult leader and Ryan cult leader are in charge of this. They go out almost every day, but they haven't been able to catch the magical creature yet. The high priest is very angry about it. They go out every day? Then why haven't I seen anyone coming in or out of the mansion? Those people use an underground passage to enter and exit the mansion. Sunan slapped his forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness. It made sense, after all. This was a secret stronghold, so the Starfire sect members wouldn't walk in and out through the main entrance frequently. Otherwise, someone would have noticed something amiss. It was normal for a stronghold to have an underground passage. He had been trapped in a blind spot and hadn't thought of this. I lack experience. Sunan chuckled wryly to himself, then continued asking, where do those people who are capturing the magical creature usually go? North of the city. Joni said blankly, I don't know why, but the magical creature's range of activity has been limited to the north of the city, so Troy cult leader and the others have been searching there. Sunan understood. It seemed like his search scope would be shifted to the north of the city. Even though he now knew the Starfire sect stronghold had an underground passage, he had no idea where it led. What if the exit was in some deserted, abandoned well or a random house? It would take a lot of time to find it. It would be easier to try his luck in the north. Once the Starfire sect found the magical creature, the pursuit process would definitely create quite a stir. He and Yinlong could split up and search, increasing the chances of finding it. Yinlong's ability to shift between reality and illusion was perfect for searching through the complex terrain of a city. As he pondered, Sunan already had a plan in mind. He continued to interrogate Joni for a while, until he was certain there was nothing more valuable he could learn. He was about to deal with Joni when he suddenly noticed something and turned abruptly toward the table. The doors and windows of the room were closed tight, and no light was coming in except for a sliver of moonlight that seeped through the cracks in the doors and windows, forming silver lines on the ground and the table. A small cat was standing on the table, walking right through the silver line in the middle of the table. The bright moonlight illuminated its slender body, its glossy, smooth, snow-white fur, and its jewel-like ice blue eyes. A cat? Sunan froze, then his eyes narrowed. He flipped his wrist, and an earth-rune gem appeared between his index and middle finger, ready to be activated. The doors and windows of the room were closed. How did this cat get in? Moreover, how could he have allowed a cat to get so close to him before noticing it? Something was wrong. Just as Sunan was filled with uncertainty, the kitten calmly walked towards him. As it walked, its slender body formed graceful curves, its steps light and agile, with an air of dreamlike brilliance. Around its neck was a delicate, small, golden belt tied with a red ribbon. For a moment, Sunan even had the illusion of seeing a wealthy young lady strolling lazily through her family garden. Reaching the edge of the table, the cat leaped down and landed lightly on the ground. It raised its head and looked at Sunan and Joni with its jewel-like ice blue eyes, curiosity shining in them. Meow, what are you guys doing? Chapter 38. By this point, Sunan had realized that the strange cat in front of him was most likely the magical creature that the Starfire sect had been pursuing. However, the cat's sudden words still took him by surprise. Among magical creatures, there were some whose intelligence was comparable to humans, even surpassing them. But this didn't mean that these magical creatures could communicate with humans normally. Take the stealthy dragon for example. As its life level increased, one day its intelligence would reach a level comparable to humans, or even higher. However, it still wouldn't speak the human language, only lizard tongue. Maybe after awakening its dragon bloodline, it would naturally master dragon language. But unless someone patiently taught it to learn the human language, it was almost impossible for a stealthy dragon to speak human words. Therefore, seeing a cat speak human words, Sunan was still quite surprised. Teaching a cat to master the human language wasn't an easy task. Meow, why aren't you paying attention to me? Seeing Sunan staring at her in silence, the little cat asked again in a serious tone. Its voice was childish, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and it sounded as pleasant and clear as flowing mountain spring water. Coming back to his senses, Sunan said calmly, "Sorry, I was so captivated by how beautiful you are, I got a bit lost in thought." Meow, really? Thank you for the compliment. The little cat's eyes crinkled with jappiness, its expression full of life. My name is Sunan, what's your name? My name is Emi. How did Emi get into the room? Just like this. Emi gracefully leaped forward, disappearing into thin air. When she reappeared, she was on the other side of the room, several meters away. Spatial teleportation. Sunan's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he had actually sensed spatial fluctuations. This strange little cat actually possessed the rare ability of spatial teleportation. Sunan finally understood why the Starfire sect couldn't catch this little cat. While the stealthy dragon's ability to shift between reality and illusion could also allow it to traverse the void, the distance it could travel ultimately depended on its own speed. But spatial teleportation could instantly move within a certain range, regardless of distance or obstacles. The range could be hundreds of meters at the least and several kilometers at the most. For a knight, this ability was practically an unbeatable bug. Even Sunan, before learning the fourth ring spell Dimensional Anchor, was also helpless against abilities like spatial teleportation. A cat that possessed spatial teleportation and could speak human words, what kind of creature was this little thing? Sunan became even more curious. Emi didn't seem to know how to refuse. She answered all his questions, even those involving her own abilities, without any hesitation. There was a kind of innocent beauty in her intelligence. Sunan simply crouched down, trying to show a gentle expression, and continued to ask, "Emi, why did you come here?" Emi jumped up and landed back in front of Sunan. "Meow, I sensed energy particle fluctuations here, so I came to take a look." As she spoke, Emi carefully examined Sunan, her eyes widening slightly. "You have very strong energy particles. You're a wizard apprentice, Meow." Sunan raised an eyebrow. "You know about wizard apprentices?" "Of course, my master told me. My master is a very powerful wizard." The little cat held her head high, her voice filled with a strong sense of pride. "What's your master's name?" Although it felt very strange to be talking to a cat, Sunan patiently asked. "My master's name is Master." Emi tilted her head in confusion. "Where's your master?" "Master." Emi's mood suddenly dropped. "Master is gone. I took a nap, and when I woke up, I found Master was gone. Then a bunch of bad guys broke in, searching everywhere and trying to catch me. Luckily, I was quick and escaped." "That's quite unfortunate." Sunan reached out and stroked Amy's back, feeling the softness of her fur while thinking to himself. Based on Amy's words, the place she was from was most likely a wizard's dwelling. That wizard had disappeared for some unknown reason, and then the Starfire sect had found the place and taken things from it. Thinking about it, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Those things were wasted on the Starfire sect people. They couldn't use them, but if they were all his, he would definitely be able to gain a lot. Then why did those bad guys keep chasing you? It seemed like she hadn't been petted for a long time. Emi enjoyed it, closing her eyes slightly. She didn't even realize how Sunan knew she was being chased by bad guys, and answered without thinking, "I was angry that they stole Master's things, so I followed them into their place, wanting to get Master's things back. But I was too nervous and took the wrong thing. Then those bad guys kept chasing me, wanting to get the thing back." "What did you take?" Sunan asked instinctively. Amy stretched out her furry paw and patted the floor. Instantly, a bead the size of an egg appeared out of thin air. Sunan keenly sensed that the moment the bead appeared, the golden bell hanging around Amy's neck emitted extremely subtle energy particle fluctuations. Clearly, that wasn't an ordinary bell, but a spatial magic item. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. As a second-rank wizard apprentice, he still didn't have any spatial magic items. Compared to this cat, he was doing worse. And the more he thought about it, the more curious he became about Amy's master. Someone who could nurture a magical creature like Amy couldn't be weak. Maybe they were a powerful, official wizard. It was just unknown how they had managed to advance to the level of a wizard on the current Starlight continent. While thinking, Sunan looked at the bead. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a bead, but a translucent, yellowish amber, perfectly round and smooth. Inside, there was a drop of blood. "Can I take a look?" Sunan pointed at the amber and asked Amy. Amy nodded readily. "No problem, but be careful, meow, this thing is a bit strange." Sunan nodded and coated his palm with a layer of energy particles before carefully picking up the amber. After pausing for a moment, confirming that there were no abnormalities, Sunan quickly put the amber into the magic cube, using his body as a shield, and then checked the information. At first glance, he was surprised. Divine blood amber, divine blood content 0,05 milliliters. Carrying it can increase the attraction to energy particles, but it has a certain degree of mental pollution. Long-term, close contact can lead to changes in thinking and cognition, causing a strong, fanatical belief in the source of the divine blood. Thanks to reader 20210301106600834300 for the tip. By the way, the book has been renamed Synthetic Wizard. Chapter 39, Divine Blood Amber. Divine Blood. Sunan couldn't believe the blood inside the amber was this. After all, the Starlight continent thousands of years ago was a territory for wizards. It was impossible for any god to enter the Starlight continent and seek their own demise. Logically, there should be no divine blood. Did some god from another world enter the Starlight continent and spread their faith in the 1,000 years since the wizards left? Sunan couldn't help but think of the star god worshipped by the Starfire sect. He originally thought that the star god was just a fabrication made up by the higher-ups of the Starfire sect to deceive the lower-ranking members, but it seems that this is not the case. But if the star god really exists, why don't the members of the Starfire sect have even a single divine technique, and their combat methods are all based on the native night techniques? Or perhaps this divine blood is actually just a material collected by a wizard thousands of years ago, left behind until now. After frowning and thinking for a while, unable to figure it out, Sunan shook his head and temporarily put this matter aside, turning his attention back to the divine blood amber in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he dispelled the energy particles in his palm and let his skin touch the divine blood amber. In an instant, his mind became a little dazed, and he seemed to hear a vague murmur in his ear. In his vision, a majestic and magnificent hall seemed to appear, with a towering figure whose face was obscured, sitting high on a divine throne, and countless devotees kneeling below, their expressions fervent. Countless prayers and praises echoed in his mind, speaking of the greatness and omnipotence of the god. Sunan frowned, using energy particles to isolate the divine blood amber, and the voices in his ears and the visions in his mind disappeared. This is what's called mental pollution. Sunan's expression was somewhat solemn. Even his spiritual power couldn't resist the mental pollution. If it were someone else, even a knight, they would be easily transformed into a fanatic if they were exposed to this kind of mental pollution for a long time. But mental pollution is terrifying, but it also has benefits. Just now when he touched the divine blood amber, Sunan clearly felt that his body's attraction to the free-floating energy particles in the air had increased significantly. For a knight, this could allow their body to be constantly bathed in the immersion of energy particles, and their physique would be constantly enhanced subtly. It's likely that the Starfire sect utilized the mental pollution and physique-enhancing properties of the divine blood amber to cultivate a large number of fanatical knights with their faith in a short time, thereby rapidly expanding their power. And for a wizard apprentice, the divine blood amber also has benefits. The essence of meditation is actually to absorb energy particles and strengthen one's spiritual power. The divine blood amber can enhance the absorption of energy particles, which naturally can also indirectly improve meditation efficiency. The question is how to eliminate the mental pollution. Sunan didn't want to become a fanatic of that so-called star god. The synthetic magic cube can enhance the effects of the synthesized material and simultaneously weaken its side effects. If there are enough divine blood ambers, wouldn't it be possible to weaken the side effects of mental pollution through synthesis? Sunan's eyes lit up. When he used the blood of the black-scale lizardman to synthesize dragon lizard blood and subdragon blood, he successfully reduced the rejection of the blood. If he synthesized divine blood amber, the results should be similar. Thinking about this, Sunan immediately became excited, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at Emi. Emi, do you have any more of this? No, meow, I only took one. Emi shook her head. Sunan was a little disappointed but continued to ask persistently, the Starfire sect, the place where those bad guys live, do they have a lot of this? Lots, meow. Emi raised her paw and lightly patted the floor, counting each time she patted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 22, 24, 25. There are 25. Your counting skills still need improvement. But 24 divine blood ambers is still a lot. Come to think of it, since the Starfire sect could use divine blood amber to rapidly grow in strength, it means they must have a large number of them. Sunan's spirit lifted. If he could get his hands on enough divine blood ambers, the problem of improving his meditation efficiency might be solved. Emi, can you sell this to me? Sunan shook the divine blood amber in his hand. What do you want this for, meow? Emi tilted her head in confusion. Meow, if you want it, you can have it. But you have to do me a favor. You say it. Emi has been chased by those bad guys all the time, and can't even sleep properly. Can you help me drive them away? Sunan smiled slightly and agreed without hesitation. No problem. He was going to deal with the Starfire sect anyway, this favor was just a matter of convenience. He tore off a piece of tablecloth, wrapped the divine blood amber, and put it in his pocket. Sunan turned to look at Joni, who was in a daze. A victim under the effect of the charmed human magic technique could clearly remember what happened around them, so this living witness couldn't be left alive. Sunan was about to deal with this guy when he suddenly felt something, and without hesitation activated the earth rune gem in his hand. A faint yellow glow, radiating a sense of heavy weight, instantly enveloped his body. The next moment, the door slammed open with a bang. Amidst the flying stones, two crescent-shaped sword energies slashed through the air like arrows, aimed at Sunan and Emi respectively. Sunan raised his hand to block it. The sword energy hit his palm with a bang, and after a moment of stalemate, it suddenly burst open. The violent shock wave slammed into the yellow glow on his body, creating ripples, but it couldn't break through. On the other side, as soon as the sword energy struck, Emi had already used spatial teleportation to transfer to an unknown location. Sizzle. The roar of breaking through the air exploded. Two more sword energies struck, this time targeting Sunan and the unconscious noblewoman on the bed. The latter was torn into a bloody mist by the sword energy without any resistance. Sunan was prepared this time, his figure flashed and easily avoided the sword energy. He squinted his eyes and looked outside. Both attacks were so precise, can they sense the location of the people in the room? His eyes flashed, Sunan casually snapped Joni's neck, then flashed out of the room, passing through the courtyard and reaching the street outside. More than 20 people, cloaked and armored, had already surrounded the house. At the head were two tall and burly men whose bodies shone faintly in the moonlight. Great knights. Meow, it's you bad guys again. Emi appeared on the rooftop more than 10 meters away, angrily staring at the Starfire sect members. Sunan immediately understood that these people should be the Starfire sect members who had been chasing Emi. The two great knights at the head were probably the Troy cultist and Ryan cultist that Joni mentioned. Troy and Ryan ignored Amy's words and stared at Sunan with wary eyes. "Who are you?" Sunan's face was covered by a layer of yellow glow, making it impossible to see his features. However, the fact that he easily blocked two sword energy attacks made Troy and Ryan not underestimate him. "The divine blood is on him." At this time, Ryan took out a statue and took a look. His face suddenly changed, and his sharp eyes shot at Sunan like swords. Troy's face also turned cold. He pointed his sword at Sunan and shouted, "Hand it over." Sunan didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of lightning. Troy and Ryan quickly dodged, but the Starfire sect members behind them didn't have such fast reactions or speed, and were instantly turned into charcoal by the lightning. Wizard. Seeing their charred subordinates, Troy and Ryan both changed color. When they looked at Sunan again, their eyes were filled with a sense of imminent danger. The two of them decisively gave orders at the same time. "Kill him." Chapter 40, The Multi-Talented Cat. The battle erupted in an instant. However, it wasn't quite as the Starfire sect members had anticipated. It was they who were attacked first. Almost the moment Troy's word was left his mouth, two Starfire sect members let out blood-curdling screams, their bodies splitting apart into several pieces in midair, as if they had been ripped apart by a ferocious beast's claws. What the hell? An incredulous thought flashed through the minds of all the Starfire sect members. Before they could comprehend what was happening, two more of their companions were flung into the air with a bang, their bodies contorting into bizarre and unnatural angles. Gruesome bone-breaking sounds emanated from within them, and after landing, they only twitched once before lying still. Troy finally realized what was happening, shouting in a mix of shock and anger, "Something's hidden nearby, be on your guard." However, these words did little besides instill fear in his subordinates. They had no idea where the hidden enemy was, nor how to defend against or attack it. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades were torn apart, their bones shattered, their bodies contorted, their agonizing cries echoing into the night. In a mere 3 or 4 breaths, more than 10 Starfire sect members had been killed. The rest were pale, trembling with fear. Damn it. Troy gritted his teeth, watching this scene unfold. He spun around and charged towards Sunan. "Take out that guy first." Ryan had also finally realized that this bizarre situation was definitely Sunan's doing. "Let's kill this guy first." Facing the two men charging towards him with murderous intent, Sunan remained calm and collected. Without hesitation, he held a rune gem. With a whoosh, the gem erupted with a blazing red light in midair, transforming into a raging wave of flames that engulfed Ryan. Ryan's martial energy shield lasted less than a breath before shattering, followed by the flames engulfing his entire body, instantly turning him into a towering pillar of fire. Ah! Amidst his heart-wrenching screams, the great knight was quickly incinerated into ash. Troy on the other side watched, his scalp tingling, his body chilled to the bone. While Ryan wasn't as strong as him, he was still a junior great knight. Yet he was instantly killed in a single encounter. The mysterious individual's methods were terrifying. Seeing Sunan's gaze turn towards him, a sense of fear, as if his heartstrings had been tightened, suddenly surged within Troy. He turned on his heel and fled. He had figured it out. This person was simply not someone they could handle. Even if they threw their lives at him, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. To retrieve the divine blood potion, they had to return and seek the help of the priest. However, upon turning around, Troy was horrified to find that his entire force had been wiped out, the ground littered with severed limbs and bodies, blood staining the scene in a gruesome sight. Moreover, the surrounding area was empty, and the monstrous figure was still nowhere to be seen. An ominous feeling suddenly crept into Troy's heart. Sure enough, the next instant, a powerful and heavy force struck him from the side, crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Boom! Troy was sent flying like a cannonball, landing 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh. Ignoring the throbbing pain, he roared as he scrambled to his feet, quickly dashing forward. However, something was even faster than him. A streak of lightning. a streak of lightning that tore through the night sky, traversing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, striking his back. Crackle. Countless electric arcs exploded, engulfing Troy's entire body in an instant. When the blinding electric light faded, Troy was lying motionless, charred and lifeless. From afar, Sunan calmly withdrew his hand. Against Great Knight-level enemies, both zero-ring spells and simple control of energy particles were quite limited in effectiveness. The true combat methods he could pull out were the rune gems. A single rune gem was enough to instantly kill a junior Great Knight. If the costs weren't so high, Sunan would have considered rune gems as his regular combat methods. Meow, Sunan, you're so awesome. Emi materialized out of thin air at Sunan's feet, gazing at him with admiration. So many bad guys, all gone with a swoosh. So cool. By the way, was that big guy who could judge your pet? Emi asked curiously. Sunan was surprised. You can see the stealthy dragon? Yeah. Emi nodded vigorously. Master said my perception is very sharp, and I can see many things others can't. Something like the true sight ability, Sunan mused. Realizing he had been discovered, the stealthy dragon no longer concealed himself, revealing his form and looking Emi up and down with wide eyes. Emi instantly puffed up, hiding behind Sunan with a soft swoosh. Meow, don't eat me, Emi isn't delicious. Sunan was stunned. Just now, he indeed sensed through the magical companion contract the stealthy dragon's thoughts. This cat looks delicious, can you sense the thoughts of other creatures? Emi huddled behind Sunan and said, not meow, but I can sense other people's malice towards me. He actually has this ability? Sunan suddenly realized. He had previously thought Emi was too naive and innocent, approaching a stranger with no reservations, and answering every question. Now it seemed that because he sensed no malice from Sunan, Emi had no guard at all. Sunan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, when he saw the divine blood crystal and the space-type magical item that looked like a bell, he hadn't felt any greed. Otherwise, Emi would have probably run away by now. Rance, however, this little cat is too multi-talented. Space warping, true sight-like abilities, and now add to that a malice detection ability, the number of quasi-magical abilities he possesses is really quite a lot. Moreover, who knows if he has even more quasi-magical abilities. After pondering for a while, Sunan walked over to Ryan's corpse and searched him, finding a statue on his person. Ryan had used this statue to deduce that the divine blood crystal was on Sunan. Perhaps the reason why those people were able to accurately determine his location in the room was also due to this statue. The moment he held the statue, Sunan heard the familiar murmuring sound again. Suppressing the mental pollution, he examined it carefully. But this didn't seem like a magical item. He couldn't figure out how to use it based on its enchanted runes. After studying it for a long time, he still couldn't figure anything out. With no choice, Sunan crushed the statue, and inside, he found a divine blood crystal. Now I have two. Sunan happily placed both divine blood crystals into the cube, then looked at the synthesis interface. Divine blood crystal, divine blood content. 0, 1 milliliter. Carrying it on your person can increase your attraction to energy particles, but it has a certain level of mental pollution. Long-term close contact can cause changes in thought and cognition, leading to a fanatical devotion to the source of the divine blood after synthesis. The words fanatical devotion in the description of the divine blood crystal were missing the word intense. This confirmed Sunan's earlier guess. Synthesis could indeed reduce the side effects. Next, I just need to find enough divine blood crystals, and I can synthesize an item that greatly increases my meditation efficiency. A joyful smile spread across Sunan's face. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.